Excusez. D'Argenteuil, la petite nation va nous mener dans l'hymne national. Le voilà.
Ô Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurons glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la gloire. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I just got to say that it's beautiful to hear everybody's voices coming in at once. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration.
Statements by members.
Le député, the Honourable Member for Canada, Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to have the opportunity today to celebrate the growth and contributions of the many businesses in my riding, particularly the Canada North Technology Park, and particularly throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The Canada North Technology Park is home to over 540 companies and contributes over $13 billion to Canada's GDP annually. The innovation, the technology, and the hardware from these companies has been the backbone of our country's telecommunications systems. 2 weeks ago, the Canada North Business Association opened their doors to a new community space called Hub 350. With incredible partners like Carleton University, the University of Ottawa, as well as industry such as TELUS, BlackBerry QNX, and Wesley Clover, the future is bright. I want to thank the Canada North Business Association for their leadership and commitment in bringing industry and academia together and launching Hub 350 and the 5G Innovation Zone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to rise in this place and thank my neighbours in Parry Sound, Muskoka for once again trusting me to be their voice in this chamber. Earlier this month, I was pleased to attend the Friends of the Muskoka Watershed Ash Drive in Bracebridge. Created by Dr. Norman Yan, the Muskoka Ash Project seeks to fight the problem of ecological osteoporosis of the trees in Muskoka. Using ash recovered from residential wood stoves, it's then used to replenish calcium levels in the soil and water. Mr. Speaker, this is but one example of everyday Canadians of all partisan stripes coming together to tackle a problem. As we begin this 44th Parliament, I call on all my colleagues on all sides of the House to use this same approach. Canadians are tired of the partisan gridlock, they're tired of the bickering back and forth, they're tired of the rhetoric. Each of us, Mr. Speaker, was sent here to this House to solve problems that Canadians are facing. I challenge each of us to reach across the aisle, find common ground, take up the people's work of ensuring that Canada's best days always lie ahead.
The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and commemorate a great man, the Honourable Manmeet Singh Bhullar. His life was taken too soon in 2015 after stopping on the highway to help a motorist in distress. Mr. Bhullar was committed to helping those most in need, not only here in Canada, but around the world. Through his efforts and collaboration between the Government of Canada and the Manmeet Singh Bhullar Foundation, a great deal of Afghanistan Sikh and Hindu minorities are now here in Canada and thriving. These families and children are in school, working and giving back to our communities. Most importantly, because of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom, they are able to freely practice their religion. They are living the Canadian dream. His legacy will live on as his work continues through the foundation in partnership with the Government of Canada. Mita, as many of us called him, inspired so many of us in this chamber. His passion, drive, and energy was contagious, and he touched many lives while he was with us. Thank you for inspiring us, my friend. You will be forever missed.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, when I say that I'm proud to be a Member of Parliament for Salaberry-sur-Roi, it's because I have every reason to be. I have the honour of working with exceptional people, including the most recent coup de cœur of agricultural producers in Quebec. Nathalie Lacroix is the co-owner of Petit Fruit Saint-Louis in Saint-Louis-de-Gonzague, and she's a pioneer who is innovative. In 2011, she began producing a little-known fruit called the Haskap berry. Today, thousands of fans love this little fruit, and they go to La Croix Léger to buy it, and as well as many other of her delicious creations. Ms. Lacroix is a truly admirable woman who knows how to share her talents and passions with her family and community. Dear Natalie, you're a woman of spirit, a woman of heart. You are a worthy representative of the women farmers of Quebec. My friend, I will see you soon at your store. I still have lots of Christmas gifts to buy. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, at the dawn of this 44th Parliament, I wish to warmly thank the citizens of Bourassa County who have placed their trust in me for the 4th consecutive election. What a privilege, and I'm very proud to represent them. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank my employees for the quality of the service they have provided. Thank you as well to my family for their respect, and also to my many volunteers. Since 2015, the quality of life of our citizens has improved significantly, but there's still much work to be done. Together, we must continue to fight insecurity, develop more affordable housing, support our seniors, and most importantly, build a sports center. Rest assured, I will always be at your side.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Today I rise to thank the constituents of Niagara West for putting their trust in me for the 7th consecutive time. I'm proud and honored to be their voice in this chamber once again. I'm humbled that I received more votes in this election than the last one. Thank you, Niagara West. Thank you for your support. As we all know, this election was extremely divisive, and this was only so because of the Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister leading a corrupt and secretive government. Canadians should be concerned that our Prime Minister would try and divide us, for pitting one group of Canadians against another. That is no way to lead this country. No. The Prime Minister is also failing Canadians on the economy. Just look at the skyrocketing inflation and the cost of living crisis we are in. Higher prices for groceries, gas, and other essentials like home heating. My constituents are worried. Canadians are worried. Thankfully, they can count on a strong and united Conservative official opposition to fight for the best interests of all Canadians, and we intend to do exactly that.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House for the first time to talk about an issue that is personal to me. Ma famille et moi sommes arrivés au Canada en tant que...
My family and myself came to Canada as refugees.
Canada, I lived in social housing, and considering the rate of homelessness across the country, I know that we were lucky. Accessible and affordable housing is not a privilege, it should be a universal right. Mr. Speaker, every single person in London across Canada deserves a place to call home. That's why I want to highlight Homes Unlimited, an organization working tirelessly since 1972, helping to fill the housing gap for Londoners with affordable housing solutions. The Tecumseh Place development, part of the Homes Unlimited, has worked to provide affordable housing for the families of London West. I also want to highlight the need of housing across the country and thank our government for making it a priority in this mandate. I hope that across the aisle we can agree to make this a nonpartisan and an important issue we can champion in our time here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Orleans is filled with outstanding residents, and 2 of Orleans residents received the 2021 Order Mayor of Ottawa Awards on last Thursday, November 18. Congratulations to Michael Allen, President and CEO of United Way East Ontario, and Ian Ferris, Senior Vice President of the Chamber Network Relation and Advocacy at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce for this well-deserved recognitions. La semaine dernière, j'ai aussi...
Last week, I also had the privilege of participating in 2021 award ceremony in Toronto, organized by the Franco-Ontarian Association. Members across the country were recognized for their leadership and commitment. I'd like to give a special bravo to Jocelyne Legault for her work as the Director General of the Gymnastics Club in Orleans. Congratulations.
To the Orleans community for re-electing me and allowing me to be in this 44th Parliament. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my congratulations to you on your re-election. As this is my first opportunity to rise in the 44th Parliament, I want to thank the people of the Kenora riding for once again placing their trust in me to serve in this chamber. It is an honor to continue in this position, and I am thankful to everyone who helped our team make it possible. During the last campaign, Speaker, I heard from countless individuals hoping for a robust economic recovery that includes the North. To make that happen, small businesses must be given the opportunity to thrive, serious labor shortages must be addressed, and the government must present a real plan to deal with the current housing crisis. Canada's recovery must include all sectors and all regions. Mr. Speaker, it is my renewed pledge that I will work to ensure that Kenora riding and all of Northern Ontario is well positioned to drive that economic recovery forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the famine genocide in Ukraine known as the Holodomor, when Joseph Stalin closed Ukraine's borders and confiscated all food to destroy a Ukrainian population opposed to his rule. 19 people per minute, 1,200 per hour, and 28,000 per day were dying of famine at the height of the Holodomor. The world was silent. Millions died as a result. My grandmother Olena was a survivor of the Holodomor, and she once told me that she hoped that the victims of the Holodomor would not only be remembered, but that they would be honored. Honoring them for her meant not just remembering them or commemorating them, but making sure that crimes like this never happens again. So I hope that this week we all take the time to remember and commemorate the victims, but also renew our efforts, redouble our efforts to ensuring that crimes like this that are happening even today stop and never happen again. Let us do as my grandmother would have asked if she were here today. Let us remember the victims. Let us commemorate the victims. Let us honor them.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to thank so many members of this place and their constituents who've reached out and passed on support to the good people of Princeton and Merritt, along with the many small Indigenous communities in the Similkameen and Nicola valleys who have been devastated by flooding. While there's been some positive news that some residents can return home, in reality, still many challenges remain. It's one thing to clean up your home and remove destroyed belongings, but those belongings pile up on streets and they need to be removed. Sewer systems are not working. There is no water. And in many places, there's no gas or electricity and thus no heat. Now, each night, the temperature drops further below zero and does not move much above zero in the day. All of these residents are in a race against time now to rebuild their lives in as much as possible before the true freeze of winter sets in. I would like to ask all members of this House to continue to think and advocate for the people of Merritt, Princeton, and those other small communities who need every bit of support and every bit of encouragement we can muster right now and in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, on June 29th, my riding suffered one of the worst disasters in recent memory. Lytton burned to the ground. Now, floods and mudslides destroyed critical infrastructure and private property in every corner of my riding in the last few weeks. My constituents in Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon are hurting. BC is hurting. We are resilient, we will get through this, but we do need help. The government speaks a lot about addressing climate change. Here is the opportunity to back those words with action through resilient infrastructure, climate change adaptation and mitigation for the 21st century. I call on the government to work with partners to rebuild Lytton, to fund critical infrastructure, and to empower First Nations to have more control over disaster management, because the current way of doing things is failing. We have much to do, and I'm squarely focused on getting the resources British Columbia needs to build back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
I wish to thank the good people of Port Moody Coquitlam for electing me as one of the 103 women in this House. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic has been hard on women, and the increased burden of unpaid work caused too many to leave the workforce to take on childcare and homeschooling. Their careers have been set back as they stepped forward for their families. And the women working the front lines of the care economy, many who are racialized and new immigrants, have faced long hours and increased incidents of abuse. They have been hailed as heroes but paid inadequate wages. That is wrong. Yes. Their work is invaluable. This devaluation exists because of broader systems of oppression. As we recover from this pandemic, we must take the opportunity to remove barriers for women and diverse genders and finally achieve gender equality.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the Banner Project, an initiative set up a few years ago by Richelieu at the 79th branch of the Legion. Every year during the Remembrance Day period, banners bearing the effigies of veterans from my region adorn the main streets of Saint-Jean. They remind us of the service of our soldiers, whose biographies can be found on the city's website. If I mention this, Mr. Speaker, it is because Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu was the first city in Quebec to set up such an initiative. Other municipalities have since followed suit, and we hope that the project will become a model for even more cities. Mr. Speaker, it is said that military personnel always pay for their service with their lives. While some do it in one fell swoop, others pay for it over a lifetime. Initiatives like the Banner Project are our way of saying a well-deserved thank you.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
This past week, Canadians watched in horror as disaster struck British Columbia. Torrential rains unleashed a flood that washed out highways, bridges, water and sewer systems. Thousands of homes and businesses have been submerged. Farm animals have drowned or been euthanized. The scene in Abbotsford is one of unimaginable destruction. Countless families have been displaced, dikes have been breached, pump stations overwhelmed, and untold property lost as the carnage swept across our city. And yet I'm grateful to live in Abbotsford. In the middle of all this chaos, my community stepped up when it counted. Our mayor, volunteers, first responders, armed forces, and so many others tirelessly worked to get people to safety and protect the public against harm. The damage will take years to assess and is in the billions of dollars. But we will overcome this monumental challenge and rebuild an even more resilient community. So, Mr. Speaker, may God bless Abbotsford and may God bless Canada.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise today to speak to you and members of this House about two young men missing at sea off the coast of Newfoundland. Adolfo, better known as Tommy Ferreira, and Michael Gill left Lawrence Harbour to Hunter on Saturday, November 13th, and sadly, despite best efforts of rescue crews, have yet not returned home. To the members of the Canadian Coast Guard, the RCMP, the Coast Guard Auxiliary, boat owners and fish harvesters that have and continue to aid in the search for these two men, we say thank you for doing what most of us can only imagine as being a heart-wrenching job. In It is incumbent on us as a government to ensure those who go to sea are safe and will return home to their families each night. We must continue to change our rules and policies to ensure the safety of every person out on our waters. I want to extend to the families and friends of these two young boys thoughts and prayers from the constituents in Avalon and indeed all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. May God be with them.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see you in the chair, and it's great to see MPs in their seats. For more than a week, Canadians have been watching devastating images out of British Columbia as floods ravage Abbotsford, Hope, and dozens of communities. I want to recognize that the Minister has been in regular contact with the federal government's response to these tragic floods. So could the Prime Minister please update this House on the latest federal government efforts to deal with this disaster?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for bringing this up. I know that he and I and all members of this House, indeed all Canadians, stand with British Columbians during this extraordinarily difficult time. We are, as he said, in close contact with provincial authorities to make sure we're prepared for any further aid required. Federal resources have been on the ground since the very beginning and now have up to 500 CAF members on their ground, sandbagging, rescuing livestock, providing food and support to remote communities. We will continue to be there to support people in BC as we get through this and as we rebuild. It's what Canadians do. We stick up for each other. We're there for each other. We will continue.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'd like to thank the Prime Minister and keep on the theme of standing up for people in British Columbia. The Coastal GasLink project has agreements with 20 Indigenous communities in BC. True reconciliation demands a plan for economic reconciliation so that the next generation of Indigenous children inherit opportunity and not trauma, Mr. Speaker. This week, we've seen dog whistle invitations to blow up projects like Coastal GasLink. So why are Canadians waiting on this Prime Minister to release a real plan for economic reconciliation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from 2015 onwards, we have been serious about the work of reconciliation, which absolutely does include economic reconciliation in leadership, in partnership with Indigenous peoples, whether it's on developing natural resources, whether it's on ensuring parity in investments in schools, or ending long-term boil water advisories. We will continue to move forward in a way that is led by and guided by the partnerships with Indigenous peoples across this country. Of course, Canadians need to work together to achieve this goal, and any remarks that advocate for or serve to instigate violence are unproductive and potentially dangerous.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian inflation is at a 20-year high. 60% of Canadian parents are worried about putting food on the table. Monthly grocery bills have already gone up hundreds of dollars. The speech from the throne mentioned inflation once.
Shameful.
Just once, Mr. Speaker. So is the Prime Minister having trouble understanding the concerns of Canadian families, or does he just not care?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is a challenge that countries around the world are facing right now because of disrupted supply chains, because of the recovery of our economies after COVID. But we are extremely concerned about the rising costs of living brought to people by inflation. The member opposite talked about families. That's exactly why we're moving forward with $10 a day childcare right across the country. And indeed, even in places like Alberta, they're moving forward on that and indeed have shown that they will cut in half childcare costs for families as of January 1st. That's real help that the Conservatives here in this House have stood against.
Before I go to the Leader of the Opposition, I'm sure everybody wants to hear the responses to the questions. I just want to point that out and make sure that everybody stays quiet and listens. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, inflation in Canada is at its highest level. 60% of Canadian families fear they won't be able to feed their families. The grocery bills have already gone up by hundreds of dollars, but the throne speech merely mentioned inflation once, just once. Does the Prime Minister realize that we have an inflation crisis in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I find it interesting that, yes, we're talking about inflation as a challenge that many countries in the world are dealing with, but we spent a lot more time in the throne speech talking about solutions like $10 a day daycare, childcare all across the country, and investing in the housing crisis, investments and initiatives that the Conservatives federally oppose. They're tearing up agreements that would help families with childcare, but we're going to move forward to help families precisely with the cost of living. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Solutions for the economy, Mr. Speaker. The labour shortage is real, but the Liberals are ignoring it. Quebec we're hiring signs all over the place, but the Prime Minister has no plan to deal with the situation, no solutions. And as proof, inflation was not even mentioned, or the labour shortage was not even mentioned once in the throne speech. How does the Prime Minister explain that he doesn't acknowledge the labour shortage in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech focused on the major issues Canadians are facing, including the labour shortage, because we know that getting over COVID and getting through the pandemic and building back the economic recovery, the creation of new innovative jobs in green sectors, and reconciliation, those are the major priorities Canadians want us to work on, and that's precisely what we're going to do. Yes, we will raise immigration levels. Yes, we will invest in training. Yes, we will help reduce or diminish the labour shortage, which existed before the pandemic and is still around. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're at the start of a new parliament, and this gives us the opportunity, it will give us the opportunity to cooperate for the benefit of Canadians, but that requires some thought, so we will do that. The priority of Canadians and Quebecers is, of course, health. And from the provinces and Quebec's perspective, that requires an increase in health transfers. The Bloc made a proposal to replace the traditional obscure meeting of first ministers. We think there should be a public summit on healthcare funding. All premiers and the Prime Minister and health ministers would attend this summit so that all Canadians could see what the issues are and what the proposals are. Will the Prime Minister consider this suggestion from the Bloc? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that our healthcare system and our healthcare workers have helped Canadians get through this pandemic. So we have a plan to eliminate delays in healthcare, to build better healthcare facilities for long-term care and mental health. We have a plan to hire hundreds more doctors and nurses in partnership with the provinces. We recognize that the provinces and territories need to be able to provide better care, and we have increased funding. We will continue to be there and continue to invest in healthcare while respecting jurisdictions so that all Canadians get the best possible healthcare all across the country. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express some concern about the term partnership, which seems to mean strings attached. And I was even worried about the word plan during the election campaign. However, can the Prime Minister tell us, in all seriousness, whether he considers that the tragedy experienced during the pandemic was the fault and responsibility of the provinces and Quebec. And if it were him, does he truly believe he would have done any better? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm not at all interested in finger-pointing, in blaming people for the terrible tragedy we all experienced during the pandemic. We're all painfully aware that we need to work together to ensure that our seniors all across the country get better support. And that's why we're here, why we've been there to work with the provinces and territories. Seniors and individuals simply want their parents and their grandparents well cared for. And that is why we will be there as partners to invest and to ensure that seniors all across Canada are safe. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a climate crisis and we need to act urgently. This climate crisis also presents an opportunity to create good jobs for workers, but not if we don't have a plan. This throne speech completely misses the opportunity to have a plan for workers. So why did this Prime Minister abandon workers without a plan to create good-paying jobs that help us fight the climate crisis? Why is there no plan for workers in this throne speech to fight the climate crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just a few months ago, all parties had an opportunity to put forward their plans to fight climate change and to grow the Canadian economy. And I was extremely pleased to see that the support for the Liberal plan on growing the economy, on fighting climate change, was recognized by top scientists, by top environmental leaders like BC's Andrew Weaver, by economists like Mark Jacquard. The kinds of investments and plan that we've put forward and that we've continued to build on in the throne speech was recognized as the strongest plan for the economy and to fight climate change by all experts.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in a climate crisis and we have to act immediately. One thing that could be done is to cut subsidies to the oil patch, and the Prime Minister promised to do that, but currently they're investing 14 times more in fossil fuels than in renewable fuels. Will the Prime Minister undertake to completely eliminate subsidies to oil companies and invest that money in renewable energy to deal with the climate crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, for a number of years now, we've made a commitment to end subsidies to fossil fuels, and we'll do that before the target date of 2025 because we know it's important. In addition, we've gone ahead with a plan to put a strict limit on emissions coming from oil and gas and to reduce emissions gradually until we hit net zero in 2050. Following the advice of scientists. That's the plan the Liberal Party came up with, and unfortunately for the NDP, it was far stronger than their own plan that they proposed in the last election.
Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's speech was just more Liberal broken promises, but what it didn't talk about was the rising cost of everything in this country. Gasoline, groceries, rent, clothing, everything that Canadians need for their basic needs are going through the roof. So my question for the Prime Minister is simple. When is the last time he's gone and filled up his tank of gas? When has he gone to a grocery store? When has he gone to a hardware store? Does he know what a loaf of bread costs now, or maybe a can of beans, or a package of bacon? Thank you.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the conversations I've had with Canadians over the past number of months, two things kept coming back as their greatest concerns. One was the rising costs of childcare and how much it costs their family. Two was their concerns about the housing crisis we're living. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives who pretend to know what Canadians are going through promised to cut our plan on childcare, to scrap it entirely when families need the thousands of dollars that our deal for $10 a day would bring them. And their plan on housing was to give tax breaks to wealthy landlords so they could sell their homes. That doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker.
I'm trying to hear the questions and the responses and answers. I just want to make sure that everybody wants to hear them as well. Good. Okay, good. We're good to proceed. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, let me answer that question for the Prime Minister. A year ago, a pack of bacon was about $5. Today, if you go and buy even no-name brand, everybody knows what no-name brand is except maybe the Prime Minister, it's almost $8. Mr. Speaker, people without children, seniors, those who have school-aged children are buying bacon, bread, eggs, clothing, rent, and this is costing them. But it's very disappointing to have a Prime Minister who is so out of touch. The only thing he might be worried about is if the cost of surfboards go up. I guess he'll worry about that. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister acknowledge that there is a crisis going on with inflation in this country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives try to score cheap political points, we are focused on Canadians. We will continue to work hand in hand with provinces, including Conservative provinces like Alberta, that realize that moving forward on $10 a day childcare, and indeed cutting childcare costs in half for families as soon as this coming January, will make a huge difference in affordability for families. On top of that, we are moving forward to make even more investments in countering the housing crisis, because we know those are two big issues that Canadians are struggling, but there are more. We will continue to work with them on it.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, I see the other thing that's inflating is the Prime Minister's arrogance and disconnect.
Hear,
it's very disappointing to see. The Prime Minister said he doesn't care about monetary policy. Well, that's clear, because it's his monetary policy that is causing massive inflation in Canada. And he might try to say, well, it's happening everywhere, but it's worse in Canada. And people without children or people with school-aged children, seniors, there are Canadians who are struggling with it. So when will the Prime Minister stop just talking about daycare and talk about the fact that everything in this country is going up, and he doesn't seem to realize it or wants to address it?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we see once again the Conservative ideology of this federal party slip through as they talk disparagingly about things like, oh, stop talking about childcare, start talking about things that matter to people. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but the investments that Canadians need, and indeed the Conservative premiers as well across the country recognize, is supporting families is not just good for moms, not just good for kids, it's good for the entire economy as we see greater workplace participation. That, unfortunately, is what Conservatives, yet again, do not get because of their ideology.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this is the reality. 200,000 jobs in Quebec have not been filled because of the labour shortage. It cost billions of dollars for our companies, the fact that they don't have enough workers. 70% of our companies are turning down contracts. That's the economic reality of Canada. There's a labour shortage. And yesterday in the throne speech, there was nothing, not a thing about that. Why is the Prime Minister acting like there's no problem when our companies are currently suffering a shortage of labour? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Conservative Party is very focused on problems without coming up with any solutions. In the throne speech, we focused on solutions more than what the problems were. And the fact is that for more than a year, our border was shut because of the pandemic. Now we're going to invest even more on immigration, working with the provinces in order to bring more labour to Canada. At the same time, we're investing in opportunities like daycare to ensure that in decades to come, we will have a strong labour market and there will be no shortages. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, allow me to be a bit skeptical when the Prime Minister talks about the border, because if there's one person who really mismanaged the border issue, it was the current Prime Minister of Canada. This morning, I spoke to some bosses, and they talked about the huge number of vacancies that can't be filled. And the same thing in Bellechasse. There are 50 job vacancies, but there's a labour shortage. And yesterday, there was nothing at all in the throne speech. What does the Prime Minister have to say to entrepreneurs who are having to face a very real labour shortage? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr.
Speaker, we are well aware that there are huge challenges around the labor shortage all across the country, and that is why we are working precisely with the provinces and with entrepreneurs to find solutions, whether the solution is immigration or training or investing in education and early childhood education. We are going to create a system and ensure that there are more opportunities for businesses. The fact is that the Conservatives complained that it was our assistance to workers that was blocking things and causing this shortage. So now we have more targeted assistance, and that is what we're going to continue working on, given that the shortage is still around. The Honourable Member, another economic reality that all Canadian families have noticed is that the cost of living is rising. There's 4.7% inflation. This is the highest inflation since 2003. And yesterday in the throne speech, just one reference to inflation by the Governor-General in debatable quality of French. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the Prime Minister has previously said that a budget balances itself. In his view, will inflation also go down all by itself? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, inflation is a fact that is affecting countries all around the world right now, and Canada is in a similar situation to many of our comparable countries like the U.S., but it is a problem, and that's why yesterday in the throne speech, we didn't just talk about the problem, we talked about solutions. We know that investment in affordable housing, investment in early childhood care, we're going to create 37,000 new places in Quebec with that funding. This will help families deal with the increasing cost of living. We will always be there with solutions for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Environment Minister attended COP26 with some very laudable intentions, and I commend them on that. But it was the last chance COP, and we still have the huge oil companies operating, and the Prime Minister had aggressive, ambitious targets for emissions reductions, but the oil industry is boasting about its desire to increase drilling by 25% in 2022. Is that consistent with the government's goals? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in our plan, which we presented at COP26, and the plan we presented to Canadians in the last election campaign, we acknowledged that there has to be a hard cap on emissions from oil and gas, and emissions need to be reduced until we hit net zero. And the commitments that were already made by a number of oil companies in Canada are in line with that. We're going by science. We're going to reduce emissions all across Canada. We're going to ensure that we create better jobs for a better future for all Canadians while attacking climate change at the same time. The Honourable Member, when it comes to science, the previous minister's lectures were more instructive than the current ones, obviously. However, in the West, it's a very oil-based economy, and Quebec's economy is much greener. But we know that in order to reduce emissions, to hit targets, that goes against any authorization to increase production. Does the Prime Minister not wonder whether his solution is not a recipe for failure? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. With all due respect to my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois, I have to explain that in Canada, in our federation, we have something that's called provincial jurisdiction. And the provincial jurisdiction manages its most resources are governed by provincial jurisdiction. I can't hear the answers, so I would ask everyone to not shout in the chamber. The Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Member should full well know that the federal government can legislate emissions but cannot directly tell the provinces what to do about production because energy production is under provincial jurisdiction, and the member should know that full well.
The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. Almost $500 billion of inflationist liberal deficits mean more dollars chasing fewer goods, driving higher prices. But the Prime Minister says he doesn't think much about monetary policy.
Clearly.
That's no surprise. After all, it's just inflation. Given that housing and gas prices are up by a third, has he had time since he got off the surfboard to think a little bit more about monetary policy?
I just want to remind the honourable members, I know we've been gone for a while and we're back, but when we're talking in the House, we can't mention someone's name in the House. We refer to them as their title or by their writing. I just wanted to make that clear in case all of you forgot. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives play silly partisan games, we are focused on Canadians. We know that what Canadians are facing is a serious situation, and that is why we have taken real action. First of all, in disagreement with the Conservatives, we invested to support Canadians through the pandemic. It wasn't just the right solution for the health crisis, it was also the right solution to make sure our economy would come roaring back. And that's why we're moving forward on investments like childcare and housing to make sure that we're helping Canadians through this affordability challenge as well.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, every time he creates a new program, the cost of the said object goes up. For example, he spent $70 billion on affordable housing to make housing prices go up by almost $300,000. And many members of this House were not even born when Liberals first started promising to make daycare affordable. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, when will he realize that more dollars chasing fewer goods means higher prices, and that the more he spends, the higher the cost?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Carleton and indeed the Conservative approach on the economy is well known by Canadians, and that's why it was so...
I just want to make sure we're okay to continue. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they were soundly rejected 3 times in a row by Canadians. Our focus has been on growing the middle class and supporting hardworking Canadians throughout. That's exactly what we've been doing. When we put forward a plan for $10 a day childcare that's been accepted by a number of Conservative premiers across the country, the federal Conservatives promised to rip it up. As we choose to move forward on investing in housing, they want to give tax breaks to landlords to sell their buildings. That was the wrong approach, Mr. Speaker. This is the right one.
The honourable member for Carleton.
He likes to blame his inflation on something that's happening in a faraway place around the world. Why is it then that Canadian consumers are paying higher rates of inflation than Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, Singapore, India, China, Japan, Germany, Italy, France, the UK, the Eurozone? In fact, every country except the money-printing mammoth south of the border has lower inflation than us. Why doesn't he take responsibility for the higher cost of living that his out-of-control spending is piling on the backs of Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I am impressed to see the high esteem in which the member from Carleton seems to hold me, that I was able to create a global inflation crisis with our initiatives to support Canadians through this pandemic. Because that's exactly what he is saying. Everywhere in the world, they are seeing record high inflation. And here in Canada, we continue to invest in ways to support them with world-class childcare investments, with housing, with investments in reconciliation, in fighting climate change, in building a better future, while they choose to hide their heads in the sand.
Honourable member for Carleton.
I think the Prime Minister got the facts wrong. Other countries have lower inflation than here. France, Italy, Germany, Japan, the UK all have lower inflation rates, much lower than Canada. Only the US, which is spending money like crazy, has a higher inflation rate. And he knows that. We know that the Prime Minister doesn't think about monetary policy because it's just inflation. But he should think, is he thinking about the real costs he's putting on Canadians' shoulders? Once again, I would remind members, perhaps it wasn't understood when I said in English, so I'll say it in French. When you're in the House, you refer to other members by their riding or by their title. I think that's clear now. I've said it in both languages. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'll use an expression I used to use as a teacher. If the member for Carleton spent more time doing his homework and less time with puns, he might understand that the whole world is dealing with an inflation crisis. And yes, it's a serious crisis in all countries, more serious in the U.S. than here. But that's why we are coming up with concrete solutions like investing in childcare, creating more spaces, and investing in housing. We will continue to be there for Canadians while the Conservatives are obsessed with me.
We are in a housing crisis where people cannot find a home to call their own. It is impossible for people to find a home. They're seeing the forces of speculation driving up the cost of housing, and this federal government and previous governments haven't invested enough money in building homes that people can actually afford. Given this crisis, why isn't the Prime Minister responding to the seriousness of this crisis with the response necessary to help people find a home that they can actually afford?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the speech from the throne, housing is a major priority for this government, and we will deliver. With programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund, which will help municipalities build more and better faster. Whether it's building more units per year or increasing affordable housing, we will work with partners to get real results for Canadian families, including with things like helping families buy their first home sooner with a more flexible first-time homebuyers incentive, a new rent-to-own program, and by reducing the closing costs for first-time buyers.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
This is a housing crisis, and it's really impossible to find affordable housing. This government doesn't know what affordable means. It thinks that $2,250 a month for rent in Montreal is affordable. That's crazy. Why does this Prime Minister not respond to the housing crisis issue with the urgency that is necessary to help people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are taking action, as we said in the throne speech. Housing is an important priority for our government. That will lead to results through programs like the Housing Acceleration Fund, which will help municipalities to build more and faster, be it in building more housing per year by increasing the number of affordable housing units. We will work with our partners in order to obtain real results for Canadian families, as well as helping families to buy their first home sooner with the help of the first-time homebuyers incentive, along with other programs such as rent-to-own and reducing closing costs for new buyers.
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, my province has been devastated by natural disasters over this past year. In between wildfires, landslides, and flooding, my constituents and countless British Columbians are having their property and their lives threatened or even lost. With the ever-worsening reality of climate change, we know that these weather events are going to become more frequent and severe. Can the Prime Minister please tell this House and update this House on his critical work to address this issue?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for this important question, and my thoughts, as they do from everyone in this House, remain with the people of British Columbia. As a result of the recent floods, we approved a request for federal assistance, and over 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces are on the ground and will remain there as long as needed, with reinforcements at the ready. We will do more to mitigate the damage from these natural disasters and move forward on a low-cost national flood insurance program. And we will be there with the people of British Columbia every step of the way as they clean up, as they recover, and as we all rebuild together.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were again entitled to a nice speech, but nothing in terms of concrete action to fight inflation that would help Canadians and Quebecers deal with the costs of groceries, gas, and housing, which are exploding. Can the Prime Minister, who has already said that the budget would balance itself, it's true, the Prime Minister already said that, can he tell Canadians when he will propose concrete measures that will allow us to attack this increase in the cost of living affecting each and every one of us? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, for those who listened to the throne speech, they would see that our speech was based on solutions that we are proposing for families that are dealing with these challenges, particularly when it comes to housing and in terms of finding a spot in affordable daycare. These are two examples that are directly affecting the cost of living, two examples that, unfortunately, the Conservatives did not have in terms of a plan to help Canadians. The government will be here, fortunately, in partnership with the provinces in order to help families across the country. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the Prime Minister's political priorities are doing nothing for Canadians who are concerned by the crisis in the terms of the cost of living. This is preventing families from accessing home ownership. It's causing the increase in essential products, costs to go up, and paralyzing businesses and limiting the supply chain. I ask my question again to the Prime Minister. It's very simple. When will he propose concrete measures that will help to deal with the high cost of living, which is affecting every single Canadian? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. That is what we proposed yesterday, with a number of measures that will create economic growth and ensure that families get help, as well as to ensure that we can end the pandemic once and for all. In all the questions the Conservatives have asked today, there were none about putting an end to this pandemic. But we know that the best approach in order to relaunch our economy is to ensure that we can put an end once and for all to the pandemic. Unfortunately, not all Conservatives are vaccinated, but 95% of Canadians are. That is a good thing, and we will continue to work on that. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Prime Minister read the throne speech before it was read by the Governor-General, because throughout the text, the word inflation was said only once. Instead of introducing an economic recovery plan for seniors, families, and small businesses, what is the Prime Minister proposing other than more deficits that will lead to an increase in income taxes and other taxes? This will increase the cost of living for Canadians and Quebecers instead of focusing on investments and priorities. The government is doing the opposite. So I would repeat my question. When will there be concrete actions that will deal with the increase in the cost of living affecting every single Canadian? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite did not read the throne speech because we focused on solutions in the throne speech. Canadians clearly indicated that they wanted to put COVID-19 behind them, find real solutions to build a better future for Canadians. Yesterday, we talked about our plan in detail to put an end to COVID-19, to put in place strong measures to fight climate change, to move us forward in terms of reconciliation, to help Canadians to become homeowners and create jobs while increasing the middle class and fighting the labour shortage. That's what we are proposing in terms of solutions. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here is what we all hear in our riding offices: agriculture, labour shortages, in retail sectors as well, in manufacturing as well, problems with Immigration Canada to deal with applications by foreign workers who want to come and help us here. An explosion in the cost of living, in the cost of groceries, gas, and housing. And what concrete actions have been proposed by the government to deal with these problems? Nothing. One single mention of inflation. People are sick of the Prime Minister's rhetoric. They want action. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives don't seem to understand that inflation is a problem, not a solution. We focus the throne speech in our plan on solutions for Canadians, solutions like ending COVID-19, taking strong measures to fight climate change, to make life more affordable, to move together towards reconciliation, help Canadians become homeowners and create jobs and fight against the labor shortage. And that is what we are proposing. These are solutions that Canadians want and for which they voted a few months ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bois-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I salute the Prime Minister's epiphany. He recognizes the existence of provincial and Quebec's jurisdiction. Hallelujah. If natural resources are under Alberta's jurisdiction when it comes to oil, they shouldn't get money to take out or extract the oil, neither directly or indirectly, or by pretending that it's to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which will increase with production. Is there a plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that climate change represents a real threat, not just for future generations in terms of their quality of life, but also in terms of their jobs and careers. So that is why we recognize that we must absolutely fight against climate change. We must put a limit on emissions from the oil and gas sector and reduce those emissions, creating good jobs for the future at the same time. We will be here as a federal government and be partners not only with the provinces but with all Canadians in order to create these opportunities for good jobs and a good quality of life in the future. And before I continue with the Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly, I would remind the members that when you are in your place, if there is not 6 feet between you and the next person, you must leave your mask on so that we can all be safe. So please, sometimes I know people forget, but okay. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have established then that the Prime Minister has discovered the notion of provincial and Quebec jurisdiction, and we have also established that he has the capacity to give money to provincial and Quebec's jurisdiction. That's very interesting. Could the Prime Minister have the epiphany, a full epiphany, and do the exact same thing when it comes to healthcare transfers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I understand. I'm happy that the Bloc is starting to understand how the Canadian Federation works. It was time. So yes, we are here in order to ensure this partnership with the provinces, as well as to invest in partnership with the provinces in many areas in order to ensure that Canadians across the country, this great country called Canada, that they can fully develop. And we are here as a federal government in order to be here as we have been during the pandemic, as we are for people in British Columbia, as we are here when it comes to programs, growing our economy, helping businesses, and to keep Canadians healthy.
Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, the Prime Minister used the phrase, even in places like Alberta, in a derogatory way that is frankly unbecoming of the Prime Minister of this country. For shame. We know what the Prime Minister thinks of workers in Western Canada, but at a time when fuel costs are rising out of control, the Prime Minister needs to stop his attack on the workers in Western Canada who provide Canada with a low-carbon, ethical and secure source of energy while merrily cheering as tankers of Saudi oil make their way down the St. Lawrence. Does the Prime Minister even know how much fuel has increased in cost since he last took questions in this place?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that over the past many months, we have been working closely with Albertans, whether it's family representatives or nonprofit organizations, who've been pushing their elected representatives to move forward on the $10 a day childcare that indeed places like Manitoba and Saskatchewan had even last summer. And it was with great pleasure that we saw the Conservative government of Alberta move forward and sign a historic deal on $10 a day childcare. The challenge, Mr. Speaker, is there is not one federal Conservative representative from Alberta who supports $10 a day childcare, and that is a shame for all Albertans.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The number of daycare spaces created by this government, this Liberal government in Alberta, 0. The number of jobs lost in my province under this Prime Minister, hundreds of thousands. Prime Minister earlier talked about housing costs. He thinks that sending tax dollars to fancy think tanks, increasing debt, which increases inflation, is going to somehow lower the cost of basic building goods like lumber, which is out of control, and he has no plan to address this. Does the Prime Minister even know how much a 2x4 costs these days?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear a Conservative member criticize our plan on housing that involved initiatives like working with the municipalities to the tune of $4 billion to invest in more housing, to give more flexible first-time homebuyers incentives, when the Conservative plan that member ran on in Calgary Nose Hill was to give tax breaks to wealthy landlords to sell their buildings easier. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives don't understand the challenges faced by Canadians in the area of housing, because if they did, they'd be proposing a real plan the way we are.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Price of everything has increased under this Prime Minister's watch, including housing. Housing is more unaffordable under this Prime Minister. He does not have the courage to put together a plan. He doesn't have the courage to stand up for Canadian workers as he offshores our job. He doesn't have the courage to stand here and come up with smart economic policies that are going to drive down the cost of goods, get our economy back to work. He does not have the courage to put together a vision. So, Mr. Speaker, it begs the question, how much are Canadians paying for chicken these days?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as far as a rhetorical device goes, accusing an honourable member of cowardice is hardly the kind of tone that I think Canadians want to see in this more constructive House. Canadians returned us with a very clear mandate, all of us, to end this pandemic once and for all, which happens through vaccinations, guys, but also to move forward on investing in things like $10 a day child.
The tone or the sound level is going up that I can barely hear the Prime Minister. I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to start over from the beginning, please.
I think, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians sent this House, newly reconstituted House, back to work to end the pandemic, to invest in things like $10 a day childcare, invest in a stronger future in fighting climate change and creating good jobs, they didn't want to hear silly schoolyard insults from any members towards the government. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why we're going to continue to stay focused on Canadians, even as Conservatives continue to try and fling mud. Canadians need a House that's going to work together. That's exactly what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Governor-General read the throne speech, a speech that described the government's objectives and concrete ways to achieve those objectives. And a significant part of this speech dealt with climate change, action, and the way we can do our share, as well as how to rebuild the economy of the future and be a leader in the fight against climate change. Can the Prime Minister tell people in my riding of Sherbrooke and Canadians how he intends to achieve these important objectives? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Sherbrooke for her dedication in the fight against climate change. In order to create jobs and grow the middle class, we must take bold climate action. That's why we are moving forward with measures such as capping and reducing emissions from the oil and gas sector and increasing the price of pollution. We will continue to invest in our Canadian workers and industries in order to move into the economy of the future while ensuring that no one is left behind.
Member for Foothills.
How many times was agriculture mentioned in the throne speech? Not once. So it shouldn't come as any surprise that the Prime Minister's first decision on agriculture was to end the export of our potatoes from Prince Edward Island to the United States. Not consultation with the Premier, no consultation with the farm families who are going to be devastated by this decision. Islanders are already having a tough time making ends meet because of Liberal inflation, and yet this Prime Minister's intent to destroy one of their most important industries.
For shame.
This decision was based on politics, not based on science. Will this Prime Minister reverse this crippling, self-imposed ban of our potato exports?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, yet again proof that the Conservatives didn't even bother to read the throne speech. We addressed directly that political decision Mr. Harper made a number of years ago to cancel the PFRA by restoring a Canadian water agency that would support prairie farmers and indeed people right across the country. In the matter of potatoes, we are obviously extremely concerned. I brought it up directly with the President last week when I was in Washington because we know...
I'm just going to ask the Prime Minister to stop just for a moment. Okay, go ahead. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, in regards to the serious situation facing Islanders, we have been working closely with Islanders and indeed with the Americans to make sure that the Americans understand that there is no scientific basis for the ban of table potatoes. We are going to continue to stand up for Prince Edward Islanders, look for a solution on this based on science.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has no idea what I was talking about, but maybe he should ask his members of Parliament from Prince Edward Island who haven't said a single word about this decision. With the stroke of a pen, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has devastated Prince Edward Island's potato industry. This is crippling for those farm families, like the Roses in Souris, like the Ellis family in O'Leary. Will these members of Parliament from Prince Edward Island, will they stand up and tell the Prime Minister to reverse the self-imposed ban on our potato exports to the United States? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, following the discovery of potato wart on seed potatoes in Prince Edward Island, the Americans threatened to cut off all potato exports from Prince Edward Island to the United States. We made the decision to move forward with a voluntary suspension to prevent the Americans from bringing in something that would have been much more difficult to reverse, while we work with the Americans and other partners to ensure that they understand there is no scientific basis for the banning of table potatoes from Prince Edward Island, or table potatoes from Prince Edward Island towards the United States or anywhere else.
I just want to remind the honourable members that the masks aren't muffling that much of the sound. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
During the election, the member from Calgary Skyview was caught on a doorbell camera and has been accused of not just removing campaign literature from Conservative candidate Jag Sahota, but replacing it with his own piece that provided wrong information about a polling location. The member is facing a $5,000 fine and up to 6 months in jail during an investigation that is continuing from the Commissioner of Canada Elections. Even with the low bar on ethics and conduct set by the Liberals and indeed the Prime Minister over the last 6 years, does the Prime Minister think that this type of action from a member of his caucus is acceptable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the member has apologized and is fully cooperating with Elections Canada as it goes through its processes.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, our government has reached 9 childcare agreements across all provinces and territories. I am acutely aware that access to childcare will make a major difference for families in my riding and across Canada. Not only does it give our children the best possible start in life, it allows parents, especially mothers, to maintain their professional careers, and it creates good, well-paying jobs for educators. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the agreement reached, the ones we're still waiting for, and how they will change the lives of Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank our outstanding member for Fredericton for this important question. This month, Alberta joined our Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, making it the 9th jurisdiction to offer $10 a day childcare spaces for families. That means that 60% of all children across Canada under the age of 6 will have access to early learning and childcare for $10 a day in 5 years or less. Together, we will finish the job and deliver $10 a day childcare for all Canadian families, including families in New Brunswick. Yes.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Right now, this government is cutting the help that vulnerable seniors and families need. By cutting GIS and cutting the child benefit, vulnerable seniors and families are struggling to put food on the table. They're struggling to keep their homes because they cannot afford the rent. The Prime Minister can fix this today.
Yes.
Will the Prime Minister today commit to ending the clawbacks of GIS and ending the clawbacks of the child benefit and stop hurting vulnerable seniors and families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I will begin by thanking the Leader of the NDP for continuing to stand up for Canadians as we endeavour to do on this side of the House, and I look forward to working with him on issues such as this, because from the beginning our government's priority has been to support the most vulnerable, which is why we worked hard to strengthen income security for seniors, including by a boost to the GIS. It's also why we stopped the Conservatives' practice of sending child benefit checks to millionaires to send more to families who needed it with the CCB. We put in place the CERB to help people at the height of the pandemic. We know it's having an impact on some of our most vulnerable now. Ministers are actively working on this issue to come to the right solution to support vulnerable Canadians, because we will always be there for them.
And I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout pour aujourd'hui. For those who are leaving, I'll give you a bit of time to sneak out so that we can continue. Order. À l'ordre. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and in accordance with the enhanced transparency requirements set out in the amended policy of tabling of treaties in Parliament, I am pleased to notify the House of Commons of the government's intent to initiate negotiations toward a free trade agreement between Canada and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. The Government of Canada intends to commence negotiations by holding a first round of negotiations with ASEAN no later than 90 days from the date of this notice. In accordance with this policy, Canada's negotiating objectives for the Canada-ASEAN FTA will also be tabled in the House of Commons no later than 30 days before Canada holds its first round of negotiations with ASEAN. I'm also pleased to present to the House of Commons the Government of Canada's negotiating objectives for a Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. The Government of Canada intends to commence negotiations by holding a first round of negotiations with Indonesia as soon as practicable. But in accordance with this policy, the first round will take place no earlier than 30 days from today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide Further Support in Response to COVID-19. Cette motion est...
The motion is deemed adopted.
Appuyé par
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Moves that this bill be read now and printed.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Following my election as Speaker, I've consulted with the leaders of the recognized parties regarding nominations of the other chair occupants. I am now prepared to propose for ratification of the House a candidate for the position of Deputy Speaker and Chair of Committees of the Whole. Conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 7, I propose Mr. D'Entremont for the position of Deputy Speaker and Chair of Committees of the Whole.
La motion est réputée propre.
The motion is deemed moved and seconded.
The motion. Carried. Je suis maintenant prêt à...
I'm now prepared to propose for the ratification of the House a candidate for the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Deputy Chair of Committees of the Whole.
Order 8, I propose Ms. Hughes for the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Deputy Chair of Committees of the Whole. La motion est réputée...
The motion is deemed moved and seconded. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Carried.
That's it. Requests for... Oh, sorry. Okay. Petitions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for... I'm feeling a little rusty. Calgary Centre. Resign, yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to be presenting a petition today drawing to the House of Commons the alarming bouts of unrest and violence engulfing the Tigray region of Ethiopia. The petitioners indicate that this conflict has led to egregious human rights abuses and a humanitarian crisis. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to take action and to engage directly and consistently with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on this conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your election, and it's great to be back. I am presenting a petition about the dire situation of minority communities in Afghanistan. Petitioners call on the government to note the situation of the Sikh, Hindu, Hazara, Christian, and other minority communities. They're position was precarious prior to the Taliban takeover, and obviously they're in a much worse position now. This petition was gathered prior to the Taliban takeover, and it called on the government to create a special program to help vulnerable minorities receive direct sponsorship to come to Canada. Conservatives have been calling for this special program for over 6 years, and Liberals have failed to act. Rather than focus on the crisis in Afghanistan, the government chose to call an unnecessary election on the very day that Kabul fell, putting their own interests ahead of their responsibility to lead. Petitioners want to see real leadership by Canada in defense of justice and human rights, standing up for the most vulnerable in Afghanistan and around the world. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Ray Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition today on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about the past and present atrocities committed or suffered by the Hazara community within Afghanistan. The petition calls on the government to recognize the genocide of the Hazara people, designate September 25th as the Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, to ensure that all Canadian aid to Afghanistan continues to contribute to the peace and security of the region, and to fight for the rights of all Afghan minorities, Hazaras, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and all other minorities. Petitioners want to see real leadership by Canada to defend justice and human rights, stand up with the Hazaras community and other minority communities in Afghanistan, and recognize the genocide suffered by the Hazaras people.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. L'honorable député de Saanich.
The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present this petition on the Trans Mountain Pipeline.
To the petitioners that the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion not take place. They point out that a diluted bitumen spill would devastate local ecosystems and economies throughout British Columbia, but particularly in the coastal zone and anywhere along the 800 water bodies, tributaries, and rivers the pipeline would cross. They call on the government to cancel any plans to put public money or to approve any expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What was he about? Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
And congratulations and welcome back. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present this petition from on behalf of my constituents who live in the towns of Fox Creek and Swan Hills. These two towns are in northern Alberta, and they're some of the towns with the highest elevation in Canada. The petitioners note that there's extended travel times and that increased heating costs and other expenses make life more expensive in these communities. As such, these petitions are asking to be moved from the prescribed zone in Alberta, from the intermediate zone to the northern living allowance zone, so that they can get the northern residents deductions. The petitioners ask for the government to include Fox Creek and Swan Hills as communities within the prescribed intermediate zone, allowing the residents of these communities to claim these deductions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next petition I have is from Canadians from across the country. These petitioners are concerned about the accessibility of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impacts of public health, especially on women and girls. And they recognize that we cannot believe that we say that we believe in preventing sexual violence if we continue to allow companies like Pornhub to freely expose our children to violent, explicit material every day. As such, they note that the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child requires Canada to develop the means to protect children from the forms of media that are injurious to their well-being. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to require meaningful age verification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present two petitions from Canadians who are concerned about the past and present atrocities suffered by the Hazara community in Afghanistan. Between 1891 and 1893, a genocidal campaign was waged against this ethnic community. Then, in 1998, thousands of men, women, and children were slaughtered during the first reign of the Taliban. Since the fall of the regime, the Hazars were often targets of violence and harassment, and things have obviously dramatically worsened. This petition calls on the government to recognize the genocide of the Hazara people, designate September 25th as the Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, to ensure that all Canadian aid to Afghanistan contributes to the peace, security of the region, and to fight for the rights of Afghan minorities. Hazars, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and all other minorities. Petitioners want to see the leadership by Canada in defense of the justice and human rights, standing with the Hazara community and other minority communities in Afghanistan, and recognizing the genocide suffered by the Hazara people.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Seeing none, we'll continue. I just want to take this. Oh, I'm sorry. No, not Sandwich Gulf Islands. I'm sorry. It's Okanagan. Now, I just want to check with the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Is he getting up on a petition or for... no, okay. That's why it kind of threw me off there. We'll get to that one shortly. Very good. I just want to remind the honourable members, when presenting a petition, to be as concise and short as possible, get your point across, and I think it'll work out best because we only have so much time, and if we use up the time, then someone else doesn't get a chance to present theirs. I will not call the rubric questions on the order paper because no questions are printed in today's order paper. Les questions qui ont été...
Questions that were submitted currently appear in the notice paper, and they will appear in tomorrow's order paper.
For emergency debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this request for emergency debate is widely supported on all sides of the House. I'm requesting an emergency debate on the dire impacts of the climate emergency, particularly as they are now affecting my home province of British Columbia. We started with the heat dome in the latter part of June and early July, where 600 British Columbians, nearly 600 people, died within 4 days. We went to a summer of wildfires, and we now have had this atmospheric river that has decimated our infrastructure, caused death and destruction, loss of homes and farms, and it continues. We see the impacts now as well, and the loss of infrastructure in Newfoundland and Labrador is very timely, Mr. Speaker. I think it's entirely within the rubric of our rules for an emergency debate. The situation is not chronic. It is a gathering emergency, and I think all of us on all sides of this House, from every party, would appreciate a ruling that allows us to discuss, debate, and one hopes with a spirit of collaboration and cross-party alliance, make common cause with the people of British Columbia, the First Nations, the people across this country suffering in the climate emergency.
Request for emergency debates. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to add my voice in support of that call for an emergency debate on the flooding situation in British Columbia, the critical situation. And in my time here in the House, we've had emergency debates on pipeline closures, on rail blockages, and on climate action. And this issue brings all of that together. This is a one-day rain event in British Columbia has caused untold hardship for British Columbians, but everyone in Canada has been affected by this event. So I would just like to add my support for that call for an emergency debate. Thank you.
Request for emergency debates. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating you on your re-election as Speaker. I believe the outcome was well-deserved. So I look forward to working with you in this next Parliament. Now to my request, which is more specific than you've heard from my colleagues here. It is to do with specifically the rain event that happened this past week in British Columbia, the atmospheric river event, and all of the destruction and mayhem it created across our province. I highlight that this massive flooding event affected communities throughout the Fraser Valley, the Fraser Canyon, the interior of British Columbia. At least 4 people have lost their lives. Dikes have been breached, major rail lines and highways have been badly damaged, and a major evacuation of people and livestock has taken place. Communities in Merritt and Princeton have been fully evacuated. Now you can imagine the displacement and anguish this has caused for thousands of families. The human and economic consequences, Mr. Speaker, are and will be enormous. This is arguably the worst natural disaster in the history of our country. And obviously, the federal government has a significant role to play in delivering emergency support to the flood-ravaged areas and in preparing a long-term funded plan to invest in critical infrastructure to prevent such a disaster from reoccurring. So I'd like to request an emergency debate to discuss how we can work across party lines, and I sense from the comments from my other colleagues and the other parties here that there is a willingness to move forward with an emergency debate on this, but it should be focused expressly on the event that's just taken place this past week. So thank you for your consideration of my request, Mr. Speaker.
Request for emergency debates, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to indicate the government's full support for there to be an emergency debate on the devastating situation that's unfolding in British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have two other requests, but before going on to the two other requests, I'll just say that I thank the honourable members for their intervention, and I'm prepared to grant an emergency debate concerning the flooding in British Columbia. This debate will be held later today at the ordinary hour daily adjournment. The honourable member for Elmwood Trans. Okay, we'll go to the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the emergency debate with what's going on in British Columbia with the climate crisis, I would also like to request for you to consider granting an emergency debate with the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the election was called on August the 15th, the very day in which the Afghanistan government collapsed. As a result, many people have been put at risk under the Taliban regime. We know that this is an urgent situation that has not dissipated since August. In fact, many Afghans who helped Canadians during the time when our military were abroad, they were there to support them, but yet they have been left behind. Their loved ones have been left behind. We also know that there are Canadians who have sponsored spousal sponsorships as well as their children to come to Canada, and processing has been delayed, and they have not been able to bring their loved ones to Canada. Urgency is the time of our day, I think, and we need to have this debate to talk about the government's response in the face of Afghanistan's humanitarian crisis and what other action must be taken to save lives. I hope that you'll grant this request, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Vancouver East for her intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that her request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise for the first time in this Parliament. I want to say thank you to the voters of Elmwood Transcona who saw fit to return me here to represent them. And under Standing Order number 52, I want to request an emergency debate on a crisis that's developing for tens of thousands of Canada's most vulnerable seniors who have seen their guaranteed income supplement clawed back as a result of having collected pandemic benefits last year. What this means for those seniors, Mr. Speaker, and we've heard so many heart-wrenching stories from across the country of seniors that simply can't make ends meet. They're not getting the pandemic benefits anymore, Mr. Speaker. They already lived on a shoestring budget. And having that GIS benefit cut means that they can't make rent. So we're hearing from folks that are being evicted, that are being escorted out of their apartment. They don't know where to go. We know that it would, all the good moral arguments for supporting our most vulnerable seniors aside, we know that it'll be more expensive to serve those seniors on the street than it would be to maintain them in their home. And I believe this is something that if more members here understood better, Mr. Speaker, that this is something we could get the government to act on. We did raise it at the earliest opportunity here in the House, but we raised it at the earliest opportunity outside the House at the beginning of August. We raised it in the election. We've raised it subsequently in letters and phone calls and conversations with ministers in the government. Today is our first opportunity to raise it here in the House, and we believe it would be appropriate to have an emergency debate as these seniors are being taken out of their homes so that we can stop that as soon as possible and help those who have already been evicted come back home. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona for this intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that his request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Yes, point of order. The honourable member for Green Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise for the first time in the 44th Parliament. Congratulations on your election as Speaker. It's a pleasure to join all of my colleagues here in the House. I have a point of order that I'd like to raise, and it's uncharacteristically short based on my past interventions. It's with respect to the two questions of privilege raised yesterday regarding matters which were outstanding when Parliament was dissolved. This issue was of particular concern to the government House Leader. So yesterday, my House Leader quoted page 81 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, quote, "The House of Commons enjoys very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt power. In other words, the House may consider any misconduct to be contempt and may deal with it accordingly. Instances of contempt in one Parliament may even be punished during another Parliament," end quote. This latter point was decided definitively by Mr. Speaker Jerome on November 9, 1978 at page 965 of the debates in relation to allegations concerning misleading information provided to the 29th Parliament being raised over 4 years into the 30th Parliament. The Chair cited page 161 of the Erskine-Mays Parliamentary Practice, 19th edition, that, quote, "a contempt committed against one Parliament may be punished by another," end quote, and then held that, quote, "the matter is obviously put to rest," end quote. This principle was reaffirmed during the 32nd Parliament by Madam Speaker Sauvé on December 16, 1980, at page 5797 of the debates, when she ruled on a question of privilege from one of my predecessors, Tom Cossett, concerning his order paper question in the 30th Parliament. Though she did not find a prima facie case for other reasons, the Chair said, quote, "At the outset, let me assure honourable members that a contempt against one Parliament may be raised and is punishable in another Parliament," end quote. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to offer a much more recent citation. On June 23rd, the Chief Opposition Whip raised a point of order asking, among other things, what would happen to the questions of privileges we are now concerned with if the heavily rumored election were to be called over the summer. And you answered him at page 9060 of the debates, quote, "I just want to make sure that we got everything the way it should be and that the answer is correct. The points of privilege and the points of order will be carried over, and it will be up to the Speaker at that time to look at it and take all the information as it evolves and make a decision at that time," end quote. Speaker, I recently came across an Italian proverb whose English rendition is, "The bird is known by his note and the man by his words." And I dare not try and offer it in Italian, Mr. Speaker. This House has confidence in you because you, sir, are an honourable man, and we know that you are a man of your word. As my predecessor from many years ago, Mr. Cossett, raised a point with the then Speaker, trusting and knowing that it would be handled appropriately, I do the same today with you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the honourable member, and I will take it under consideration in my deliberations. Thank you. The honourable member for Windsor West.
This is my first time rising. I want to thank the residents of Windsor West and congratulate you. And I will be brief on this point of order, but it is pertinent to at least see if you have some knowledge you can share with this House. The Minister of International Trade tabled intentions to actually have trade agreements with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations today. However, we don't have our committee struck. There is no discussion of that. I'm wondering whether you, Mr. Speaker, can actually share any of updates about that, because we only have a few short weeks right now. Then we're breaking all the way through December, and there's a 90-day process. So most of the time for the committee and members to be able to gauge in this is going to be taken up quite soon. So I'm just hoping, Mr. Speaker, you might be able to share some thought about the striking of committees, because until that time, members can't get to their full capacities to represent their constituents and also the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable member that it is up to the House to appoint the procedures and the PROC committee. And when they're ready, I'm sure they will report to the House, and then we can proceed from there. Orders of the day.
Government orders.
Government business motion number 1, respecting the business of the House and its committees.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practices, the House beginning on the day after this order is adopted until Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. Les députés.
Members may participate in proceedings of the House, either in person or by video conference, provided that members participating in person do so in accordance with the Board of Internal Economy's decision of Tuesday, October 19th, 2021, regarding vaccination against COVID-19, and that reasons for medical exemptions follow the guidance from the Ontario Ministry of Health document entitled Medical Exemptions to COVID-19 Vaccination, and the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, or NACI.
Remotely in a sitting of the House are counted for the purpose of quorum. C.
Any reference in the standing orders to the need for members to rise or to be in their place, as well as any reference to the chair, the table, or the chamber, shall be interpreted in a manner consistent with the virtual nature of the proceedings.
D. The application of Standing Order 17 shall be suspended. E. The application of Standing Order 62 shall be suspended for any member participating remotely. F. In Standing Orders 26.2, 53.4, 56.13, and 56.22, the reference to the number of members required to rise in place with the word 5. G.
Documents may be laid before the House or presented to the House electronically, provided that
I. The documents deposited pursuant to Standing Order 32.1 shall be deposited with the Clerk of the House electronically. 2. During routine proceedings, members who participate remotely may table documents or present petitions or reports to the House electronically, provided that the documents are transmitted to the clerk prior to their intervention.
3. Any petition presented pursuant to Standing Order 36.5 may be filed with the clerk electronically. 4. Responses to questions on the order paper deposited pursuant to Standing Order 39 may be tabled electronically.
Unfortunately, I can't dispense. I'm sorry. You're going to have to listen to me for a little bit longer. Can I? Oh, may I dispense then? Okay, very good.
The very last one, very last page. That's basically just a debate.
We start with the Government House Leader.
Yes.
After all that, debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in this House, particularly on this issue. I hearken back to March of 2020 as the pandemic became a reality for all of us, and we tried to grapple with how this place was going to work. And I really want to take a moment to thank the opposition House Leader, the opposition whip, and from the Conservatives, from the NDP, and from the Bloc Québécois, who I think we all worked very effectively. We were dealing with an extraordinarily challenging time where we had to determine how we were going to continue to do the business of the nation. And I have to also, Mr. Speaker, thank the House administration for the incredible work that they did as we worked and talked together to build a system, that would allow us to continue as members of Parliament, to retain our privilege, to be able to vote and debate and do the things that we do here that are so important in service of our constituents and all Canadians. As I stand here, Mr. Speaker, of course, I also have to harken back to my first time being in the House as a member of Parliament. Every member of Parliament, I think, takes enormous pride in being able to stand in their place on behalf of their constituents. And that first time you enter this chamber, I feel that sense of awe, that sense of humility that you get to do that on behalf of the people that you live with, your home communities, is pretty remarkable. So it is not a light thing to be away from this place. But of course, we were in a global pandemic. On a créé un système hybride.
We created a hybrid system. We created a system that was quite effective. In this House of Commons, it was possible for all MPs to debate motions and to participate in question period virtually. The ministers could answer questions. Committees could sit. In fact, it was possible to continue our business and to focus on the priorities, the important priorities for Canadians. We created a new system to allow us to vote, a system for debates. We used new technologies. It was a remarkable time, and it was a time of evolution.
With a system that worked and served us well. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not out of this pandemic. This pandemic, which has claimed 30,000 Canadian lives and more than 5 million lives of Canadians across the country, is real. We do not know how it will end. All we know is that we continue to be within it. We hit an incredible milestone as a nation. 90% of Canadians getting their first shot. Over 86% of Canadians getting their second shot. I think all Canadians can take great pride in that. And I think we as a chamber can take great pride in the way that we worked with one another to advocate for vaccines being the only path out of this terrible pandemic, the only path to save lives, the only path to make sure that the most vulnerable don't end up in ICUs or even worse in morgues. So as we continue to push that number higher, I think any debate, frankly, that calls into question the efficacy or the importance of vaccines is incredibly important. And pretty disappointing, I should say. And it's disappointing because it lends credence to that conspiracy theories and the junk science that we see on the internet that's making people fearful of doing the right thing to protect themselves and their families. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that some people have compared this place to a sports arena or a restaurant and say, well, if you can go to a sports game, why can't members of Parliament be here in Parliament? So let's talk about that for a second and what the distinctions are. If I were to go to a sports game, Mr. Speaker, I would not fly across the country. In fact, it would be equivalent to having a sports game where every participant viewing said sport game came from a different corner of the country. And they did not spend 3 hours watching a game. No, they will spend 12 and 13-hour days inside of that facility, Mr. Speaker. That those individuals who would go to that sporting game would have a choice if they were immunocompromised on whether or not they would enter the facility. Of course, our members have no such choice. Because without a hybrid system, they have no way to exercise their privilege. They have no way to represent their constituents. So unlike a voluntary sporting match where you can choose as a vaccinated individual whether or not you want to make that choice based on your own health, no such choice exists for members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's at all acceptable that members of Parliament should have to choose between their health or representing their constituents, particularly when we've already demonstrated a system that avoids that very problem. That avoids it now, in the midst of a pandemic that's continuing to claim lives. Mr. Speaker, I also don't want to relitigate this matter. With all due respect to everybody involved, we've talked about this too much. We've had to shut down this House entirely at one point in time, and at various points of time eat up all kinds of time with this House that could be used on other priorities to debate just having the flexibility of this system. With all due respect to the members who are opposing this, what would they do if in February or March there is a new variant, or if there is a surge in cases and it's no longer possible? Do they honestly propose that we should debate this again
when we already have a system in place that is effective? I do not think that's a good use of this time, the precious time that we have of members of Parliament to answer the call of Canadians and their priorities. The other thing that concerns me, Mr. Speaker, is it puts members in a terrible choice who may be feeling a little under the weather or wondering whether or not they should come in. Do they miss that important vote and have to answer that to their constituents? Do they skip that debate because they're feeling a little bit ill that day, or do they risk it and come in? And if they risk it and come in, what's the impact on other healths? Mr. Speaker, in the midst of all of this debate, of course, underscoring it, which is very concerning, is there's a few things we don't know even being here in the chamber today. I don't know how many members are unvaccinated within the Conservative Party. They have not provided that number. Mr. Speaker, we know that a member within the Conservative Party tested positive for COVID-19 just last week. We do know as well that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I don't know how many MPs in the Conservative Party who are unvaccinated who would have been in contact with that member of Parliament who is, I'm sorry, I'm happy to talk outside the chamber if people have questions, or they're going to have a moment in a second to ask questions. But that member, we don't know whether or not they were in contact. And let's be clear on what the public health rules are on when you're in contact with somebody of COVID-19 and you are unvaccinated. You are to go into isolation, and you are to go into isolation for the protection of those around you. And I repeat, Mr. Speaker, I know as fact there are members of Parliament who are in immunocompromised situations where we potentially have an unvaccinated member of Parliament entering this chamber who has direct contact with somebody with COVID-19, and we don't know if they have been in this chamber under that circumstance in violation of public health. That's deeply concerning. Now, what is even more confusing about that position is that there is a solution for the member who is unvaccinated, or members that are unvaccinated. There is a solution for the member who tested positive for COVID-19. It is hybrid. But in blocking hybrid, the Conservatives are effectively saying they want to remove the ability of that member to represent their constituents. They effectively want to disenfranchise their own members' ability to serve their constituents. That's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. I would say, with respect to exemptions, because we don't know how many exemptions that have being sought, this motion addresses that. Let's be very clear. The Chief Medical Officer of Health, and in the documents that come from the Ontario Ministry of Health, in which the jurisdiction we are in, has a clear document entitled Medical Exemptions to COVID-19 Vaccination. It clearly lays out what is and what is not acceptable in terms of an exemption. That should constitute roughly 1 in 100,000 individuals. Now, with a sample size of 119, which is the size of the Conservative caucus, 1 in 100,000, if it was 1, wow, that is some pretty unlucky numbers. If it is 1 in 40, if it is 3 Conservative members who have it, that is odds of 1 in 40. So if you're a Canadian in a workplace with a vaccine mandate, you have a 1 in 100,000 chance. If you're a Conservative, 1 in 40. Now, that's not math I buy, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, it stretches the boundaries of what is possible mathematically. In fact, I tried to take a look at what would be a statistical equivalent of that kind of math, and I'm simply unable to find it on this earth. Mr. Speaker, this is not only a place where we have to worry about the privileges or the health of members. As I stand here and I look at you, Mr. Speaker, I see pages who are working for us. I see journalists. I see people within the House administration. I know that between these corridors walk staff people who diligently are trying to serve this place and serve our democracy. And when I see those people, I have to ask and wonder to myself, and sometimes I don't have to wonder because they tell me, how safe do they feel? Is that fair, Mr. Speaker? Madam Speaker, is it fair that a person enters their workplace and be left with huge questions about whether or not basic public health practices are being carried through? Even if we say we put our name on a ballot, even if we say that as a result of putting our name on the ballot, we accept greater risk, Do we say that those that would serve us in this place, whose name never went on a ballot, who never made that choice, should face this kind of risk? And can we look them in the eye and tell them that they must face a higher public safety risk simply because people don't want to use a system that worked? People don't want to use a system that was entirely effective? And Mr. Speaker, what further frustrated me, Madam Speaker, so I have two speakers there, so I'm not sure who to address. But Madam Speaker, another thing that concerns me is that I've made offers to say, look, what do you need changed? What do you need to do so that we can continue to follow public health guidelines and have this flexibility and have some modicum of social distancing, that we can take advantage of the fact that people who are in a health vulnerable situation, who are immunocompromised, can work at distance. Give me something, work with me. Nothing. No go, no interest. Too bad. Every single person here in the middle of a pandemic, regardless of their health situation. Madam Speaker, I don't think that's acceptable. So we have an old and outdated, and I dare say dangerous view of what has to happen on the other side. That damn the torpedoes and damn the consequences, forget the technology available or the public health circumstance, shove everybody in here. I don't want to think about what the consequences of that kind of thinking could lead to. It's not right. It's not right in this workplace. It's not right in any workplace. Members can, with these hybrid provisions and this motion, represent their constituents. They can hold the government to account. They could vote. They could debate. They could participate in committee. And they could do it all safely. And with this motion, in the suspension of Standing Order 17, they can also speak freely in all sorts of different places in this space so that we can have some kind of social distancing here, something else that's not allowed. The production of documents is going to be allowed to be done electronically. In short, it allows the extension of a member's full and entire privilege in a time of a pandemic safely. It allows us to do the business of Canadians safely. There are many debates that we have here where the science and the evidence leave some gray areas in between. Madam Speaker, I'll finish on this note. There is no gray area of science here. There is no area of ambiguity in terms of the imperative action that we need to take to protect not only members, but the people who work here. I'm saddened that this has taken a debate. I wish that, like other matters that we dealt with so effectively, we could have reached unanimous consent, but here we are. So at least dispose of this quickly so we can get back to the business of this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, thank you. This is my first time to speak in the House. It's a great honor. Although it comes to me with a very heavy heart, having stood on the front lines of fighting the COVID pandemic for the last 21 months, I find it very difficult when the honourable member across the aisle quotes chapter and verse the guidelines of public health, when yesterday he made it very clear that those who are fully vaccinated and who are COVID positive could return to work. Yes. So my question is why can we all not return to work in person?
It's an expert.
Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me start by welcoming the member for Cumberland Colchester to this chamber. I look forward to engaging him in many debates and appreciate his comments here. Madam Speaker, of course, this is the point with hybrid. If the member is comfortable and confident working here fully vaccinated, the member can do so. I would just ask the member, if he's talked to members who have health concerns or are immunocompromised, what would he would say to them about forcing them into this chamber shoulder to shoulder? Why is the member opposed to the idea of having hybrid provisions which would allow members to make the choice to make sure that they can operate safely. Would the member not agree that other workplaces that have vaccine mandates and have adapted and have changed and allow remote work to take place, particularly in a public health crisis, does he not think those are appropriate? Does he think all workplaces should force employees to be in their seats regardless if there's other tools for work for them remotely? At what point does he say we should go back to the hybrid measures? At what point does this pandemic reach the threshold of danger that he finds it acceptable to have hybrid measures? If we have a new variant, if the case counts double, triple, quadruple, would he have us relitigate that in March? Would he have us come back here in February and spend more House time negotiating this? Madam Speaker, this makes no sense to me.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Montarville. First, I'd like to thank my colleague and congratulate him for his position of House Leader. I was able to work closely with him on a bill that was nonpartisan about lowering the right to vote to 16 years of age. And I know that my colleague can work in a collegial fashion with other members in this House because I was able to see that with him. But there's something that concerns me enormously in the proposal that was put forward by his government today. We all noticed on this side of the House that the Liberal government used this provision about hybrid parliament to quite literally leave the House, to step away. We saw them, only very few of them showing up before in the House. They were in their offices on the Hill and said they wanted to respect health measures in Quebec and Ontario and not leave their regions. But they were here in their offices on the Hill and answering questions virtually. And that's the government's objective again today, to stay in their offices through this proposal. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague. He's absolutely right. We did work together cooperatively in that spirit, and I hope we can continue to do so. Certainly, for me, that was such a different situation at that time. When things were more serious during the pandemic, that was absolutely necessary. We had to have more people outside of the chamber who were working virtually. But without a question, undoubtedly, the continue its work, and the situation saw the House of Commons worked very efficiently. And now the situation is less serious. And so as such, we can have more people here in the chamber in person, but not 100% of people. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westminster Burnaby.
And it's a real pleasure to see you back in the chair. So congratulations on your selection as Deputy Speaker. And I appreciated my colleague, the Government House Leader's comments. And certainly in this corner of the House, the New Democrats have said all along, it's important to have the hybrid tools continue to be used for all the reasons that the Government House Leader has set out. Now, the difficulty has been, as he well knows, in the past we've seen in this House the government represented by the member from Kingston and the Islands, and basically alone. And this is not acceptable for accountability and transparency. So can the Government House Leader be very clear and on the record that ministers will be present in this House as we move forward in a hybrid parliament, that they will answer the questions, and that we will no longer have ministers in this building upstairs on Zoom, that they will be in the House and they will be responding to members of Parliament's questions?
Good question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I was remiss because there was a changing of the chair not to congratulate you, and so sincere congratulations from the government. I look forward to working with you. To the NDP House Leader, thank you very much for the comments. And obviously, despite the incredible effort of the member of Kingston and the Islands, no one wants a situation where that's the situation, where we only have one member here. But as I said in my French, and I appreciate for people who tolerate my French, that the reality is that this is an evolving situation, and that what we had previously was a situation that was much more severe than the one that we are in now, and we had to adjust to that. Certainly in the circumstance we are right now, we have every intention to make sure that there is a full presence from Cabinet, to make sure that Cabinet ministers are present in this place and available to take questions, and that we can have that dialogue. I spent a long time in opposition, Madam Speaker. I would say longer in opposition than I wanted to be. I also would say I don't want to return there. But that having been said, it is extremely important for the opposition to have the ability to challenge government, to be able to do that virtually when things are very dangerous and scary, but to do it in person when we're in a situation of security like today.
The member for Hull-Elmer.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, at the first time I speak at this 44th Parliament, I would like to thank my constituents and also the members here, including you, Madam Speaker, for your re-election. I'd like to congratulate all of you and welcome to this life experience. Thank you, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, who was also a constituent of my riding. My question is to the government House Leader. In his career that started in 2004, has he ever seen a situation where we were forced, because of a health crisis, to leave the chamber? Have we ever seen a similar situation when we had to create tools and means so that members could continue their work, either by representing their constituents at the House of Commons at committees, or to be able to ask questions to ensure that the government is accountable to Canadians? Why does he think that it's important to keep that flexibility, just in case that we return to another health crisis? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that question from my honourable colleague. That's an excellent question. Yes, this is the first time in Canada's history, I believe, and also in the history of our Parliament, that we've seen such a situation that we have right now. The pandemic did create many disruptions, not just here at the House of Commons, but also all across the country and globally as well. So it's essential with such a situation to remain flexible, to have a system in place that does work well during a health crisis, and we have to continue with measures like this and continue with a hybrid system. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a pleasure to see you once again here in this chamber and at the chair as Speaker. And what a pleasure to see everyone here on a regular basis. And that's what Canadians deserve. Monday, the 330 members were here in the House of Commons. Tuesday, all the members were once again here in the House of Commons. Today, all members were in the House of Commons for our first question period with the Prime Minister, who was here with all his members, and all of us here in the opposition, and the second and third opposition parties as well. We were all here for a regular day in a normal Parliament. Madam Speaker, as long as this motion isn't moved, the regular Parliament will work. And that is why, Madam Speaker, quite seriously, I believe that this motion is not the right one, because we have shown, not just by chance, we showed this Monday, Tuesday, and today, and probably tomorrow as well, that this Parliament does work in a normal fashion. First, Madam Speaker, this is the 6th time I have the present to speak in this House.
Merci du fond du cœur. Les gens qui...
I'd like to thank everyone who made it possible for me to have the privilege to be here again as the member for Louis Saint Laurent. This is the 3rd time, Madam Speaker, the 3rd time people from my part of the world have put their confidence in me to sit here in the House of Commons. And it was my 6th time being elected, whether it was at the National Assembly or here in the House of Commons. Being elected 6 times, Madam Speaker, is an honor, and it's a huge tribute that we need to accept with great humility. So 6 elections in almost 13 years, that's about almost 25 months. I'm getting pretty experienced with elections. So I'll just say experienced, not an expert. So I'd like to thank the people of Louis Saint Laurent for their renewed confidence in me, and congratulations to everyone who ran in all ridings all across Canada, particularly my opponents from Louis Saint Laurent, whose campaign was met the expectations of Canadians. I'd like to thank everyone from my riding from the bottom of my heart. And I'd like to thank and salute our leader, the member for Durham, the leader of the official opposition, for the confidence that he has renewed in me by giving me the very heavy responsibility for the 2nd time as opposition House Leader. And I had the pleasure of serving with the leader last year, and he has renewed his confidence in me. So I'd like to thank the leader of the official opposition, the member for Durham. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my colleagues opposite, the other House leaders. We are the ones who ensure that the House runs smoothly with the cooperation of our own teammates. But I'd like to give a shout out to the government House leader, my counterpart on the other side, and he is a fierce defender of his party, as am I, and he was maybe a bit reluctant to speak French, but I can tell him one thing. His French is impeccable and inspiring, and I thank him for using it here in the House. And I do recognize that this member, who has a number of years of experience, he will be a tough opponent, I don't doubt it, but so much the better. That's what democracy is all about. And allow me also to salute his predecessor, the member for Honoré Mercier, with whom I had a number of exchanges in political debate. And I've had some good and frank relations with him when he was the House Leader. And I wish him every success in his new role as a minister. And I congratulate him on the confidence the Prime Minister has placed in him. And the Bloc House Leader from the 2nd Opposition Party, I'd like to congratulate him. Perhaps I misidentified that member, but he's another member with whom we have good relations, very productive relations, and we do a good job. We do it together. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my NDP counterpart, whose French is more than an inspiration. It's a classic example of how you can learn a second language. And it's not really even a second language. The two are basically at the same level. So the NDP House Leader has on multiple occasions demonstrated how high quality his French is. And when you look at the political spectrum, we on the Conservative at one side and the NDP at the other, we're quite different. But that's okay, Madam Speaker. That's the beauty of our parliamentary democracy here in this place. So, Madam Speaker, why are we gathered here, and why are we debating this motion?
Last 2 years, this country, all around the world, we had to address this tragedy of the pandemic of COVID-19. So let me remind you that not exactly 2 years ago, but about 20 months ago, when the first signs of that COVID pandemic rise up around the world. We were very cautious. Everybody looking at that, we were not quite sure what we address it. And in March, when everything happened here in this country, we have seen, Madam Speaker, and I want to pay all my respect to all those civil servants who work tirelessly, and many times 24 hours a day, to assure that, yes, we can have a hybrid parliament. Why, Madam Speaker? Because at that time, it was a real tragedy. It was a real strong pandemic situation here in Canada from coast to coast and all around the world. So yes, in a very excessive situation, we need real, true solutions. Et c'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente,
and that's why, Madam Speaker, all parties put their shoulder to the wheel and worked shoulder to shoulder to create this hybrid parliament. And allow me, as I did in English a few minutes ago, allow me to thank those who did the outstanding work, the staff of the House of Commons, who in just a few days or weeks managed to create a virtual parliament, enabling Canadian parliamentary democracy to continue to operate despite the very difficult situation we were in. And I'd like to commend the person who played that role in our caucus. I can't give his name, unfortunately, but I'm very proud. And I was very humble to succeed that person. But they worked very hard, along with other people, to respond to the crisis of the pandemic by creating a virtual parliament. It was an absolute necessity. So everyone was able to work together. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I have to say that about 11 months ago, in January, when Parliament resumed, the government decided, unfortunately, to politicize woefully the House of Commons and decided to give everyone a lecture. And I'll be very honest and very sincere here. Only one government member was here, the member for Kingston and the Islands, and I'd like to salute him. He was a perpetual presence, if you will, asserting the government's authority in this place. And I asked him, why is it always you? I'd like to ask him, why was it always you? And I'll let him answer the question. It's no secret who I'm talking about.
To the colleague from Kingston to Allen, who serve in this House as a sole and only soldier of the Liberal Government Party here in the House of Commons. This is a personal achievement, but this is also, Madam Speaker, a shameful achievement of this government. Why, Madam Speaker? Because, yes, we have seen some people who attend the House, well, we have seen one member who attend the House on a daily basis. But all the others, spend their time in their riding, spend their time in their house, and also spend their time in their department's office, which was not far away from this House. Et c'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente.
And that's why, Madam Speaker, I insist on severely reprimanding the government's attitude during the first 6 months of 2021. Because, yes, Madam Speaker, we saw members and ministers doing their job, following the rule to the letter, following the rules scrupulously, the orders given by the Prime Minister, which were to stay home or stay in your office, your riding office or your minister's office. Do not leave your office or your home, period. Madam Speaker, there are ministers who followed those rules set by their own party, but the member for Notre Dame Westmount, I want to make sure I don't make a mistake here. The member for Notre Dame Westmount played two roles, Minister of Transport and Minister of Foreign Affairs during that period. And I don't think I saw the member for Notre Dame Westmount anywhere other than in his home. And we could see the photos of his kids in the background. And there was even there was a ladder behind him, and I said, are you going to knock that over at some point? Anyway, we all went through this kind of thing, but he followed the rules, but not everyone followed the rules, Madam Speaker, even though they were self-imposed rules. And I have to point out, unfortunately, someone who had the supreme duty of ensuring law and order, the Minister of Justice, did as he saw fit. And the member for Verdun, a member from Quebec. And we saw him here in the House. Often we saw him in his minister's office. So that's his office is in Ontario. What does that mean? He was crossing the border during the pandemic. So the minister for Honoré Mercier at the time, on a point of order.
Islands?
I regret that my first time to rise in the House is during a point of order, Madam Speaker, but I do not believe it's appropriate or in order to talk about the presence of a member in the House, whether it's in the past or currently occurring. And this is a very experienced member. He would know that, and he's continually been referring to the fact that members were not physically in the House. As we would know by the rules that were set out during the last Parliament, Madam Speaker, whether you were virtual or physically in the House, you were considered to be present. And the member is completely disregarding that rule that we have.
I appreciate the intervention by the member. Oui, c'est certain que je vais...
Yes, of course, I'm going to remind the member who has a lot of experience that you shouldn't say who is here in the chamber or who isn't or who was or who wasn't. So I'll leave it at that. The member for Louis-Saint-Laurent may continue. Oh, I was really missing the member for Kingston up until now. No, I understand that it's dicey when I talk about this. I have a lot of gray hair. But what the member for Kingston and the Island has said is an illustration of what his leader did and what this party did for the first 6 months of the year. And that's why we're having this debate today, Madam Speaker. And that's why I feel I'm trying to find roundabout ways of raising precisely what I said previously, which is that extending the House through a hybrid parliament is one thing, but there are physical realities. For example, if a minister were to be 109 feet from the House of Commons because their office is here in the building, I recognize that physically speaking, that person's only 1,000 feet from their seat here in the House when they could have come to the House. And that office is in a building where when you enter the building, you meet people on your way in, you pass people in the hallways on your way to your office, and then you come by car from Quebec, and then you go back home by car in the evening. That's exactly the opposite of the lesson that the Liberals were trying to, the example that they were supposedly that they were setting for people. And here, underneath the House of Commons, there are press conference rooms. And so that minister was giving press conferences below the House of Commons and going to his office 1,000 feet from the House of Commons, but never setting foot here in the House of Commons. And the Liberals kept saying, yeah, everybody's here. We're all here. We're answering your questions and so on. But they were saying one thing and doing the opposite. And that is why we are very suspicious about the government's approach. They want to bring back a virtual parliament, although we've been fighting against that. We've demonstrated for the past 3 days that Parliament can function fully in person. A regular Parliament works. And, Madam Speaker, what about the election campaign? That was quite something. My counterpart earlier was saying how important it was to protect public health, and we have to be careful about people taking planes all across the country from coast to coast. But let's look at the facts, Madam Speaker. This Prime Minister is in favor of a motion that says there will be no election. He was in favor of a rule against having an election during a pandemic. And then Dr. Tam, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, said that Canada was officially into the fourth wave of the pandemic. That was on a Wednesday. And on the following Sunday, the Prime Minister went to Rideau Hall, dissolved Parliament, and triggered an election. Right in the middle of the fourth wave of the pandemic, Madam Speaker. And now they're lecturing us today. And what happened during that election campaign, Madam Speaker? All political parties did hybrid campaigns. Our leader, twice a week, And it happened with the leader of the NDP and the Bloc, and I assume with the Greens too. They gave press conferences, but that wasn't the case for the Liberals. The Prime Minister took a plane from one side of the country to the other. In 50 hours, he crisscrossed the country from coast to coast, back and forth twice, 2 return trips. And he did that in almost 50 hours. He did 2 coast-to-coast trips, and yet we're being told not to take the plane, not to leave home. Well, that's what they did for a whole month in the middle of a pandemic. And today, they're the ones lecturing us. Oh, no, you have to be careful. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that. Well, I remember in Hamilton, which is a beautiful city, by the way, in Hamilton, there was a partisan Liberal convention. How many members were in the room again? 100, 200, 300, 400, Madam Speaker. There were 400 people gathered in Hamilton for a party meeting. They have no problem. I have no problem with partisan meetings, but I do have problems. I do have a problem with them violating their own self-imposed rules and their own sanctimonious rules. The government did not do what they were supposed to do. They did not follow their own public health rules. Madam Speaker, I commended my government counterparts earlier, and I commended my opponent in my riding, the Liberal running against me. And there's nothing wrong with making announcements and doing politics during an election campaign. Everyone's welcome, even in Quebec. Everyone's welcome in Quebec. And of course, people like to have photos taken with their party leader. But some of those photos, the Prime Minister was awfully close to the other candidate. Neither one of them were wearing masks, Madam Speaker. But the rules said clearly that when you're physically non-distanced, when you're close together, you should be wearing masks. But neither one of them were in those selfies with the Prime Minister. So this is what creates skepticism among Canadians when they're told one thing and they see the opposite being done. So in early 2021, the government wanted to show how pure they were. They were going to reduce to the strict minimum the number of in-person meetings. They were going to extend the House of Commons virtually. But there are some senior ministers who did the opposite. They went to their offices instead of coming here to the House of Commons. Now, I acknowledge that they were allowed to do that. That was legit, but they weren't physically here in the House of Commons, which ran afoul of their own rules. And I was talking about the Justice Minister earlier, who crossed the provincial border and came here, came into the building, went to the basement, went to his office, but never came here to the place. He didn't want to be 10 feet higher, sitting at his desk here in the House of Commons and answering questions in person. So, Madam Speaker, that is why we want to keep a regular parliament. We've been disappointed with the way things have worked for a year now. We were disappointed with the way the election campaign was run. And then we had to wait 63 days after the election to be able to come back here. 2 full months, Madam Speaker. And this is basically the same House. There's been very little change in the membership, and it cost $60 million. And what did it get us? Nothing more than a cabinet shuffle. $600 million it cost for a cabinet shuffle. It's interesting. My government counterpart said earlier.
Time that we have here in the House of Commons, and we should adopt that on unanimous consent and everything. That's fine. I do understand, Madam Speaker, that yes, sometimes we can agree, obviously, on some issue, but yes, we can also disagree on those issues. And that's what democracy is all about. I think that you will realize and recognize that, yes, there is some 2 parties who are working hand in hand on this motion and other 2 parties who are not supportive of that motion. Hey, Madam Speaker, that's what democracy is all about. And we shall preserve that democracy. We shall preserve the fact that we can say we agree to disagree. That's part of the debate. This is why we are here. This is why our people voted for us. This is why we are here as a representative of our people in our riding. And we shall always keep in mind that we are here for Canadians and for Canada. But, Madam Speaker, if we have debate, we have to keep that way. and we have to be respectful of those who do not share our point of view, and addressing some aspect of that with good, frank, and strong arguments instead of saying something bad about your opponent. Et Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, to that end, I was saying earlier that I had a lot of respect for my counterpart, but I was very disappointed to hear the press conference on Monday. When somebody attacks us, that's not a problem. There are 1,000 good ways to attack your adversary or opponent. Unfortunately, the government House Leader did it the wrong way. It happens sometimes to everyone. But when you're in a political fight, make it a political fight, not on the backs of other people. And so, Madam Speaker, the government House Leader questioned the work, not of the Conservatives, not of those against him, but the work of the Sergeant-at-Arms, when he clearly raised questions about the integrity of the decision made by the Sergeant-at-Arms when he said that there could be exemptions in some cases for some MPs. Madam Speaker, exemptions is not the Liberal Party or the Conservative Party, the Bloc, or the NDP, or the Green Party who decide. No, Madam Speaker, they are offered by the House of Commons, recognized by the House of Commons after consultations with medical experts. I know what I'm talking about, and I'll talk about things that happened. But, Madam Speaker, when the government House Leader said in the press conference that he thought it was very strange to see, mathematically speaking, that there were so many people that had obtained the exemption, how sad, Madam Speaker, because we didn't attack him. He attacked the Sergeant-at-Arms. It is the sacred duty of this person to respect the rules put in place by the House of Commons. Let's talk about those rules. These rules, in the beginning, there was no problem in giving out exemptions. But now that there are Conservatives that have exemptions, no, that's no good, doesn't work. Should I remind the colleagues that in his party there was somebody who got an exemption? Yes, the Prime Minister confirmed that. And finally, that person got an exemption. That's not a problem. But I have a problem with people who today question the exemptions when they themselves got one. At the risk of repeating myself, Madam Speaker, when you are two-faced, you have four cheeks to hit. So that is why, Madam Speaker, we must limit the partisan political debates when it comes to public health, when it comes to people's health. Unfortunately, these people decided to take the partisan political route by criticizing the Sergeant-at-Arms, and I want to condemn them for that attitude. Yesterday, during our question of privilege about the management of the behavior of the clerk of the House of Commons, who is part of the public debate, as we saw in a report by CBC, not Radio-Canada, the French version, but CBC. Perhaps there is a French version. If there is one, send it to me. I'm telling anybody who's listening to send it to me. There was no translation of it. As CBC, when normally it comes out with something, it's true. There was testimony, there's documentation. But this man, the government House Leader, defended the honor of the employees here. Fine, but 24 hours earlier, he had severely criticized the Sergeant-at-Arms. You say one thing and they do the other when it suits them. It's very unfortunate to see that the government House Leader has done this. I have respect for him in the current situation. He politicized public health. So he said the rules had to be respected, and that's what we're doing, Madam Speaker. We, the Conservatives, have always respected the rules issued by the House of Commons and managed by the House of Commons, not by the political parties. That is why, Madam Speaker, very proud to say that all my MPs obtained either both vaccinations or the exemption given by the House of Commons, which consulted its experts, and not the political parties. And all the measures that were taken were respected. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that yes, our colleague, the member for Beauce, had got COVID despite being doubly vaccinated. Nobody is immune, in fact, to COVID. Double vaccination will reduce a great deal the spread of COVID, but no one is protected fully against COVID-19. There was a member of the official opposition at the National Assembly of Quebec who also got COVID despite being doubly vaccinated. People know full well that the Director General of the Canadian Hockey Club got COVID, even though he was doubly vaccinated. So no one is immune. We know that we want double vaccinations. You know, Madam Speaker, we had debates in the House a number of times, and we were defending tooth and nail access to vaccines, and we continue to think about that, Madam Speaker. We should remember, because we asked dozens and dozens of questions after having seen what? After having seen that the government had put all its eggs in CanSino's basket, and ultimately it found out in June that this wasn't possible, and so it meant months of delays for Canada that had to go and knock on the doors of all the other producers of vaccines. And the results is that this time of the year we had asked dozens and dozens of questions on the importance of having access to the vaccines, and as we had dozens of vaccines, the government saying, oh, Canadians will just get vaccinated before Christmas. I remember, Madam Speaker, there was an observer in the Presse newspaper who said, well, look, there was all that they needed was to ask what was the color of the hat that the vaccine shipper would be wearing. But for 10 days, Canada got no vaccines at one point, and the result is that this increased a great deal the third wave, and in Canada we saw it hit harder than elsewhere because there had been this 10-day hole in January and February. It's quite curious. At that time they weren't talking about what color the cap of the vaccine shipper was, but everybody wants to be doubly vaccinating. As a number of colleagues here, I put it on social media in order to encourage people to get vaccinated. When I got vaccinated, and I got comments, but they weren't all kind. But it was something that needed to be said. So we are always respectful of the rules, and that is why, Madam Speaker, tomorrow I will, at 8, get my second test as to whether I have COVID. Why? Because we have a colleague who has COVID, and we were close to him at a certain point, and all those who were exposed in this particular period, as defined by the rules set by public health, then had to go through a first test and a second test. And in my case, I will get it tomorrow, as a number of colleagues will also get the second test. So we're not breaking the rules, we're following the rules. And there was a nurse that I spoke to that works for the House of Commons, not for the Conservative Party, not for the Liberal Party. That's how it should work. We trust the House to take action with regard to the rules that were defined and set out. And that is why we must be very cautious when we say this. I want to remind my colleague of the fact that he had said that according to science, so 1 out of 100,000 can get an exemption. How is it that we got some and there was no mathematical logic? What is it with the Liberals? Why am I saying this? It's because for months and months and months, there was somebody on their side who had an exemption. I don't have a problem with that, but they seem to have a problem with people that have exemptions. Was there a problem then when that person got an exemption? No. There was no problem at all. But there's a problem when it's the Conservatives who get it. That is the problem, Madam Speaker. It's when you politicize and make a public health issue a partisan issue. Has a member questioned or criticized or had suspicions about the fact that a Liberal Party member, a Liberal MP, got an exemption? Have we heard people from the Bloc Québécois rip their shirts and say, somebody in the Liberal Party got an exemption? No. Did you hear anybody in the NDP Party who stood up and said, no, that doesn't make any sense, somebody in the Liberal Party got an exemption? No. Even the Green Party didn't do it. Why then, today, are we hearing this? Because we have some members that got exemptions that were issued by the House of Commons, which consulted its own experts. It worked when there was one exemption given on the other side, but not on our side. That's not how we have to address the issue of COVID and find an area on which we can agree.
This is very important for us to stay focused for what we are here. We have been elected by our people. We have been sitting here in this House on Monday, on Tuesday, today, and tomorrow too, if this motion is not adopted tomorrow, with a normal sitting House, with a full crowd in the House. We have seen just a few hours ago a very interesting fighting question period with a full crowd here in the House. That was quite good, Madam Speaker. That's what politics is all about. That's what democracy is all about. That's what parliamentarian life is all about. Being here in this House, fighting for our principles, asking tough questions to government, listening to them. That's what politics is all about. And now they want to see us getting back to the virtual parliament. And they want to say, well, what could we do if we continue like that and there is a huge crisis? Madam Speaker, if there is a huge crisis, we would do exactly the same thing that we have done 2 years ago. We will address it correctly. But it's not the case now. It's not the case. And we have proved that very conscientiously and very good and in a very good manner in the last 3 days, and today and tomorrow too. Yes, we can have a full House sitting and we can achieve great things. So, Madam Speaker, we have to take the government for account. And we have seen in the few months, the beginning of the 2021, that this government, so less people were here in the House. Members were here in the House. Yes, they were technically in the House because they had a virtual parliament. Yes, yeah. We know that. Yeah. Even if they were in their department office, few yards away from the House of Commons instead of being here. So, Madam Speaker, this is why we need better than that. We
have demonstrated that we're able to ensure the House can have a vigorous debate and it can be full, as we had earlier with the question period, and there are questions that seek to find out what the government is saying. And that's democracy. We need to preserve that, Madam Speaker, and that is why we oppose this motion. And I also want, Madam Speaker, to table this amendment, that the motion be amended as follows. A, in S1, by substituting the words, and I quote, on the designated day, end of quote, the words, and I quote, 2 designated days, end of quote, by adding after the words, at most 4 hours, end of quote, words to the effect that each day, end of quote, and adding after the words, and I quote, at the expiry, end of quote, the words, the second designated day, end of quote, semicolon, and B, on S3, by substituting all the words after adding the following, colon, the words, and I quote, opposition motions to reduce any supplementary budget B for the exercise ending March 31st, 2022, be tabled on the clerk's desk in the 4 hours after the end of the debate in committee of the whole and printed in the order paper of that day, and set out 5 positions for opposition be selected by the chair or speaker, and that all opposition be deemed reasonable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
C'est juste le compter. Non, on peut dire non.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves the following amendment, that the amendment be modified as follows. A, in paragraph S, I, by substituting the words on the designated day, and the second designated day by adding after the words during or no 4 hours after the words, and by adding after the words at the expiry the words on the second designated day. And B, on paragraph S3, by substituting all the words after adding the following, the words opposition notices or motions to restore any item to supplementary estimates B for the exercise ending March 31st, 2022 are tabled or provided to the clerk's office in the 4 hours after the end of the study of said supplementary estimates in committee of the whole and printed in the order paper and the notice paper of that day, and with 5 items of opposition be picked by the chair and in that case it be deemed withdrawn. The motion is in order. Questions and comments?
Comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the opposition House Leader for his comments. That was very kind of him, and I enjoyed our time together as well. But, you know, he kept talking about the fact that everything is back to normal. He talked about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, everything's back to normal. But indeed, everything's not back to normal. The member of Bose can't be here as a result of testing positive. As a matter of fact, this member himself just admitted that he's continually getting retested to make sure that he hasn't contracted COVID-19. And if he does, presumably he won't be able to come back in this House. Does he not recognize that by bringing in hybrid parliament, he, if that was to happen, and the member of Bose indeed, would be able to continue to participate in this House and the proceedings and continue to represent their constituents? Because so far the member from Bose hasn't. He hasn't been able to help elect a speaker. He hasn't been able to contribute to a reply to the speech from the throne. I wonder if this member would not like that opportunity should he test positive.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Madam Speaker.
My colleague, and good to see him back. I just want to remind him that we are following the rules. I think this governing party has some problems when people are following the rules. That's exactly what we are doing. Yes, if there is some problem, we will address it, as we are doing correctly. So this is why the Sergeant d'Armes decided and identified those who can be in the House and those who can't. We are following the rules established by the House of Commons and applied by the House of Commons, not by partisanship, by some people. And we have seen, Madam Speaker, on Monday here great things in the House of Commons, but bad things just a few feet away in the press conference, during the press conference, when my counterpart put in jeopardy, I would say, the judgment of the Sergeant d'Armes. We have full confidence of the Sergeant d'Armes and those who decide who can here be in the House and who cannot be in the House.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
And comments, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from St. Louis Saint Laurent, Quebec colleague, for that speech. And as it's my first speech in this 44th Parliament, of course, I'd like to send my first words to my constituents in Shefford who sent me back and had confidence in me. The city of Granby is well known by my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent and who often talks to me about it. And I want to thank him a great deal for this, them for the second mandate. Well, we share, as the member for Quebec, this fact that we are members for Quebec. And I'd like to know if some members are concerned about coming back into the House. It's because of the vagueness about the vague status of regarding the vaccinations of those with exemptions. So whereas at the National Assembly, the National Assembly said that they would adopt the vaccine passport, and they sent the message through Quebec to send this strong message. His party, however, was quite vague about the vaccination status of candidates during the last election. And we still don't know the number of Conservatives who are vaccinated. So this lack of clarity has led us to have this debate here in Parliament on the hybrid or other sittings.
Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Madame la Présidente, avec respect pour ma...
Madam Speaker, with respect for my colleague for Shefford, whom I congratulate for her re-election. We would have loved it for all of our Conservative candidates to have won, but I congratulate her nonetheless. It is a privilege to be in Shefford, to be next to Shefford. I have some special connections with the city of Granby, and I'm sure we can come back to it some other time. I would like to remind the member that if everyone were vaccinated, we wouldn't be having this debate, and I am not so sure. I think we'd have to ask on the other side if they think so too. Because in the speech of the leader of the government in the House, there was danger because we're coming to a building where there are a lot of people. Just because everyone is vaccinated doesn't mean that everyone is 100% safe. We've seen that, yes, indeed, there are people who have had both vaccines and can catch COVID. It happens everywhere. I would like to remind my colleague that the rules apply here. If we rigorously follow the rules, including the ones we have when there's a medical issue, confidentiality is what needs to be maintained above all. Thank you.
Albany.
Madam Speaker, first I'd like to congratulate you on your re-election as Deputy Chair. Madam Speaker, first, this is a really tough conversation, and because I really respect my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. And, the concern I have here, Madam Speaker, is I'm concerned about people coming to work with COVID. Someone who might have symptoms of COVID being tempted to come to work, or they should be in quarantine and they should be staying at home, Madam Speaker. Instead, because they feel like their privilege will be violated, they won't have a chance to bring the concerns of the people that just elected them. And what we're proposing here is to have the hybrid parliament. People are expected to show up for work. But, Madam Speaker, if they feel like they're showing symptoms or they're immune compromised, or for those that have a young baby, it's so nice to see young babies here in Parliament, Madam Speaker. We talk about a family-friendly Parliament. Finally, we have people that are running for election, that are pregnant or having babies, feeling comfortable about bringing them in here. Well, they can't get vaccinated, Madam Speaker. To ensure that they have a voice in this Parliament, that they have their privilege isn't going to be restricted, is really critical. The other thing is we have staff working here, Madam Speaker. It's our duty not just to protect each other, but to protect the staff. We have young pages. Many of them are afraid right now to come to work because they're worried someone's going to show up here. They're going to be tempted to show up here with symptoms, Madam Speaker. So my concern is, does my colleague not believe that we should create a safe workplace here, Madam Speaker, and that we should do everything we can to ensure that everybody's privilege is intact and they have an opportunity to have their voice in a fourth wave of a COVID crisis, Madam Speaker? This crisis is not over.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate my colleague for his re-election, and Oui, pardon. Je ne sais pas qui est méchant là-dedans, mais je n'aimerais pas que vous répétiez le nom en question parce que ça pourrait dire que c'est une atteinte à son droit de siéger en cette Chambre, de traiter son comté de méchant. Bon, revenons au débat, Madame la Présidente.
And let's come back to the debate. I want to thank and congratulate my colleague for being re-elected. I believe this is third or fourth re-election. Congratulations.
Raise the fact that, yes, there is some people here in this House, some young mother with a baby, and let me pay all my respect to my colleague for Fort McMurray, who have been elected for the first time here in this House of Commons, and we are very pleased to welcome her, and what a great baby she has, and I wish him and I wish her the best for the next time to come. So, is that Owen? Owen. Okay, yeah. Fine, thank you. Just want to be sure that I don't make any mistake on that. Sur la substance du propos du député.
When it comes to the substance of the member's question,
c'est ça, Madame la Présidente, le problème. Parce qu'on a vu.
The problem is that we saw during the first months of 2021 until the House adjourned in June, and the Prime Minister decided, for his own vanity, decided to call an election, which meant we lost a significant number of working days in Parliament, and we had a $70 million election. We could have started seating and working again at the end of September. Instead, he decided to cost the taxpayers lots of money. He said we expected to see members on the other side. Madam Speaker, the problem is that from January to June, this government was not here in this place, and it is dishonorable. They demonstrated time and again that they did not respect parliamentary work, and that's why we have very limited trust in what's going to follow. Time for a brief response, or rather a brief question. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil, a brief question.
Madam Speaker, one of the things that we dealt with at PROC when we dealt with this virtual parliament is the prospect of exactly what's happening here, and that is that the Liberal Party colluding with the NDP party to expand the hybrid parliament beyond what was normal. And some of the reasons that were given was the potential in those swing ridings for electioneering to occur. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague will comment on that part of it when we should be here in Ottawa in the seat of our democracy.
A brief answer, the member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I respect for my colleague from Barrie, who has been elected, re-elected, and re-elected for a third time. Thanks for the support of his constituent, because he deserved the support that he received. So, Madam Speaker, the colleague raised a very serious issue. And so this is why we are taking this stand today. This is why we want to see a full House sitting. This is why we want to see all cabinet ministers here in the House of Commons answering questions. This is what we are doing. This is what we have to do here in the House of Commons, and we wish that the government will understand that for once.
A point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 52, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to the House to move the motion? Yes? Agreed.
Adopté.
Carried.
C'est de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Carried.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you. First of all, I want to indicate that I'm sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. And I want to take a moment to thank my constituents for having trusted me again. I am very honored to serve them, and so I would like to send my greetings to them all. I would also like to talk about the volunteers who worked hard to make sure that we kept our riding. And without my leader, I likely could not have won that victory. When somebody told me that I had won the first time in 2012, somebody told me that the first time you win, it's great. But being re-elected, it's as though you were trying. And the second time, you actually really get people's approval. I am pleased to be re-elected, and I'm looking forward to working very hard so that my fellow citizens do not regret the trust they've placed in me. Exceptional situation, exceptional measures. What happened in March 2020 is the undeniable proof of this. COVID spread throughout the country, and immediately the House responded to this public health crisis. And when I say that the House reacted in a coherent way, I want to tell you that the House needs to be in line with what's happening with the rest of society. It needs to show an example as well. As soon as this threat was announced, every party was part of the effort to say that we are going to shut down for a month. The rest of the public was in almost total lockdown. Every party accepted its responsibilities. Then, we saw that society had decided to partially reopen some services. And so Parliament resumed sitting in a hybrid form, and that was the thing to do. Since then, things have changed. And we have to adapt to change. We have to follow in step with the public's reality. We can't be in an ivory tower and act differently than what the rest of the public is doing. It doesn't make any sense. We represent them. And so, we had a vaccine. This vaccine works. It is effective and is countering the variants up until it prevents serious illness. It makes sure that we are less contagious. Therefore, double vaccination ensures that we can take on a life that's a little more normal, and that's important. That's why the Bloc Québécois is in favor of everyone being double vaccinated, and everyone here has had their vaccinations. We have to reassure the public and say, look, getting vaccinated is important, and the proof is we are doing it. That is a message we are pleased to communicate. Now, we've asked that people work here, and without exception, or rather without valid exceptions, everyone here has to be vaccinated. That was the decision of the Board of Internal Economy, and that was the thing to do. Things changed, vaccines arrived, and things changed for the rest of the public. People are returning to restaurants. You've all been to a restaurant, I'm sure. People have gone back to the movies. I went over the weekend. People are going back to the Bell Centre. We could always hope for perhaps a better team, but we'll make do with what we have. If ever they win, I'll take my mask off to cheer, but they were beaten 7-0. There were maybe fewer than 18,000 people, maybe 18,000 people at the Bell Centre. About 12,000 people were there. We all had our masks on. And now I get to the chamber. There's 338 of us, and that doesn't work. What do you mean it doesn't work? If people are insisting we have a hybrid model and not take chances. Look, it's important to be here. This is our work. This is part of a return to normalcy. This is how Parliament has worked since 1867. We need to come back to this way of doing things. We need accountability. This means the government will have to be accountable in the House. Until recently, we had the impression that they were hiding. When I do something good, I'm pleased, I go out, I explain it. They were hiding. Were they not doing good things? Was it a lack of courage? No, I wouldn't say that. I would say it was more likely that perhaps they were a little embarrassed. And when I see their track record, I understand. Boy, I would have liked the hybrid model if I were in their shoes. We all have files to deal with in our ridings, and we meet with people and we work with them. Most people are nice when we work with them. It allows us to plan our work here and in our ridings. It's better for us to work here and to work with the public. It's important to come back to that model of doing that work in person. Of course, public health in Canada and Quebec is constantly monitoring the situation. They allowed movie theaters to reopen, but if there's any increased case counts, perhaps we'll back up. We're not aliens. We can do that here too. And the hybrid model had its fair share of problems. There were some who enjoyed being in their basement, having snacks, and voting. But there were problems for translators. You know that they had serious health problems. We need to respect the work that they did. We went right up until the very limit of what this platform could offer us. French was used a lot less during the hybrid sittings. The evidence was there. I welcome parliamentary leaders who speak excellent French here, who want to speak French. But if you want to use French consistently, understand that the hybrid model ensured that we had less ability to use French, and it's important for that to be known. And what about the other parties? I'm going to talk mostly about the government. The last Parliament, I don't know what happened. From one day to the next, there was only one representative, and it was not a minister. And boy, that one parliamentarian was courageous. The member for Kingston and the Islands. What bravery. He was always there. And I admit, even though I'm not tempted to say it, he was tough. He did his job. We were pleased to see him because he was an elected representative of the Liberal Party and there was no one else. It was nice to know that there was evidence that that party still existed. My colleague from Montarville made an extraordinary speech and said the worst part is he answered questions and he was in Ottawa. He was there. But he was in his riding office. There were times when things got tense or heated. There were sound problems. It was no longer clear. Isn't that ridiculous? We had to ask the question again. We didn't hear well. We heard noises as though there were other people talking. Those are the situations we encountered. But he liked it. He wasn't here. And when I look at the track record, I think that this parliamentarian that I'm referring to was embarrassed. They reminded me of groundhogs. They needed a special day to come out and be seen. We want them back here in this place. But for a long time, there was just one. Throughout Canada and Quebec, we're seeing that things are reopening, and yet there was still only one member across the way. We had an election. We decided to have an election, and they came out of their shells. We saw videos of the Liberal Party. It was full of people, one next to the other. They were greeting each other. They were in tightly packed rooms. Look, it makes no sense at all. They were packed in like sardines. After the election, they said, oh no, we're going to go back to the hybrid model. Things aren't easy. It looks like they're embarrassed again. It's really not a good omen. When you're proud of what you do, you face the music. You defend your track record. You defend what you've done. And you're not embarrassed, and you look people right in the face. And it would be great if the Liberal Party started doing it.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question to my colleague. Sat here in the House yesterday, and one of his colleagues got up and raised a point of privilege, saying that it really offended her privilege to have to be in the House, cheek by jowl, with people who might make her sick. So what does he say to her?
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
On prend la double vaccination. C'est une question.
I would like to welcome my colleague for raising this issue about double vaccination. The answer is simple. If everybody has both of their vaccines, we're not going to have any problems.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government House Leader during his speech spoke about the possible risk to people who are immunocompromised. But in the last Parliament, we had, for multiple question periods, 0 Liberal ministers ever showing up. Now, it seems to me that it is statistically improbable that 100% of Liberal ministers are immunocompromised. I wonder if the member would agree that it is statistically improbable that all Liberal ministers are at such great particular unique risk.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
On me demande d'expliquer.
I'm asked to explain what is unexplainable. The ministers weren't here. How do you explain that? It's impossible. It's as easy to explain that as it is to try and eat an apple through the wires of a tennis racket. What I'm going to say is that this party needs to roll up its sleeves, shoulder its responsibilities, respect the public, and come back into the House to answer our questions.
North Island, Palwa River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to add my name in the congratulation of you sitting in that seat. It's an honor to see you there. And I also want to take this opportunity as my first time to stand in the House to just thank the members from North Island Powell River for allowing me a third term in this House to represent them. I really did appreciate, Madam Speaker, what I heard from this member when they talked about the importance of being double vaxxed. That is something I'm very concerned of as well. And I'm particularly concerned for the people who work in this building that have children that are 12 and under who cannot be vaccinated. And if we have members in this House that are traveling across this country bringing potentially COVID here, if we have members in this House that are unvaccinated, even if they are being tested every 48 hours, still bringing that, what does that mean for the people who work here? Are we not responsible in this House for the work environment of all the people in this place? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, before I start talking about that, perhaps we should return to the situation of staff here who've been pushed to the limit. Many are on sick leave, and maybe that needs to be taken into account. We are no different here from the rest of society. If we can go to the Bell Centre and the movies, well, then we can come here and respect the public health rules, wear masks all the time, avoid contact, and in that manner, there won't be the type of situation my colleague raises. There's time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Montcalm.
Merci, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate you, and I assure you, I'm sure you'll share the time fairly amongst us, as you usually do. My colleague from Montarville earlier asked a question to the government House Leader, and there was no answer. And he suggested that my colleague from La Prairie, he referred to what my colleague was talking about earlier, but in his answer, he said that the situation had changed and that it was less serious. So are we to understand today that the situation is less serious? Almost everyone is double vaccinated, and are we making the exception to the rule the new normal? And is this, we don't want a hybrid government to mean a virtual government. We don't want those to be one and the same. The Honourable Member for La Prairie has 20 seconds to answer. Well, I think we need to be in step with what society is doing, what we're telling society to do. People are meeting more often. They're gathering. With double vaccination, that's more and more possible. There's less danger. There will never be zero danger, but we need to be realistic. We need to do what we're asking Canadians to do, and we need to respect them. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's hard to take the floor after the Bloc leader, the Bloc House Leader. It's hard to come up with as many metaphors and images, but I will try to get a few laughs. I'm not as funny as him, but I'd like, first off, to thank the voters of Salaberry-sur-Roi who have re-elected me for the fourth time. As you know, I was a member from 2006 to 2011, and then I ran again in 2015 and was elected again. I ran again in 2019 and won again, and yet again in 2021. I can be proud to represent Salaberry-sur-Roi once again. And I'd like to thank all the volunteers who got involved in my election campaign, my family as well, my spouse, my children. You've done this yourself, Madam Speaker, and you know an election is a very intense period of time, and it requires a lot of sacrifice from our family. So I'd like to thank my spouse, Maurice, and my 3 daughters, and even Victor, my grandson, who's almost 2 now. I wanted to talk today, Madam Speaker, because I'm whip, and I was the whip in the last Parliament. And so I had a privilege. I was able to participate at a time of crisis during the pandemic, I participated in building the hybrid parliament that we came to know. And that hybrid parliament allowed us, in spite of the pandemic, for a significant amount of time, to participate in Parliament's deliberations. And it was an exceptional period of time, and I would like to tip my hat to all the IT teammates who made it possible for us to continue working, even though the conditions weren't ideal, during the first wave. But the crisis required this of us. We needed a lot of information. It was a time, it was an inconceivable period of time because many of our countrymen were ill and there was a shortage of solutions. There wasn't much we didn't have many options, but things have evolved and our way of work has to evolve. Obviously, it was a tour de force, the way we came up. We scrambled to find a way to have a virtual parliament and to even vote electronically. I don't want to question all that, but my question today is, why would we keep doing that as we speak and all the way till the end of June? Why keep doing this? The pandemic has changed. There is a fourth wave, but it's under control all across Canada. We have to take precautions, universal precautions, hand washing, mask wearing, physical distancing. But we've gone back to our normal lives, even though we still have to wear a mask almost everywhere when we're traveling, commuting, in our work lives and in our social lives. But in spite of that, we're happy to have almost returned to normal life. Kids are going to school, university, cégep. Life is pretty much back to normal. So why so much insistence on maintaining a hybrid parliament? Maybe we could have sat down and said, could we have a hybrid parliament for just 1 month or 2 months? But why all the way till June? Because the situation is still evolving. And I know we created a virtual parliament in just a few days. In just a few days, we were able to, with a motion, adapt to the circumstances, changing circumstances. So what is wrong with this motion, what I don't understand is, why would we set an end date of June 23rd of next year? No one understands that. Even our constituents don't understand that. And we have to ask, does this somehow suit the party that's moving this motion? Maybe it's in their interests to keep it going till June of next year. Because some people during question period were on their stationary bikes or wearing pajamas, or we've seen some people, maybe some people are very happy to stay at home and to sleep with their family every night, because we don't all live close to Ottawa or Gatineau. So I understand why for some people, it suits them to stay at home year round, but it doesn't exactly facilitate our work. Being here in Ottawa, that's part of the game. That's part of the deal. And I know that people have to commute, they have to take the plane or the train, and maybe they get a bit tired. Maybe that's what's behind this motion. And I think my leader was quite clear. Obviously, it's not that exciting for the opposition to look across at empty desks, and it's less stressful for them, for the government side, if they don't even have to show up here and face the music and answer questions and be accountable. So I really don't get it at all, Madam Speaker, the need for this motion or what lies behind it. Now, even here in general, the hybrid parliament worked reasonably well, but it wasn't excellent. There were a lot of shortcomings, and we all experienced those shortcomings. But Francophone members, unilingual Francophone members, experienced the greatest disadvantage, because it's been documented. If you look at parliamentary committees, 86% of witnesses give their evidence in English. So with the translation, the technical difficulties, the loss of speaking time for bloc members, that's all been documented under the hybrid parliament and at committees too. So it's not true that it all worked smoothly, and I'm disappointed to hear my NDP colleagues all of a sudden seeing hybrid parliament as the solution. But we heard them here in the House speaking out about the hearing problems that interpreters suffered from because of the equipment, because of Zoom, because of their equipment and so on. All of this was causing problems for interpreters, and yet the NDP are supposed to be sensitive to workers' needs and workplace injuries. But we're not hearing that from them at all. And we know that translators and interpreters said so in a report. They appeared before the Official Languages Committee, and the report was entitled Conference Interpreters, the Cornerstone of Bilingualism in Parliament. And if I have time, Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote from that report, a passage from that report. The current technological limitations not only are compromising the health and safety of parliamentary interpreters, but also could undermine the language rights of parliamentarians. Pursuant to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Official Languages Act, parliamentarians have the right to express themselves in the official language of their choice and to be understood by their colleagues and the Canadian public. Canadians should also be able to follow the proceedings of Parliament in the official language of their choice without being put at a disadvantage. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, because I was a witness to this, Francophone witnesses invited to standing committees, they prefer to speak English because they can be sure there will be no interpretation problem because most of the members speak English. So to conclude, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind everyone how important the interpreters are, but also the members who do not want to lose 1 second of their speaking time. And in the hybrid parliament and parliamentary committees, it's all been documented. There was some unfairness, some inequity, and we don't want to experience that again in this parliament because to our minds, that would not be good. And you can understand, Madam Speaker, that I, as a whip, I defended my political party's position, and I would have liked to be able to negotiate and discuss with my government colleagues, but this is a decision that is being imposed on us. There were no talks, no discussions, no negotiations, because the government agreed with the NDP to impose a hybrid parliament on us. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, you can always count on bloc members to be here, present, active, vigorous, and at work here in the House of Commons. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for, l'honorable député de New Westminster.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Oise. I know she's quite sincere when we're talking about the situation of interpreters, and we agree on the importance of giving interpreters the best possible working conditions and resources. We agree on that, but she did raise the question of why would we keep going with hybrid parliament because the pandemic is under control. Well, I would argue the opposite. It is not under control. European countries are starting to go back into lockdowns. So if we have a hybrid parliament, whatever should happen in the weeks to come, we should be able to have Parliament continue working. So why deny the fact that the pandemic is still raging in some parts of the country and of the world? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Oise. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and it gives me an opportunity to clarify what I was getting at. I'm not a scientist, but what I do know is that we received a policy, a directive from the Sergeant at Arms that was based on the Ontario Chief Medical Health Officer saying that it was okay to have members sitting here wearing masks. So the management of public health is of the view that the pandemic is under control. That doesn't mean that it can't change, but at this very moment in time, there's no reason for us not to be here physically because the Ontario public health guidelines allow for it.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When studying hybrid parliament, there have been lots of opportunities to talk about a riding that was close by, close to Ottawa. We have a minority parliament, and there's lots of opportunities for other members in Quebec or in the NDP or for the Liberals to do their work at home in their riding while Parliament is sitting here. Can you comment on the opportunities that are there and the problem of perpetual elections in the ridings? Yes, and I would remind the member to speak through the chair and not directly to the member in question. The honourable member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, we know that being at home or being in one's riding, voting remotely, and where you can make a speech and 10 seconds later vote, that provides a lot of freedom and flexibility, because if you come here to Ottawa to do your work, you don't have as much freedom. And obviously the government enjoys that freedom perhaps more than we do here on this side. So I think there is a certain advantage for the Liberals, but we maintain our idea that we're supposed to serve and represent our constituents here in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, just a quick comment about what my colleague said. On parliamentary committees, that's where the worst injustices and unfairnesses were visited on francophones. And we were all obliged to shorten some meetings because there was no room in the meetings, because before there was a parliamentary hybrid parliament, the hybrid parliament requires even more resources, and that imposes greater constraints on committee work. Resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would be remiss if I didn't start this speech by thanking the voters of New Westminster Burnaby who have returned me to this chamber to speak on their behalf and to fight on their behalf to make sure that New Westminster and Burnaby there is nobody left behind, and that we're building the kind of Canada that my constituents want to see. And so I thank them for the honour of representing them again in this House of Commons. Madam Speaker, I would also be remiss in not mentioning the many, many victims of this terrible, terrible pandemic. We've lost nearly 30,000 Canadians over the course of the past 1 year, 8 months, and 2 weeks. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, that we must be thinking of those victims, the victims in Canada, but of course the 5 million victims of COVID worldwide. When we talk about measures that are put in place to protect public health and to ensure that we continue to do the work that is so important as parliamentarians. Alors, en rendre hommage,
we pay tribute, Madam Speaker, to those victims, because there are 30,000 of them now, 30,000 lives lost in all of Canada, and 5 million worldwide. Madam Speaker, obviously we need to think about those victims and do everything we possibly can to avoid further victims, to avoid having this pandemic continue. We need to put in place measures that make sense and produce an effect on a pandemic that is so terrible for the victims.
Simply not true. We've had a couple of speakers who've said things are okay, things are under control when it comes to this pandemic. And Madam Speaker, I can attest.
I'm going to have to interrupt the honourable member and just remind members that if they're not the ones that are standing speaking, that they have to have their masks on. In order to ensure that the safety of the workers here and of their colleagues here in the House. Alors, je rappelle aux députés que...
I would remind members that if they are not the person who has the floor, they must wear their masks. Otherwise, they may not speak.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, and of course, I think as Speaker, you have the right to call members out. If you see a member, and we've just seen a couple that remove their mask in this House, you certainly have the right to interrupt whoever is speaking and to call on that member to put their mask back on. And I would urge you to do that, Madam Speaker. So what we are seeing is an outbreak that is having terrible impacts. The Wellington Care Centre, just a couple of weeks ago, 15 people were lost. It was an outbreak in a terrible outbreak that killed nearly 20% of the residents of that care facility. And Madam Speaker, in my own family's case, I know that the outbreaks that we're seeing now at various care facilities are having an impact even on my own family. And so, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about a pandemic that is under control, that I think we need to look both to the outbreaks that we are seeing in Canada. We're seeing in a number of different jurisdictions within Canada where there is a tragic number of rising cases. And look worldwide, too, Madam Speaker. When we look at Austria, that is now in complete lockdown, Germany, that is contemplating doing the same thing, rising number of cases, the rising number of hospitalizations, the rising number of people that are in intensive care units. This is something that should make all of us pause for a moment and think of what are the best measures that we can put into place, as we have since the 13th of March 2020, Madam Speaker, when we, the House leaders, walked out this door and did our press conference to announce that we were suspending Parliament. We did it because it was the best thing to do in a public health emergency. Now that we're seeing rising cases around the world, in certain parts of the world, rising cases in certain parts of Canada, we have to have the same sense of collective responsibility. Now, Madam Speaker, this motion should have been adopted unanimously. It is a continuation of measures that we have already taken collectively as members of Parliament unanimously. And I think that was one of the strongest moments through this pandemic was parliamentarians, 338 of us, rising with one voice and saying, we're going to continue our work as parliamentarians, but we are going to put in place appropriate public health measures to protect the employees here in the House of Commons and on Parliament Hill, to protect members of Parliament, of course, our families, many of the members of Parliament here know of family members that are immunocompromised. I do have people that are immunocompromised in my own family, Madam Speaker. And so when we're protecting members of Parliament, we're also protecting their families. But above all, Madam Speaker, protecting the public. The reality is 338 of us coming in every week from all parts of Canada, some of us from high COVID transmission zones, some of us, as we've heard from the member from Salaberry-Sarrois, saying in her area it's not a difficulty. But, Madam Speaker, we know with this terrible virus that transmission can be quick. And if one member of Parliament brings it back into the House and other members of Parliament take it back to their ridings, we can see outbreaks. That was the design around suspending Parliament on March 13, 2020. Because we knew that we could not maintain the public safety. We knew that we had to take measures that were exceptional in our history as a Parliament. But we took those measures together unanimously and then subsequently built the tools for a hybrid parliament, putting in place first the ability of members of parliament to speak, then the ability of members of parliament to intervene procedurally, then putting in place the ability of members of parliament to vote, and then finally with the voting app, we got away from the long voting sessions on Zoom that we all remember. And with the voting app, we have an ability and efficiency to have each member of parliament intervene on behalf of their constituents and vote in the House of Commons. And so all those tools at great expense were developed so that we could continue the work of parliament during a pandemic. Those were smart and thoughtful decisions that were made consistently unanimously, Madam Speaker. And I should pay tribute to the many people in the House administration that made all of those actions real so that a virtual parliament could see the day. Now, I don't doubt there were problems. It is very true, and some speakers have mentioned it, the fact that the government did not have ministers in the House of Commons was a serious error, particularly when they were upstairs in their offices. The government is committing now to have ministers present for question period. The impact on interpreters, yes, was considerable, and we need to continue to make steps to make sure that this virtual parliament provides them with a safe and healthy workplace. And those are measures that in this corner of the House, the NDP is going to continue to push for. There's no doubt. The member from Burnaby South, our leader, has been very clear, as have NDP members. But we also are aware that the fact of having 338 members of parliament here, some coming from high COVID transmission zones, also puts a threat to employees and staff in the House administration and the House of Commons. So we have to make sure that we are taking protective measures. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, if a member of parliament is diagnosed or has to quarantine right now until this motion passes, that they would have no ability to actually intervene for their constituents, fight for their constituents, speak out for their constituents. That's what I endeavor to do each and every day for my constituents in Westminster Burnaby. And I know that each and every member of parliament feels the same way. Without having in place the virtual tools, Madam Speaker, that member of parliament, if they have to quarantine, that member of parliament, if they are in connection with somebody who has possibly had a COVID transmission, that person would no longer be able to represent their constituents. So we support the motion. There's no doubt. We support the virtual tools. We believe we have to continue to improve the virtual parliament. But what I deplore, Madam Speaker, is that this isn't something that was adopted on the first day unanimously the way every other motion was. This is a public health issue. This is something that protects employees and staff, protects the public, and protects members of parliament and their families. And that's why I would urge my colleagues in the parties that seem resistant to renewing the virtual mandate to vote yes for this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. To my honourable member from the honourable member from New Westminster, if I go into the lobby over here, I know all but one has been double vaccinated, and I know the one who isn't, and there's a darn good reason for it. Does he not agree that he's playing Russian roulette every time he goes into that lobby over there because he doesn't know who he's mixing with who could have something nasty, especially when the opposition House leader has indicated that, you know, a person who is unvaxxed is more likely to transmit the disease to somebody else. So I'm wondering what kind of risk management my colleague uses to deal with this.
And I do want to remind members that if they have differencing of opinions on what is being said, that they have the opportunity to rise to ask questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, the Board of Internal Economy has set these rules, and the Board of Internal Economy will be making sure that the rules are adhered to. But, Madam Speaker, that there is a broader imperative here. We are asking Canadians to show their vaccination when they get on a plane, when they go to a restaurant, for sure. There's no doubt. We have to set the example. But we also have to make sure that members of Parliament can fully participate. And in the case of any exposure whatsoever, the virtual Parliament allows those members of Parliament to continue to represent their constituents. And that's what I find so baffling, the position of the Conservative Party. They should be the first ones to say, let's renew the virtual parliamentary mandate. They certainly supported it in the past. It is inconceivable to me to see that they are refusing to continue something that is an appropriate public health measure and actually protects everybody, employees, staff, members of Parliament, and their families.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very simple question for the member from New Westminster Burnaby. Our opposition House Leader, the member from Louis Saint-Laurent, introduced a very reasonable amendment which would increase the length of time we would have for accountability with through the Committee of the Whole for about an additional 4 hours. Very reasonable amendment, and was wondering whether the NDP House Leader would support our Conservative amendment, or is he still waiting for permission from the Liberal House Leader?
Well, I think that petty insult is just an example of why Conservatives should not be taking this debate with such lack of seriousness. I mean, the reality is, if the Conservative Party is saying with those amendments they are prepared to vote for this motion, rather than having debate, that we can just do what we have done every single time, which has passed unanimously these public health measures to ensure a hybrid parliament. If the Conservatives are saying that these amendments are what would make a difference for them and we could actually move on and get it back to the business of the country, then that would be a wonderful thing. Could a Conservative, the next Conservative, get up, please clarify that? Whether these are amendments that would actually mean, as far as the Conservatives are concerned, that they would be willing to vote immediately yes and continue with the hybrid parliament.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My turn to congratulate you on being re-elected, Madam Speaker. And I would say to my colleague from New Westminster, and I heard that he would be my counterpart on the Committee for Heritage, and we can talk about the important legislation on culture. So work apparently went so well in hybrid mode, but my colleague clearly showed that there were some serious shortcomings in the hybrid method. We can think of the health of the interpreters and the health of many others, but also fairness in the allocation of time. We spent time asking the government to be accountable and to show that it was managing its time and money well, but there were problems with technical issues, with interpretation, among other things. So my question is, would it not be preferable to be a responsible adult, a respectful adult, doubly vaccinated, and to be watchful for a spread or an outbreak, and then we could return in that case to a hybrid mode? I had forgotten to mention that there was just time for a brief question, so I would like a brief answer from the member for New Westminster Burnaby, please. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I am looking forward to working with my colleague on the Committee on Canadian Heritage. I'm not quite, I understand the Bloc's contradiction. They're saying, yes, we could need to use those tools, but not right now. And in Austria and Germany, they are shutting down the country. We see in some regions in Canada that there is an increase in the number of cases. So I don't understand the Bloc's resistance. It seems quite logical to put in place this structure, that is, to have a hybrid parliament so that we can continue to work no matter what happens in the coming weeks.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 1, At the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to rise in the House, as much as it was a pleasure to speak virtually at my home on computer, Madam Speaker. I appreciated both opportunities because it's such a privilege to be able to add thoughts to important public debates. And today is yet another very important public debate. And I suspect there's a number of Canadians that are kind of tuning in, looking for what they can see in terms of leadership coming from the House of Commons. And I want to spend a bit of time on that. But first, if I may, Madam Speaker, because this is the first time I've had the opportunity to address the House, is give a very special thank you to the residents of Winnipeg North. This is my 5th time back as a member of Parliament, but a certain part of Winnipeg North, for 10 times they have seen to elect me as a parliamentarian, first in the Manitoba legislature and now here in Ottawa. I genuinely appreciate and value the support of the community and commit to work the hardest I can in serving them every day of the week. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I think of the issues that are before us, things that come to my mind right away would be the potatoes in Prince Edward Island, the drought that was in the prairies, health care for the residents of Winnipeg North and seniors, what's taking place, the floods in BC. There are so many issues that are out there, Madam Speaker. And I want to ensure that all members have the opportunity to be able to participate in those debates that we are going to be having on issues that are so critically important to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And that's really what this motion is all about today. I agree with the NDP House Leader when he said that it would have been nice to have had this resolution or motion passed unanimously on day one. That is the way it should have been. I really and truly believe that. I don't buy in, and I've been listening to the Conservatives and their cozy cousins from the bloc saying that we don't want a hybrid system. I am concerned, Madam Speaker, that they don't really see the true value of it. And that's what it is that I'm hoping to enlighten to a certain degree, to talk about the importance of leadership and why it is that members should really give consideration to how they are going to be voting on this particular motion. I believe that there's a great deal of room for support of this motion. Let's not forget the reason why we are here today at this point, as the opposition House Leader made reference to in his remarks on the motion. It wasn't that long ago, 18 months or so, when Canada found itself in a position as the rest of the world where we are facing a worldwide pandemic. And it was so encouraging when we saw parliamentarians from all sides of the House come together. You know, the former government House Leader knows full well, because he worked with the opposition members and ensured that even though we saw the merit in terms of closing down, because that's in essence what we did, for those that weren't here back then, we literally closed down the House of Commons. And it was a priority, and that was a consensus from all political entities inside the chamber. But there was a consensus that we would not let a pandemic prevent us from fulfilling something that Canadians hold dear to their hearts, and that is our democracy and our freedom. The Parliament of Canada is something that is so valuable that we had to make sure that we were able to continue on. It was important from the Prime Minister to the Cabinet to the Leader of the official opposition, you name it. Every member of this House, I believe, recognized that back then. And there was a much higher sense of cooperation because people realized that we had Canadians that were dying, Canadians that were getting sick, that the pandemic was hitting us hard. And we all, as parliamentarians, not as a partisan parliamentarian, but as a parliamentarian, had to take action to protect the interests of our nation. And one of those actions is what it is that we're talking about today. Even though some try to downplay the significance, remember the important role we all play in terms of leadership here in Canada, and the role that Canadians, or the expectation, I should say, that Canadians have of each and every one of us. The pandemic, hopefully the worst of it is behind us. I believe it is. But there are still waves that are out there. There is no reason that I have heard that could not be negotiated that would enable us to continue on with a hybrid system. And I've read the news, followed the media, and I've listened to the stories and the arguments being presented by some members from the opposition parties. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that we revisit the attitudes that we had 18 months ago. I know I felt good when I was able to go back to my community and say that, look, we are working collectively, not only in the House of Commons, but we're working with stakeholders, science, we're looking at health experts, we're working with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities in order to take on the pandemic. But you know what? Our democracy and our Parliament and the issue of accountability is so important that we had to come up with a mechanism that would enable us to continue our democracy. And we did. It's a hybrid system. It's a system that enables everyone the opportunity to be able to participate in debate, in votes, in committees, in interjections, whether it's matters of privileges, points of orders, members' statements, question periods, you name it. It enabled us to be able to continue on. There was even the opportunity in which we were able to, the former House Leader was able to ensure that there was a mixture of ministers on the floor and answering virtually. We remember that well. It was a process that worked, and it was very effective. All we're asking of the opposition members is to recognize the value of a hybrid system. To say that, no, there is no value to it, we don't need it today, I think it goes against what type of leadership Canadians are looking for. You know, yesterday I should say, Manitoba had its throne speech, like Ottawa. Personally, I thought ours was better. But anyway, that's a side point. I give my daughter a call. She is an MLA. And I asked her, so how'd your day go? And she says, well, I don't get to go into the chamber until next week. I says, oh, so you're still in your hybrid? Oh, yeah, we're still in the hybrid, she tells me. So she'll be in the chamber next week. But there's still the hybrid system. You can still go on. Now, that's a progressive conservative government in the province of Manitoba saying that there is a need. And you know what? Heather Stefanson, the premier, the newly elected premier, is right. Because people are watching. People understand the seriousness of the pandemic. We understand that it's changed all of our lives in a significant way, but at the end of the day, the province of what we're trying to do isn't that far off. It's a hybrid. Yes, there are some differences, some unique aspects to ours compared to Manitoba, but the bottom line is that it appears that all the parties there recognize the need to continue on with it. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is not too late for members opposite to recognize the value. You don't have to think very hard, because we all know the member from Beauce. The member from Beauce is not going to be able to vote on this motion that we're debating right now. The member from Beauce wasn't even allowed to vote for the Speaker. Now, that might have been a bit of a challenge to get the hybrid passed before we had the Speaker in place, but the point is, the member of Beauce cannot participate. If there was some sort of a significant tragedy that took place in his riding, and he wanted to report on it, or there was something wonderful happening in his riding, he's not allowed in the chamber. It is not possible for him to participate because of the pandemic and the COVID. You know, it was interesting when the opposition House Leader made reference to the fact that tomorrow he goes for his second test because he's following the rules, which is the way to go. Think about it. Because, and I trust it's because of the member from Beauce, there's a number of members of the Conservative caucus, because of the proximity to the member from Beauce, that they had to get some testing done. Now, I don't know about you, but I will articulate why I believe the opposition House Leader, we should enable him, if he tests positive tomorrow, to be able to continue on. And we can do that in a hybrid system. For us to believe that people cannot or will not, none of our colleagues out of 338 are going to have the COVID over the next number of months, I would argue might be considered as being irresponsible. You know, in Manitoba, there's 2 MLAs, and I believe both of them were fully vaccinated. One is the leader of the New Democratic Party, and there was another one that was just discovered recently. Maybe that was one of the reasons why they factored in the benefits of having the hybrid. So tell me why it is that you would want to prevent members from being able to participate in these debates. That's what I don't understand. That's what my colleagues in the Liberal caucus does not understand. This isn't some way of escaping accountability. This is all about ensuring that members have the ability to hold government to account. Because whether it's one member or multiple members that are unable to be here, for whatever the reason is, that they're still able to perform their responsibilities. When we talk about accountability and transparency, you know, yesterday and even earlier today, someone across the floor said or heckled something to the effect of, well, the Liberals have one member that's not vaccinated. Well, that's news to me. I understand that every member of the Liberal caucus is fully vaccinated. And if you don't believe that to be the case, please let me know which member it is. I believe every member of the Liberal caucus is fully vaccinated. I understand that members of the Bloc, members of the New Democrats, are fully vaccinated. Now, there is an issue of transparency, I would suggest to you. You know, do Canadians have the right to know which members or how many members of the Conservative caucus are not vaccinated? You know, the government House Leader made reference to, you know, some stats in regards to what is the likelihood of someone getting a medical exemption. And it's like 1 in 100,000. Now, best we can tell, because we don't know. We honestly don't know. We don't know if it's 20 conservatives or if it's 2 conservatives. We just know that there's some. But we don't know the actual number. But the number is like 1 out of 100,000. Well, there's only, 119 Conservative members of Parliament? Statistically, what could that number be? It's hard for us. You know, I had one of my colleagues genuinely come up to me concerned about his health yesterday, asking me and sharing that he had concerns that he doesn't know, and primarily in terms of which members are not fully vaccinated. And I had indicated that he should share his concern with the government House Leader. I say that only because there are members inside this House that are genuinely concerned, let alone the people that operate this wonderful institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many people that make this Parliament work. Whether it's the security when we first walk in, or the people that make us our hamburger and fries and much more at the cafeteria, or it's the people that are doing the translation, our clerks, you know, the Hansard, the people that have to listen to the speeches. You know, there are so many people. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we need to be thinking in terms of the health and safety of all people that are inside this building. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we as parliamentarians at a national level have an important leadership role to play. I know it's affected all of us in the way in which we represent our constituents. Heck, 2 years ago, I didn't even know Zoom existed. Nowadays, I spend a lot of time on Zoom. You know, I used to go to the local restaurant every Saturday for 4 hours. That's why I'd be flying back to Winnipeg every weekend from Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, to meet with constituents. You know, a lot of these things and the way in which we have served our constituents have changed. And with that change, we have to do some things differently. That's one of the reasons why I now have Zoom town hall meetings. It's another way in which I can meet with constituents, because until it's safe, and I won't return to the weekly meetings that I've been doing for 30 years, Mr. Speaker. I'll wait till it's safe. In the interim, I'm going to have my virtual town hall meetings. I just had one just the other day. Mr. Speaker, along with that change, we need to recognize that it's more than just serving our constituents in our ridings. It's also a role for us as parliamentarians to be participating, whether, as I stated before, votes and all the other spectrum of things that we do here in Parliament. But it doesn't physically have to be done here. You know, a number of years back, I asked the clerk if there was any chance I could be sworn in as a member of Parliament in my home city of Winnipeg, and said, no, can't do that. Well, this time I was able to do that, Mr. Speaker. I thought it was a wonderful thing to be able to be sworn in as a member of Parliament. Things changed. We need to accommodate that. Mr. Speaker, I see you only say I have a minute left to go. Let me conclude my remarks by asking all members of the House to go back to the day in which there was a high sense of cooperation and recognition that Parliament is something that we need to work together in terms of trying to make sure that members of Parliament have the opportunity to be fully engaged. And having a hybrid system, and it's not forever. All we're talking about is till June. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the ways that we can ensure that members from BOSE and other potential members going forward will be able to fully participate is by passing this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Charbonneau-Saint-Charles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague needs to understand, my dear colleague, that the difference, seeing him in the House, experience his intensity during debate firsthand, compared to over a TV screen where we can just turn the sound off, it's very different, and I appreciate it much more. My question is, I would like to know if every member of the House of Commons had the opportunity and to be vaccinated, we would be having this motion today. If every member had both of their vaccinations, would we still be facing this motion to go to hybrid sittings, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, the short answer, I believe, would be yes. Because even if you're fully vaccinated, there is still the opportunity, or you can still get the COVID or the coronavirus. And one of the things that we have to factor in is that we are, parliamentarians that come from every region of the country. We all fly into Ottawa, and then we fly into our communities. And more communities are going back to their different types of events. So we have to be extra careful. And remember, this is providing an option. I love speaking in the chamber. There's no doubt I love the atmosphere of the chamber. But I also enjoy the virtual speaking, also because I still am able to get my point across. And I hope the member would reconsider if I do end up being virtual and not turn off the TV.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to congratulate you for your re-election. I would also like to thank all of my constituents in La Pointe-de-l'Île for trusting me again. My question is, now that we can go to the gym and to restaurants and to the movies, or even go to watch hockey, is the parliamentary function not important enough for us to be sitting here, given that we're not always 338 people in here most of the time? We are not as numerous. If we go back to a parliament model, we'd be back to it until June 23rd, and I think that's too much. If a member has COVID after they've gotten a result from a test, well, perhaps appearing remotely would be acceptable. If we can go see hockey with thousands of people, why can we not be sitting here in this place? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, because of the fine work of so many people, Canada is in a fantastic position. I believe it's over 86% of our population now is fully vaccinated. And I attribute that to everyone from our healthcare professionals to the individuals, different levels of government, that sense of commitment to try to get Canada in a good space so that we can, I would suggest you lead the world in getting out of the pandemic. And I think we're well positioned. Having said that, I still believe that having the hybrid parliament today is a good thing. And as I say, there is a sunset that ends in June. And we can ensure that every member of this House will be able to be allowed to be fully engaged, whether it's voting or participating in debates, by allowing this motion to pass. And if I understood it correctly, the member seemed a little sympathetic to ensuring that all members be allowed to participate fully, and this is a good way by voting in favor of this motion.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a newly elected Member of Parliament and my first time rising here in the Chamber, I would like to thank the constituents of Nanaimo Ladysmith for putting their trust in me. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from colleagues that they are fearful while doing their jobs in Parliament. fearful while wanting to do the work of representing the constituents of their ridings. This issue, Mr. Speaker, is not about partisanship. It is about supporting elected members of Parliament to represent their ridings, to have a voice, providing the tools to keep MPs safe while doing so. Through the Chair, does my colleague agree that a tool for MPs to do their work safely is in all of our best interest, regardless of party affiliation?
Here, here. Good question.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member, and congratulations on taking your seat. I agree with her 100%, Mr. Speaker. And as she was speaking, I thought of our healthcare workers and the healthcare workers that have had to or have been confronted by fairly hostile people. And there is legislation, important legislation, that we're going to have to go over in the next few weeks. And one of the ways in which we can ensure and enable every member of Parliament to be able to vote on this important legislation is to pass this motion.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is our first opportunity of either of the members of the Green Party to speak to this motion, I want to make it clear we'll be supporting it. We very much support a hybrid Parliament. I've just come back from being at COP26 in Glasgow, where no one could enter the hall who wasn't double vaccinated, but the health rules were that we should also keep masked and maintain physical distancing and maintain all public health measures and get tested daily to make sure we were not COVID positive in those halls. I do not feel safe in this place, even if every member was double vaccinated, because we're too close. We cannot speak if we're not at our very own desks. We cannot vote if we're not at our very own desks. The situation here is not compliant with public health rules across Canada, and I am very grateful that there's a motion to be put forward. I deeply regret that, unlike from March 13th of last year, when we went into the spring and we finally had hybrid sessions and we were able to vote remotely, we should follow that practice for our safety and the safety of our communities. Shame on anyone who doesn't see the importance of protecting public health.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately it has gone in this direction. It would have been far better if we would have had a non-partisan approach at ensuring that we would have the hybrid in place, and that would have been our preferred route. Let there be no doubt on that, Mr. Speaker. Our first priority was to ensure that all members have the ability to be fully engaged with the importance of health and safety being at the forefront, Mr. Speaker. Our preference would have been the unanimous support of the House passing it yesterday. That was not possible. Hopefully, members of the Conservatives and the Bloc will reconsider the value of having a hybrid system and come on side so we can see it passed unanimously. It is the right thing to do. It's demonstrating strong leadership for the rest of the country.
L'Honorable Ministre du Patrimoine.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. A minute for the question. Mr. Speaker, congratulations on your election, and thanks to my constituents for putting their confidence in me for the 6th time. And I should thank my colleague for his impassioned speech. It was a privilege and an honour to work with him during the last Parliament. If there's anyone who stands up to defend our democracy, it's him, and particularly the role of parliamentarians. What I'm concerned about here is that members could catch COVID and then not come here to play their role, debating and voting and so on. Does the hybrid format, does it not allow members to continue to play their role despite the fact that they might not be able to be here? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
The kind words from my former boss. You know, I think that it's somewhat ironic that I'm standing in my place and I'm actually advocating for the member from Beauce, because the member from Beauce under this system would in fact be able to fully participate. And if anyone, including the opposition House Leader, comes back with a negative test tomorrow, is not going to be able to participate unless we pass this motion, Mr. Speaker. This is a motion that's going to enable all parliamentarians on all sides of this House to ensure their ability to be fully engaged and enabled between now and June. I see that as a parliamentarian the best thing that we can do. It also demonstrates strong leadership to the rest of Canada that we take this pandemic very seriously, and we believe that it is something in which all political entities in the House recognize that fact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes. I just want to point out to the honourable member that he will have 6 minutes and then have the balance of his time come to him when we resume debate on this motion. The honourable member.
Well, thanks very much, Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do this today and again tomorrow. So we'll look at the glass half full. Being able to be here in person after the nearly 2 years that this place was a shadow of what it should be for Canadians. Now, the work of the House administration, of your staff, Speaker, was Herculean. They changed the centuries of tradition to be able to allow us to participate during times that we'd never seen before and couldn't have foreseen. And through all of that, we were able to work as parliamentarians to be able to serve our constituents, to serve Canadians, as we worked to bring life back to normal. And our healthcare workers have done incredible work. And I am so proud to be from the health unit of Leeds, Grenville, Lanark with the highest vaccination rate in the province of Ontario. Reporting last week, more than 99% of residents having received their first dose and more than 96% having received 2 doses. And why, Speaker, did those folks, why did my neighbors and our community, why did everyone encourage each other and support each other to get vaccinated? So that we could get life back to the way it was before. Now, of course, not everything can return the way it was right away. We're still wearing our masks when we're close to each other indoors. We have to practice outstanding hand hygiene, and we try and keep our distance. But we've slowly seen the return because of the steps that folks have taken just to slow and stop the spread of COVID-19, of things start getting back to normal. Public events, sporting events, team sports for our children have come back, and we're doing it safely. And what we've done over the last couple days here, Speaker, is represent Canadians in a safe and effective way. And this is what we're looking to do. Because the folks in my community, they're struggling. They're struggling with the runaway cost of living increases that they're facing. Can't afford a full tank of gas, have to get a half tank, hope that gets them through to payday. Can't afford the regular food that they'd buy for their family because their dollar's just not going as far. Very concerned about the price of propane. I can tell you in rural areas where people aren't heating with natural gas, propane prices are out of control. People are worried. And they want to see their representatives making sure that the government is doing everything in its power to get inflation under control, to make sure that the Government of Canada is being an outstanding steward of taxpayer dollars. And we really need all hands on deck, all eyes on the prize to make sure that that happens. And I was so proud as a Canadian and as a parliamentarian to participate unanimously in the decision to take some of the steps that we took so that we could continue to meet during this once-in-a-century pandemic that we were facing. But the situation on the ground has changed. We now have
followed that best medical advice, we're following the science, and we're able to gather safely. What's regrettable to have seen as a parliamentarian and as a Canadian is that this government has taken opportunity to use this pandemic to hide themselves from scrutiny of the opposition and from the media and from Canadians. When members aren't in this House, they're not facing the media on their way in and on their way out. Ministers would be on the Hill, but not appearing in their seat in the chamber.
Shame.
The tools that we have to bring witnesses before parliamentary committees, to bring ministers before parliamentary committees, interrupted too many times to count by technical difficulties. Now we don't need to subject ourselves to those interruptions without rare exception. And should one of our colleagues, heaven forbid, contract COVID-19 or any other illness, we should return to the time-tested practice that our system has used and pair. You talk about collaboration across the aisle, pair with another member. And when folks are recovering from an illness, we shouldn't be asking them, well, we still need you to dial in and vote from home. No, take the time, get well for yourself, for your family, and for your constituents. That pairing mechanism would achieve exactly what the government has proposed. Speaker, I do look forward to having the opportunity to continue my remarks on this. I appreciate having had a few minutes to speak on it today. I will have more to say tomorrow, and I should note I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill when I resume tomorrow. Thank you, Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for finishing right on time. That was perfect. He has 4 minutes coming to him when he starts up again tomorrow when the debate returns. On a point of order, yes, said the honourable member.
In a way that would perhaps not put any of my colleagues on the spot, a gentle reminder that when they're not speaking, that perhaps they could follow the best public health advice and wear their mask while they're seated for members on both sides of the House.
By all means, for all members who are here for the evening and here for the rest of the duration of COVID-19 until we're done, if you're sitting in your place, please make sure your mask is on unless you're speaking, and then you can remove it during your talk. Thank you. The House will now proceed to the consideration of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, namely the flooding in British Columbia. Accordingly, the motion is as follows. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Maurice, moves that the House do now adjourn. Debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, can I just verify that the order of speaking is a 20-minute speech in this rubric?
And then followed by 10 minutes of questions and answers.
Monsieur le Président, c'est un grand...
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor to take the floor today and to have the honor to be the first speaker on this so very important issue. Allow me to recognize that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. To me, it's clear we're in an emergency situation, a climate emergency. I just took part in the 26th Conference of the Parties in Glasgow on the UN climate change plan. This is the 12th time I've taken part in that conference, and the situation is now more grave than it was first.
That the climate emergency is outpacing any government's actions to take control of the situation. And I want to address this issue cognizant of the time. And I do take my friend and colleague, the honourable member for Abbotsford's remarks earlier today, who also wanted an emergency debate, to heart. We want to focus on what's just happened in our home province of British Columbia. But there's a context here, and any action that we take now that ignores the root causes of what just happened invites worse to come, and we need to take account of root causes, and we need to take appropriate actions. So with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I will say that my intention here is to start with the global, move to the national, and then focus most of my remarks on the provincial and the local and what we do now. And I hope that we can approach this issue tonight, all of us members of Parliament from 5 different parties, in a way that reflects the best of us in recognizing that we have more in common than in the difference. I'm looking across the way right now, Mr. Speaker, to my friend from Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon, who referenced earlier today that it was in his riding that Lytton burned to the ground in 15 minutes earlier this summer. I don't think we can only look at the floods that just happened. We have a lot of events that have taken place and hit the same communities, the same First Nations communities, over and over again within the period of time in which this House was adjourned from towards the end of June until we just reconvened on Monday. We have to recognize that we are in a climate emergency, as this House did. Some of us were in our seats then, June 17th of 2019, on a motion from the former Minister of Environment, who's no longer in this place, so I can use her name, Catherine McKenna. This House voted that we were indeed in a climate emergency, and we had to take account of that. But nothing has changed. We don't act as though we are in an emergency. Le grand entreprise
The great scientific undertaking has done very clear research, and in October 2018, the report on the question of 1.5 degrees was undertaken, and the news is so terrible. We have to act immediately, as of back in October 2018. And now 30 months have gone by, and the situation, 3 years rather, have gone by, and the situation is even worse than in October 2018.
Climate change in their emergency report on 1.5 degrees, which is the target of the Paris Agreement, that we were in desperate risk of missing it. It's not a political target. The reason the IPCC was asked to produce the report that they produced was to inform policymakers, politicians, and government leaders around the world what's the difference between 2 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase and 1.5. And I won't go through all the details of the report. I can't in the time available. But as one of the government leaders, the Prime Minister of Barbados, just said a few days ago in Glasgow, 2 degrees Celsius is a death sentence for us. Only at 1.5 do we survive. What the IPCC sketched out was not that 1.5 makes us live in a safe world, but it's one we can survive. It allows coral reefs to survive, mostly. It will protect our Arctic, mostly, but not entirely. We will experience permafrost thaw, but it won't be a fatal level of permafrost thaw. Over and over again, that report, which is seminal, pointed out that 1.5 was essential. Then we had this summer the report of the first working group, its 6th assessment report of the IPCC, which was labeled by the Secretary General of the United Nations as Code Red for Humanity, because it said that everything they'd warned about in 2018 is happening faster, with greater severity, than they had anticipated. So we know globally that we are now on track to shooting well past 2 degrees, well past the danger zone. This is not about bad weather. This is about whether human civilization can survive. That's what we're talking about. No issue could be more riveting. The stakes could not be higher. And still, on a day-to-day basis, we have this ability to function as though there's still time. Sadly, tragically, the Government of Canada chose to use part of the IPCC advice. The part that said, if we hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius, by mid-century, 2050, we should be at net zero. I need to enforce this. I need to say it slowly, particularly for my Liberal colleagues, because I am not sure that the government understands the way in which this information is being manipulated by someone, somewhere. But the IPCC has never said the goal is net zero by 2050, and then we'll get through all this and human civilization will survive. They've said very clearly there's only one pathway to hold to 1.5 degrees, and it starts with at least 45% reductions globally, that's a lot, against 2010 levels by 2030. If we don't do that, net zero by 2050 is meaningless. It'll be too late. We will have taken a very significant step towards the unbearable risks of unstoppable, self-accelerating global warming triggered by, well, some people call them points of no return, tipping points. The important thing to say is we still have time. Le temps presse, mais ce n'est pas trop tard.
Time is urgent, but it's not too late. We must take immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also to make the changes needed to protect nature, especially forests.
Barely enough time. And in COP26, we did not do what needed to be done. Not Canada, not anyone. I will say that, as the UN Secretary General said, COP26 wasn't a failure in that 1.5 degrees as a possible endpoint for the global warming nightmare is possible. But as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, it's on life support. That's where we are. So by 2022, and preferably before then, this country needs to do more. So at the national level, if we're serious about the climate emergency, and I know I risk being heckled, but it must be said, we can't be serious about the climate emergency while building the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We can't be serious about the climate emergency while subsidizing fracking and LNG and all of the fossil fuels. We must bring in a Just Transition Act. We must take care of workers. We must make this transition. So now, moving from global to national, we know we have a lot of work to do. And many of the measures that have been put forward by this government, I support. But in their totality, they are insufficient to ensure that my children alive today will be in a livable world when they are my age. And that is something that affects all of us deeply and personally. And I'm grateful we have a chance to talk about it. But when you talk about personal, let me shift to British Columbia. This climate emergency hit home really closely this summer. In British Columbia, the heat dome it was called, more than a heat wave, killed nearly 600 people in 4 days. One of those who was affected and didn't die is my stepdaughter, who's in her 30s, who happened to be at my husband's family's farm in Ashcroft, British Columbia, not far from Lytton, where the temperature at the farm hit 50 degrees Celsius. I don't think any of us here can really imagine what that's like. She said it was like having a hairdryer blowing on her face all the time outdoors. It hurt your skin. And she nearly died and had brain edema. Another family member was a first responder, pulling people out of shacks and trailers and putting them in ambulances and knowing they wouldn't live. We have to do a much better job when we talk about what do we do now, what have we learned? We need healthcare protocols that are radically revamped, that look at what do you do when you find someone whose organs are already cooking. It's not the protocol they were using in the summer in BC. We had wildfires from early April till the end of September. That wildfire season in British Columbia saw 1,600 wildfires, destroying over 868,000 hectares. That also contributed to how bad the flooding damage was, because the ground had become hydrophobic. Hydrophobic meaning it expelled the water that fell on the ground. The ground could not absorb water, the ground repelled it. The flooding was worse because of the fires. And of course, the flooding was described as an atmospheric river. We learn new terms as we go through this. During the fire season, we learned that there were things called pyrocumulonimbus clouds. Those are clouds that shoot sparks that create more fires. We are not in a normal climate situation. We have entered the world of a climate emergency. And all of with this that we've experienced, and I should mention more, of course, the flooding, people know, destroyed highways, Coquihalla, when will it ever get repaired? I mean, the massive amounts of damage, 18 highways and 5 bridges significantly impacted by the flooding, the loss of life, the terrifying experience for people caught in mudslides, the horror of losing farms. I mentioned my husband's farm in Ashcroft, where now we have for the second time taken in climate refugees. In the summer, we took in people who were on wildfire alerts. Now there are people who've lost everything in the floods. This is unbearable, but there are things we can do. And we must be serious about doing them, and it's a national effort. We know that from the speech from the throne, there's finally a commitment. Well, I've heard it before, actually. I remember the previous Conservative government promised a national adaptation plan. The goal here is to act to reduce the damage of the climate emergency to the greatest extent possible by reducing our dependence on fossil fuels as quickly as possible, making transitions to renewable energy, and so on. But there's an impact that's baked into our atmosphere. There are levels of climate damage that we will not be able to avoid. So we have to avoid those levels of climate impact to which we cannot adapt, such as I mentioned, runaway global warming that would mean that we couldn't really survive on this planet as a species. And we have to adapt to those levels that we can no longer avoid. Adaptation involves a lot of elements. So yes, the ministers for public safety, public security, and infrastructure must be seized of this. This is a whole of government approach. I would urge the government of Canada consider what, and I very rarely urge the government of Canada to consider something that a U.S. administration is doing. But the U.S. president has appointed John Kerry, who was to be Secretary of State in the Obama administration, not as the head of his Environment Department, but as a key member of the National Security Committee inside the White House.
Because the President of the United States understands well that climate change is not just an environmental issue. It's about a threat to our national security, like a military threat at another time would have been.
National security threat that requires a whole-of-government approach. It's particularly important, I look at the member for Nunavut here, we have to think about what's happening in our Arctic. We have to think like a circumpolar country. We have to know that we have to keep the permafrost cold enough so that it doesn't thaw, because the permafrost contains methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas. And if we lost the permafrost of the world, we would be releasing 4 times more carbon than humanity has burned since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. So we know we have to keep our Arctic cold enough. Yes, as Sheila Watt-Cloutier told us years ago, to protect human rights of the Inuit peoples, we must keep the Arctic cold. To protect traditional hunting and culture. But we also, for the sake of all of the species on this planet, we need to keep the Arctic cold, to keep that methane in the permafrost and keep it from thawing. There are some really significant drivers here. Let's think about what we do creatively. In the immediate short term, we need more resources to British Columbia. We need to help rebuild key roads and railroads so that supply chains are protected, that the economy recovers. We need to help individual farmers and homeowners who didn't have insurance. We need to find a way to help families rebuild their lives on a very personal level. We have to think about rebuilding, retooling, and adapting to the climate emergency that we now experience. And I think we have to think creatively about things that we don't often think about. In this emergency, we needed volunteers jumping into their boats and rescuing people. It's not comfortable for governments to think, well, those are uninsured people. Is that really a good idea? We really don't want... If the people of Abbotsford and Merritt hadn't shown up and sandbagged key infrastructure, the situation would have been much worse. How do we think creatively about climate adaptation corps to respond in emergencies and create resilient communities where people are deputized to go out and save lives? a major event happened in my community over Christmas 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, where it was off the charts crazy weather, climate-induced, and large trees were blown down across the roads, and it was Christmas, and everybody lost electricity. This happens in major weather events. You lose your landline, you lose your cell coverage, and you can't move around, in this case because trees were across the road. So people in my community, a lot of smart people, they know that it's illegal to go out when the power's out because trees are down. It's illegal to go out with chainsaws and cut up the trees and go help your neighbors. Everybody did it. They took care of each other through Christmas. Somebody who's living on their own in their 90s, they're not going to leave them there because it's illegal to cut trees off the road. We need to figure this out. How do we empower people who know how to react in an emergency and create trained, legal, appropriate responses that engage our volunteers? Because community members in these communities, and I know the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, will agree with me, that there were great acts of bravery through the communities, individuals acting, and we need to harness that. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at climate emergencies that have killed hundreds of people in the last number of months in British Columbia, nearly 600 in the heat dome, more now through the floods. And what we need to think about is global average temperature is now 1.1 degrees Celsius above what it was before the Industrial Revolution. We're trying to see if we can hang on to 1.5 degrees. 1.5 is not a safe zone. It's going to be worse than what it's like right now at 1.1. But il y a rien plus important.
But there is nothing more important than protecting our young people, our children, our grandchildren, because this is a threat.
To do yet. We still do not act on a day-to-day basis as though we understand we're in a climate emergency. I would urge the government, since we've already bought Trans Mountain and we have all those workers and all that equipment, let's just change the mandate of that Crown Corporation and put those people and that equipment to work to rebuild, to repair our highways, to help protect them against the next major climate event. We know from the last 24 hours on Cape Breton Island, where I'm from, we see roads washed out there, we see roads washed out near Corner Brook, Newfoundland, Labrador. There's no one part of this country that is safe and secure any more than there's one place on this planet safe and secure in the climate emergency. We have to all pull together, and as the speech from the throne said, le temps est venu d'aller plus.
It's time to go further, faster.
We don't see in the speech from the throne the things we must do, but we know what they are, and tonight is a good opportunity to put forward those good ideas and together say, we work for our communities, we work for Canada, and we will save the planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important, and I want to pick up on what the member just made reference to, and that is pulling together. And I think that one of the things that, as we look at what's taking place in the province of British Columbia, is that we recognize that it's not only the national government, it's also the provincial government, municipalities, and many other stakeholders. We all have an interest in making sure that BC and the people that are so dramatically affected are in fact lifted out of this, and we help build back. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide her thoughts in regards to just how important it is that the different levels of government continue to show that sympathy and to provide the support that's so critically important to help these communities in need.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
It's critically important. It's going to have a big price tag. And I was struck when the Honourable Prime Minister spoke in Glasgow, the reference to Lytton. But Lytton is still there, and it needs to be rebuilt. The people of Lytton are there, and it's a major First Nations community as well, with scattered First Nations that live around it. It's important that we leave no community behind in this, but it's not going to be inexpensive. For decades, studies have shown that the costs of ignoring climate change were going to be far larger than the costs of action. So now we find ourselves in the unenviable position where we need to do both harder and faster. Fortunately, rebuilding communities does stimulate the economy. Fortunately, getting all the people that possibly can get to work to help farms rebuild. I mean, there's been so much loss and devastating loss that it's hard to imagine how some families will pull everything together. But they need to know that there's going to be a source of funds to get their farm back up and running. They need to know that their home can be repaired even if the insurance companies say you're not covered for this kind of flood. There's going to have to be a rethink of how we respond to what used to be called natural disasters, which are no longer natural.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to salute my fellow British Columbian for her comments today and her sympathy for all those that have been affected by the flooding in our great province. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member talked about needing to do things differently. And so tonight I know we're going to debate lots of different ideas, and I do hope we hit some big ideas. For example, I've heard from small municipalities that the DFA, the Disaster Finance Assistance Program, they can't afford the 20% that they're expected, while senior levels of government are expected to do 80%. So what does she think about that? And second, she did talk about empowering communities. Now, the last time the federal government arranged with the province of British Columbia in the gas tax agreement of 2014, but I think there's an area that we can improve upon. Tim Roberts, who's an area director for rural Karameas, has suggested that small regional districts and municipalities should be able to use some of their leftover gas tax so that they can use it towards flood mitigation, fire mitigation, Mr. Speaker, because many times there's interface area where there's fuel that can easily be removed if they were to hire students over the summer to do so. So could the member comment on some of the big ideas, but also some of these small ideas that are so important to help our communities adapt to climate change?
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And in the same spirit of working across party lines, I want to salute the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for attending COP26, not just for a couple of days, but for the full 2 weeks. And I saw his comments in the media recently that the nature-based solutions that were talked about at COP are really important. I would suggest, too, that students in the summer planting trees, restoring, what I referred to as hydrophobic soil. The hill that was burnt off, was it 2017, the Elephant Hill fire? Nothing's growing back, right? Because the soil, it just became baked. And the top surface was destroyed by the heat of the fire. We need to get trees into, and not just any trees, trees that are right to that ecosystem. That'll help restore our salmon. That'll help bring things back. And those jobs and that ecosystem is a key part also of responding to the climate emergency. I just say that to his point about small communities, absolutely. They don't have the money to come up with 20%. We need to be much more creative of how we're going to help particularly small, impoverished, rural and remote communities cope with an increased, and I'm afraid to say inevitable, level of extreme weather events that wipe out their infrastructure. We need to be really creative.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. She knows how much I appreciate her, and every time I have the opportunity to tell her, I tell her, so I'll tell her once again today. Thank you. And you'll give me a few moments, because this is the first time I've spoken in the 44th Parliament, to thank the people of Lac-Saint-Jean who put their confidence in me again. And all of my constituents took part in the election process, and I want to thank my partner of 24 years, Mylène Coutier. And I would say now that it's horrible to see what's happening in British Columbia. We know that this is one of the consequences of climate change. You'd have to be blind not to admit that simple fact. Today, the Prime Minister, during question period, said suddenly that he had understood what was a provincial jurisdiction and a federal jurisdiction, and he said that he could not intervene in Alberta with the gas and oil industry because of provincial jurisdiction. My question is the following one. Is this not a contradiction when this government that had promised that it would cancel subsidies to the fossil fuel industry increased them over the last few years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, and I thank my colleague from Lac Saint-Jean, and congratulations to him. When he talks about his family, I think of his father. And his family. So it's clear that we have problems here in Canada and that we must act when needed. It is difficult. I do know that. It's difficult for the federal government to have a good relationship with Alberta, for example. But I think at one time, for example, during the acid rain campaign or to stop chemicals from hurting the ozone layer. Here we have done great things to protect the lives on this planet, but it's never possible without a great deal of courage, very great moral and political courage to do that.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Question of about a minute, and hopefully a minute answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. And she talked about the tragedy of losing more than 500 people in the heat dome. Most of these people were low-income people living in urban heat islands in apartments without air conditioning. The federal government could come up with a program, the funding to switch those natural gas furnaces in those buildings to clean heat pumps that could cool those buildings as well as heat them, so we could save hundreds of lives across this country and reduce emissions as well. And I'm hoping that this is, one of these ideas that we have to come up with in this era of adaptation.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and thanks to my honourable colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I'm very concerned that well, of course, the impacts of the climate crisis are understood to be intersectional, and whether we're looking globally to developing countries or within Canada, it's the poor, it's Indigenous, it's people of color who are most often victims of climate events. In the case of the heat dome, I was horrified that Premier John Horgan said we had no way of knowing. We just thought it was going to be hotter weather. I was horrified that both the federal and provincial governments, British Columbia and Canada, continue to increase fossil fuel subsidies at the very moment they should be cut. But I totally agree, there's things we could do. They include things like shade, more urban forests, more opportunities to let people go into parks. It was horrifying to me that Vancouver officials didn't want people going into the Strathcona Park area for fear they would set up tents again, but that was life-giving shade. We need more attention to how we survive, more attention to cooling centers, more attention to social networks of resilience that get people out of their homes into safe, cool locations where they're given water, where they have access to ice. It's saving lives that counts on a minute-to-minute basis, and we need to be much better prepared.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the Minister for Emergency Preparedness. It's hard to even believe what's happening in BC. That after a summer of drought in Abbotsford, people's homes are now underwater. That after living with the fear of wildfires months ago, Merritt now faces the devastation of flooding. That whole highways have been washed away, that farmers have lost whole herds, that families have lost loved ones. Les derniers temps n'ont pas été faciles.
This has not been easy. To the people of British Columbia, I know that you have suffered a great deal. This summer, on top of the pandemic, you experienced record high temperatures and forest fires. I lived in British Columbia for years, And I know how strong and resilient the people in that province are. Today, I want to tell you that our government will continue to be there for you. From the very beginning, we acted to bring aid to British Columbia as quickly as possible. The minister will provide some details in a few moments. However, immediately, we summoned an incident response group in order to get help to where it was needed.
Canadian Armed Forces members are now deployed. They're delivering food and supplies to communities, putting down sandbags to protect homes, while repairing infrastructure and rescuing livestock. There's also significant support with helicopters and aircraft, with Griffins, a Cyclone, and a Chinook now in BC, as well as a Hercules and 2 Twin Otters. And reservists have been called in, including to help in Abbotsford. On top of that, there's a team ensuring the essentials, including fuel, keep moving. I know this is a concern for a lot of people and businesses. We're issuing interim orders to get food, fuel, and supplies to communities and farms. And just today, we approved a request from the Port of Vancouver for over $4 million to create extra capacity so ships aren't turned away while the port clears the backlog of traffic. Mr. Speaker, our focus is getting everyone through this crisis, which includes almost $4.5 million in immediate support to First Nation communities to keep people safe and start rebuilding. There is no doubt the scale of this disaster is staggering. What it means for people's lives and businesses is devastating. We're here to help with whatever British Columbians need, and we'll work hand in hand with the Government of BC on direct support. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of the first responders and the women and men in uniform who've stepped up to serve. And of course, standing right behind each and every one of them is everyone across the province who's shown what British Columbians are made of. I think of the family who owns a restaurant in Hope and handed out food to folks stuck in their cars, or the volunteers at Surrey Gurdwaras who've sent meals to those who lost their homes, or the women and men in Abbotsford who last week passed sandbags hand to hand through the night. À travers la province, les gens ont répondu à...
Throughout the province, people have responded to the call for action. Together, we will help British Columbia overcome this crisis. This is the time to do everything we can to protect families, help farmers, and put trucks back on the road. We have to do everything we can, now and in the future.
On sait que c'est pas un cas isolé.
We know that this is not an isolated case.
Fall, it's been flooding and landslides. Last summer, droughts and wildfires. For people out east, it's a state of emergency and washed out highways because of storms hitting hard right now. The people in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, we will be there for you. So tonight, please stay safe and follow local guidelines. If the last year has shown us anything, it's the impacts of climate change are here sooner than expected, and they're devastating. So on adaptation, we have to accelerate our work. I could talk about investments to weatherproof homes, or the $500 million we'll put towards community-based firefighters and equipment. All of that is key. But when it comes to solutions, it's not just about one program or one investment or one community. It's about putting the full power of government and the entire force of our commitment behind real, meaningful climate action. En ce moment, pendant qu'on rebâtit...
Right now, as we rebuild our communities, we also have to act for their future. Mr. Speaker, there is no one easy solution. We will, however, continue our action. We will continue to make real gestures.
And there will be difficult days still ahead. But together, We will rebuild. Hand in hand with the government of BC, with First Nations, with municipalities, and with all British Columbians. We will help you recover from this crisis and rebuild your homes, your businesses, your lives. And together, we will reach better, brighter times. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I requested special funding through the Treasury Board's Secretariat Management Reserve be delivered expeditiously for the village of Lytton. Will the Prime Minister be able to provide any assurances about the type of funding the Village of Lytton will receive and what funding stream will be utilized by the Government of Canada to provide the support he just assured the House would be coming to help my constituents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his advocacy, for his strong words earlier today in his SO31, and indeed for continuing to be there, to be such a powerful voice for his community and the people who are from his community who've been displaced across the province as people have welcomed them in following devastations like what happened in Lytton. We will rebuild Lytton. We will do it in partnership with the community, with the people of the community, and with the province of British Columbia. And we have been engaging closely with the province to ensure that the resources are there. In my many conversations with the Mayor of Lytton, the community members, but also the mayors of places like Merritt and Abbotsford and Chilliwack and others over the past weeks, we know that we have a lot of work to do, and this federal government will be there as a partner in rebuilding for a stronger future.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
J'ai entendu le Premier ministre.
I heard the Prime Minister during the introduction of his speech saying that his government will continue to be there for the people of British Columbia. I was wondering what that meant, being there. For me, being there, if it means just putting out fires, that's not enough. We have to prevent them. Empathy and compassion are necessary, but what we need in the future is courage. Courage means being aware that in 2018, 2019, 2020, the government invested $14 billion every year into fossil fuels. The Natural Resources Committee indicated that we have a $560 million fund just to support fossil fuels. If the Prime Minister is serious, the action he should be taking tonight to be there for Canadians is to confirm is that he's going to do everything he can to end subsidies to fossil fuels. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, being there for people in British Columbia is being there with more than 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces to help them get through this terrible time. It's also being there by making investments in order to help people who have been displaced and to help them quickly rebuild their homes, their highways, their ability to work. Yes, we are there. It's not just fine words, it's also action on the ground. I also wish to highlight that throughout the country, Canadians are being extremely generous in sending help to people affected by these challenges. At the same time, being there also means being there for the future, for the decades to come. And that is why we have set up the most ambitious plan to fight climate change that his country has ever seen. And we are going to take real measures to limit greenhouse gas emissions from oil and gas companies, reducing those emissions, putting a price on pollution, making investments to protect our lands and our oceans, and more. We are going to be there now and for the decades to come.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. About 45-second question, hopefully a 45-second answer.
I'll be quick, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And I just want to ask the Prime Minister, through you, the federal government spends a few $100 million each year on climate adaptation, mainly through the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. It's chronically oversubscribed. Federation of Canadian Municipalities said it basically it should be 10 times that size. So I'm just like to ask him, where's the ambition? We need ambition here just like we need ambition on climate mitigation.
Honourable Prime Minister, in 35 seconds or less,
please. From South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for his question. And the ambition has been there since 2015 as we have invested record amounts in infrastructure, not only in response to disasters, but in flood mitigation in and around Calgary, for example, in water controls throughout the prairies, in building back better after floods in the central Canada in the east. We've continued to invest in resilience and adaptation. We will continue to. But yes, the disaster program is oversubscribed. We will continue to increase funding as we help communities and Canadians get through these difficult times.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to have the opportunity to rise in this House to contribute to the discussion about the tragic flooding that has been impacting British Columbia with my parliamentary colleagues. And I'd like to begin, if I may, Mr. Speaker, by acknowledging the friends and the families of those who have lost loved ones, and for all those who have been impacted by these floods, landslides, and extreme weather conditions in BC, not just during the most recent floods, but also through the very challenging times of the BC wildfires occurring last summer and the extreme weather event that also impacted that province. I think this is also a good opportunity, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to extend our thanks and gratitude to the first responders, to search and rescue volunteers, emergency managers, Canadian Armed Forces members who have been working tirelessly to keep people safe during this difficult time. And if I may, I'd like to also acknowledge community leaders, mayors, police chiefs, and fire chiefs, ordinary citizens who have demonstrated compassion, courage, and extraordinary citizenship in standing up and being there for their fellow citizens. I would like, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to begin by providing this House with a brief update on the situation on the ground. Mr. Speaker, the overall situation continues to improve in terms of dropping river levels and incremental progress on damage assessment, repair and restoration, and community support. River advisories and warnings continue to be downgraded as river flows return to normal. A provincial emergency order remains in effect until the 1st of December. And as we continue to work closely with the province of British Columbia to support their recovery, Canadians can be assured that the federal government remains vigilant and will be ready to respond to all evolving threats related to this emergency. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I received a request from the province of British Columbia for assistance from that government, which included and asked for air support, to evacuate people affected by the floods and to reach important supply routes disrupted by the floods, to help vulnerable, stranded, and in distress people, to provide personnel to mitigate the effects of the floods, which includes the protection of critical infrastructure, access roads, and properties. And as well, Mr. Speaker, I can advise this House that over 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces have answered that call and are deployed on the ground in providing support and services to the people of British Columbia. We have also been working collaboratively to coordinate communications with the PC government and with our colleagues to ensure that people are kept well informed and have the information they need to take action to keep themselves safe and to recover from this very difficult experience. We remain committed, Mr. Speaker, to strengthening and addressing national standards when it comes to public alerting, so that Canadians, regardless of where they live, will receive timely notification of any threats and to provide them with the knowledge to make informed and safe decisions. In times of emergency such as this, I'm also pleased to note that many of us have been able to set aside our partisan affiliations to come together for the residents of British Columbia. And over the past week, I've had the privilege to meet and to brief the local members of Parliament impacted most significantly by for their constituents by this flood. And both Conservatives and NDP have come together to meet with me and to provide information and support and to ensure that I was informed. They have been extremely active in bringing forward the concerns and the needs of their constituents. And I want to thank them for their collaboration and working together. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I also want to advise this House that our government has initiated a whole-of-government response, and we have convened 3 meetings of the Incident Response Group in order to respond. Each of the ministers of the government was asked to provide the steps that they are taking to work to address the province's most pressing needs. And just as a small example, the Minister of Employment has just mentioned this past weekend that British Columbians who have lost their jobs or have been displaced can and should apply for EI Online as soon as possible, even without a record of employment. to alleviate pressures on the Indigenous communities. Indigenous Services Canada Emergency Management Assistance Program is providing over $4.4 million to First Nations agencies, Emergency Services Society. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is working very closely with the industry to support the humane and safe transport of animals and with respect to the disposal of livestock that has died in this event. Health Canada is supporting its provincial health counterparts who have been so heavily affected by COVID, but also in their response to the recent flooding. The Canadian Coast Guard is engaged in responding to a large number of reports of drifting, sunken and beached vessels. And Mr. Speaker, there are very many other examples. There has also been an effort as a direct response to a request from the BC government to change the exemptions with respect to people living in the Lower Mainland crossing over into the United States in order to obtain gas and other essential goods such as fuel. And notwithstanding some early inconsistencies, Mr. Speaker, an additional guidance that has been offered to both CBSA and Public Health Agency, I'm informed that this is now working very effectively and we are taking care of those cases that were mishandled in the first case. And again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for bringing those concerns forward and enabling us to respond quickly and effectively to answer those questions. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other things I'm happy to share with my colleagues, and I would invite each of you who have any questions or concerns or want to bring any concerns of your constituents to my attention to reach out to me, and I undertake that I will respond quickly, and I'm grateful for your help. But I also see this debate today, Mr. Speaker, as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to reflect on how we can work together to not only reassure those who have been affected by this flooding, but to let them know that we are focused on their needs. And by demonstrating our shared commitment to serving Canadians in some of the most difficult times that they face, this also gives us an opportunity to perhaps to be forward-leaning, not just reacting to what has transpired, but changing the way in which we prepare for these events in the future. It allows us to acknowledge that in the rebuilding effort of the damage that has impacted so many, we must also think about building back a more resilient Canada to ensuring critical infrastructure can withstand the impact of climate change. Mr. Speaker, this was echoed yesterday in the speech from the throne, in which we acknowledged the need to take action to prevent and prepare for extreme weather events brought about by climate change. We are seeing an increase in the number and severity of natural disasters. Canada is warming, on average twice as quickly as the rest of the world, and in our north, 3 times quicker. The science and experience of Canadians make this point clear. We must do more, and we must act now to prepare this country for climate-impacted reality. The events of the past 2 years, including the pandemic, have shone a light on emergency management in Canada. Since January 2020, the Government of Canada, via the Government Operations Centre, has supported 147 requests for federal assistance from the provinces and territories to help them respond to everything from the ongoing pandemic to wildfires, floods, and winter storms. But we cannot be solely reactive. We need to better prepare for emergencies and strengthen our infrastructure, and that is why the government has created the standalone Ministry of Emergency Preparedness. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his confidence in assigning me this new role. In this role, I will be reaching out to our partners across the emergency management spectrum, including all orders of government, Indigenous leaders, industry, the voluntary sector, academia, and partners across the federal government to help advance the work in this increasingly priority area. Together, we will create a more resilient and sustainable approach to emergency management that will help Canada prepare to mitigate, respond to, and recover from disasters. And we will be undertaking an effort to build a national culture of emergency preparedness. This partnership approach has been evident in some of our most recent work. And for example, Mr. Speaker, we recently released an FPT Ministers meeting, the Emergency Management Strategy for Canada, which identified shared priorities that will strengthen Canada's resilience by 2030. A priority area in this strategy is to improve our understanding of disaster risks in all areas of society and how we can work together to minimize these risks. And for example, in Budget 2019, we funded public safety over 5 years to improve Canada's ability to predict and respond to hazards, developing a national risk profile in collaboration with federal, provincial, and territorial partners, as well as municipal and Indigenous partners. It is a strategic national disaster risk and capability assessment which uses scientific evidence and stakeholder input to create forward-looking picture of Canada's natural disasters and risks. It's based on scientific findings from various departments, other jurisdictions, and research institutes, and it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we need to strengthen our readiness to respond quickly and effectively to disaster events. One such example of this is the work that we have been doing to fund and support the Canadian Red Cross. And through this funding, the Red Cross has been able to strengthen their capacity and to bring their expertise in helping Canadians in long-term care facilities, in isolation sites, testing and vaccination sites, and in facilities to help those who have been displaced by natural disaster. Mr. Speaker, we're also leading work on the co-development of Canada's first national adaptation strategy, which will help Canada respond to the shared reality of climate change impacts. It will do so by uniting all orders of government, Indigenous people, private companies, in a whole-of-society approach to climate change adaptation. The impact in British Columbia reminds us that flooding continues to be the most frequent and costly natural disaster in Canada, causing on average over $1 billion in direct damage to homes, property, and infrastructure annually. The events in British Columbia will significantly rise this average. An estimated $8.5 billion has been committed to provinces through the disaster financial assistance arrangements since it was created in 1970. But, Mr. Speaker, 97% of these costs have occurred over the last 25 years, and we are seeing an exponential increase in these expenses. As the member opposite mentioned, there is also the Disaster Mitigation Fund, the Disaster Financial Assistance. All of those things will be available, but I want to assure him, in our conversations with the provinces and territories, it's clear we have to make more significant investments to help our province and territorial partners build critical infrastructure that is sustainable, resilient, and adaptive to the new climate reality. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for Public Safety. About a month ago, I, together with the member for Abbotsford and Mishimatsqui Fraser Canyon, met with the mayor of Abbotsford. My riding of Langley Aldergrove touches the western part of Abbotsford. And he summoned us to this meeting to explain some of the weaknesses in the diking system around Sumas Prairie, that a request for federal assistance funding of about $500 million had been turned down once again. In retrospect, that would have been money well spent on strengthening the diking system. Will the minister acknowledge that we are unprepared for the immediate realities of climate change and extreme weather events? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
I want to thank the member for the question and for his advocacy on behalf of the community. And I know the mayor of Abbotsford well, and I visited that town. And whenever I go to that town, I make a point of going to see the mayor. And I know he's a strong advocate for his community. But I also want to acknowledge that the event that has just transpired with, and I'm a little reluctant to use the term unprecedented, but an absolutely incredible amount of rainfall falling in that basin, and that water going in, obviously overcoming the existing diking system and almost overcoming, and thank God it didn't, as a result of incredible work from people from Chilliwack coming down and helping at the Barrowtown pumping station to sandbag it, but it managed to save that circumstance. It's very clear that we need to make significant new investments, and I can also tell you there are approximately 120 Canadian Armed Forces members in Abbotsford today, and they're helping restore that dike and in order to deal with the weather event. We're watching the weather very closely over the next several days, and there's going to be up to 70 millimeters of rainfall in the Fraser Valley again over the coming 10 or 11 days, and so we're making sure that the infrastructure is there in the short term. In the long term, there's much more work to do.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out that the minister is apparently very sincere, and in a debate like tonight's, I think we need to leave aside partisanship and work all together. So on behalf of the Bloc, I'd like to express our sympathy, and we stand in solidarity with our friends in BC during this ordeal. Some people are having the worst times of their lives right now, and these memories will remain with them for the rest of their lives. So we have to do everything we can, because the present is what matters right now. But we have to think of the future, too. Would my colleague agree with me that the Liberal promises to cut subsidies to oil companies, these are promises that have been around for years? How is it that they still haven't done that? Would my colleague not agree with me that that has to be followed through on? The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member, and I very much appreciate the Bloc's expression of solidarity in this time of great challenge for Canadians right across the country. And we know that this week and in the past few weeks, the problems have been centered very much in British Columbia, but we're now seeing significant rain events impacting the people of Nova Scotia and now Newfoundland. And we've of course experienced similar, actually the impact of floods has been even more difficult in many aspects of areas of Quebec. So I think there is agreement. There is national consensus that more must be done. And I think there's a growing consensus in this country, certainly shared by the members on this House, that we must take bolder and more ambitious climate action in order to address, what is becoming far too obvious, the impact of climate change on the everyday lives and safety of Canadians. And so we are ambitious in our plans to address climate change, and we also understand it's not just simply, I think it's not going to be necessary to build back a cleaner and greener economy for Canada. But we also have to create a more resilient economy, a more resilient society to ensure the safety of our communities and our citizens in their homes and in their communities, to maintain essential supply lines. All of those things are being impacted by climate events. And so we share the ambition, and we are committed to working with you and hard to address the real impacts that we're seeing every single day that climate change is impacting on the lives of Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Before going to the next member, I just want to remind the honourable members, when addressing each other, please address yourselves through the chair and not directly across. The honourable member for, resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking the wonderful people of Abbotsford for continuing to support my work in this House and my representation of their interests as their MP. Notwithstanding the disaster that has befallen our community, I'm confident that the people of Abbotsford are up to the enormous task of recovering and rebuilding from the calamity that has engulfed us. And by now, Canadians will have heard, and indeed much of the rest of the world has taken notice of the catastrophe that struck our peaceful Fraser Valley and other sections of southern British Columbia. And like Noah of old, we were told that an historic weather event was on its way, and the climatologists called it an atmospheric river. That was a term unfamiliar to most of us. We certainly had no idea how bad and devastating that event would be. Mr. Speaker, in all of my years living in Greater Vancouver and in the Fraser Valley, I have never, ever experienced so much rain. In fact, it rained so hard, the rainfall set records in 20 of our local communities. For example, Abbotsford, 173 millimeters of rain within a 24-hour period. Chilliwack, 219 millimeters. Hope, 252 millimeters. All at one time, and the destruction was enormous. Creeks and rivers cascaded down mountainsides, overflowed their banks, and surged across floodplains. Waterlogged hillsides collapsed and became rock and mudslides that buried and destroyed highways and bridges, rail lines, hydro and telecommunication lines, and other critical infrastructure. Culverts, drainage pipes, ditches, all overwhelmed. Roads were closed as massive puddles and ponds formed on many roadways throughout our region. Dikes were breached in many places, especially in Abbotsford. Our Barrowtown pump station was overwhelmed and was on the verge of collapse. Homes, businesses, and farms became submerged. Whole communities like Merritt and Princeton had to be evacuated. Flooding also set off explosions and at least one fire that destroyed at least one business in Abbotsford. Manure pits were compromised and have begun polluting the gathering floodwaters and the surrounding land. Livestock ran out of feed, and thousands of animals drowned or had to be euthanized. In some communities, entire sewer and water systems were overrun and collapsed. Vehicles, machinery, and other property were swept away. 17,000 British Columbians across our province had to be evacuated. Communities such as Hope and Lytton and Chilliwack were left completely stranded as all transportation routes were cut off, at least temporarily. And hoarding and sadly even isolated looting has led to empty store shelves in some of our communities. In my hometown of Abbotsford, the situation went from bad to worse to desperate. Homes on hillsides began to flood as gutters and drain pipes just couldn't handle the excessive rain. And then the Sumas River began to breach its dikes that had been constructed to drain Sumas Prairie some 100 years ago. To make matters worse, the Nooksack River in the state of Washington to the south of us also began to flood and washed over the border into Canada and across Sumas Prairie. Riverbanks and roadbeds began to erode, compromising flood protection and the safety of travel on those very roads. So as the flooding became worse, our number one priority was human safety. And then it was animal rescue, and lastly, it was protection of property. So the call went out for help from anywhere, from anyone. And our community stepped up big time. Local city officials led by Mayor Braun and BC's Emergency Support Services supervised the logistical response on the ground and oversaw the evacuation of hundreds of residents to drier ground. The Canadian Armed Forces also helped out with this effort, evacuating people and animals from flooded areas and transporting equipment and feed to where it was most needed. Farmers from all over began helping each other move livestock to drier ground and clean up flooded homes and outbuildings. In fact, there's one story that made it to the national news, Mr. Speaker. It was one of our residents who took a Sea-Doo out on the floodwaters and helped pull cattle to safety, if you can imagine that. And Mr. Speaker, organizations like our local churches offered food and shelter to those needing it. Organizations like Archway and the Salvation Army and the Mennonite Central Committee and the Red Cross also provided food, shelter, clothing, and counseling, as did community volunteers who offered their homes and food to stranded travelers in places like Hope. Our trucking industry mobilized and was able to deliver hundreds upon hundreds of dump truck loads of fill to the dike breach at the number 4 road breach, thereby staunching the flow of water from the Sumas River and finally allowing the prairie to begin to drain. And gratefully, our local city workers and volunteers and armed forces were able to sandbag and keep the Barrowtown pump station operating. Thank goodness. Even performers Rosemary Siemens and Eli Bennett entertained displaced residents at Abbotsford's Tradex building at no charge.
Awesome.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I was among a number of local MPs who traveled to Ottawa and met with a number of ministers from the federal government who are responsible for the federal flood response, including the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and I thank him for taking that meeting, and the Minister of Pacific Economic Development, who was here just a moment ago. I guess I'm not allowed to say that, but he's president, he was president, and sharing with us this immense disaster that is being borne by communities across British Columbia. We are deeply grateful to the thousands of Canadians who have stepped up to donate relief and aid in recovery efforts. Special thanks to the University of the Fraser Valley, the Abbotsford Community Foundation, and the Abbotsford Chamber of Commerce for setting up the Abbotsford Disaster Relief Fund to manage the outpouring of generosity from Canadians across our country. Mr. Speaker, again, I'll repeat that. It's the Abbotsford Disaster Relief Fund. If they Google it, they'll find it on the internet. And again, a big thank you to Canadians across this great country of ours for stepping up and delivering and donating and helping out. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are serious economic consequences to this disaster. Both major rail lines, CP and CN, are badly damaged and will take time to fully repair. Now, the good news is that today, CP began to travel on its tracks again, and I understand that tomorrow, CN will be doing the same.
Woo. Great.
So it's always nice to have a glimmer of hope in the horizon. I also note that highways 1, 3, 5 and Highway 7 have all been badly damaged by rock and mudslides and were closed for days. In fact, the Highway 5, the Coquihalla, will take a lot of time to restore to its former condition. It is a mess. And then there's the Vancouver Port, which is Canada's largest, which has logistically been cut off from the rest of the country. That alone has stranded much of the $550 million a day worth of cargo that enters and leaves our port. Now, think of that, over $500 million a day going in and out of our port that is stranded. Right now, it's impossible to send consumer goods and food eastward across the Rockies by truck and rail. Another thing many British Columbians forget is that 50% of all farm gate revenues in British Columbia emanate from Abbotsford. We are the heart of farming country in British Columbia, and much of that has been stranded. For example, as the flood got worse, our farmers found it increasingly difficult to buy feed for their cattle, chickens, and other livestock. Dairy farmers desperately scrambled to get their cows to higher ground and ended up having to dump milk because there was no way to get it to the processors. And the processors then had no way of getting their products, their tasty products, to other markets across Canada. Schools were closed as teachers were unable to move across the flood zone to teach students in another part of our region. Businesses and stores in or close to the flood zone were shut down, at least temporarily. Traffic in some parts of our region became badly snarled as key transportation corridors were shut down due to damaged roads and roadbeds. And that included, Mr. Speaker, the Trans-Canada Highway, Highway 1, which connects us to the rest of Canada. As the flooding recedes, it will take some time for engineers to determine the structural integrity of that major highway. Tens of thousands of cars and trucks travel that road every single day. There are massive economic consequences as everyday trade and commerce has been badly disrupted. In fact, the pre-existing supply chain constraints that were already creating significant inflationary pressures on our economy and on Canadians have been exacerbated by this event. It will take years to assess the economic damage this flood will inflict upon our country. Suffice it to say that the damage and cost will be in the many billions of dollars. Now, what are the human consequences, Mr. Speaker? Perhaps the most important ones. Sadly, at least 4 people have lost their lives as a result of this atmospheric river event. The education of our children has been disrupted. Businesses have been badly damaged and in some cases lost. Families have lost their homes, including heirlooms and memorabilia, and will need to rebuild and renovate. In many cases, insurance is non-existent or is insufficient to replace lost property. Some employees have lost their ability to work due to the flood. In other words, life in general has, again, right after the COVID event, been disrupted through a weather event. So the emotional and mental health costs will be enormous. So, where are we now? Well, the floodwaters, the minister is quite right. The floodwaters are beginning to recede. But, sadly, more flood events are on their way. In fact, the first one appears to be arriving tonight. That's not good news. And there's a couple of other weather events right behind it. So we're not through this yet. Again, we don't know how bad this will be, but it'll put further pressure on our dike, pump, and drainage systems. Farmers and displaced homeowners are now beginning to clean up their homes and barns, hoping for the best, that this is as bad as it's going to get. There's rotting debris everywhere, as might be expected, including canisters, barrels, and containers carrying unknown substances. Some of these almost certainly toxic. We know there are pesticides floating around on Sumas Prairie. Not good. It's estimated that some 2,000 cattle have died in this flood and will quickly have to be removed and disposed of. Oil slicks have been identified from the air, and attempts are being made to identify the source of those slicks. Some other good news. Highway 7 is partially open. Highway 3 is open again. My hope is that at least 1 or 2 lanes of the Trans-Canada Highway will soon be restored for traffic. Also good news. The pumps at Barrowtown, the last defense before we are drowned by the mighty Fraser River, are still working.
Hear, hear.
And the Sumas Dike has been temporarily repaired and is holding. Sadly, there are those who chose our time of need and solidarity to engage in public finger-pointing. It's a very small minority, but they're out there. To be sure, the time for finger-pointing will come. There's more than enough blame to go around for our failure to be fully prepared for this event. But right now, as my colleague from Matsqui Mission, Fraser Canyon, has repeatedly said, it's time for all hands on deck and for a Team Canada approach to this disaster. And I appreciate the minister's remarks as well. He clearly wants to be part of this Team Canada approach. We stand with him in helping the residents of the Fraser Valley, the rest of British Columbia, recover from this event. So what have we learned from this massive weather event? Firstly, time is not on our side. These kinds of events will occur with increasing regularity. The effects of a changing climate are becoming increasingly self-evident as we experience more heat domes, forest fires, droughts, massive rainstorms, and other types of weather events. Secondly, we were not prepared for this event, even though we should have seen it coming. In fact, I have in my hands, Mr. Speaker, a report. It's less than a year old to City Council in Abbotsford, highlighting the efforts that have been made over the years to try to address the flood problems in Abbotsford. This is less than 1 year old. Everybody's implicated. There was even an international task force struck that included representatives of the federal government, provincial government, municipal government, the Americans. So this should have come as no surprise to us, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line, we all knew what the risks were and should have seen it coming, but nothing substantive was ever done about it. Thirdly, our advanced emergency warning system wasn't timely or rigorous enough. Had we taken warnings seriously, surely some of our residents would have been able to evacuate earlier and save their animals and property. Fourth, we've also learned that our diking and other drainage infrastructure is much too old and insufficient to handle future events like this. Dikes will need to be raised and upgraded to modern seismic standards. Riverbanks will need to be reinforced to ensure they are able to withstand future rain events. Fifth, we will need to reevaluate the future flood risks of the Fraser River giving way, pouring over the bikes, breaching our dikes, which providentially, Mr. Speaker, they didn't, and the extent to which we will prohibit dredging of that river in order to preserve fish habitat. Now, let me be clear, habitat is critical to the long-term sustainability of our fisheries, but there's also human life and property to consider. The reality is that increasing numbers of sandbars in the Fraser are redirecting the river flow against the existing dikes, these old dikes, eroding the foundations of this aging infrastructure. So I say to the Ministers of Environment, Fisheries, Infrastructure, Public Safety, and Emergency Preparedness, the federal government must act immediately to address this problem, and it's an expensive one, granted. Our country will also need a comprehensive adaptation plan to address future weather-related events like this one. Now, I noticed that yesterday's throne speech referenced the government's intention to develop a national adaptation strategy. And now this all sounds fine and dandy, but I certainly hope this isn't another one of the Prime Minister's empty virtue-signaling promises. This strategy and corresponding plan will take massive investments into infrastructure, certainly into the billions of dollars. The strategy must also call for greater awareness to be built into our local government planning and regulatory processes to ensure that we beef up resiliency. Finally, the recovery effort will require significant funding and logistical support from all levels of government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know we all mourn the loss of life that this flood has brought about and the massive loss and displacement that has taken place throughout southern British Columbia. Gratefully, Abbotsford has not yet seen loss of life, and I know from speaking to my constituents that they have not lost hope of a brighter future yet to come. But the responsibility to secure that future and ensure that future generations can live out the Canadian dream rests with us, their properly elected federal representatives. In the coming weeks and months, we Conservatives will be calling on this Liberal government to step up and be counted in delivering the necessary support to communities like Abbotsford that have been devastated by this flood. We will be calling upon the government to make the smart yet expensive investments that will keep our people and property safe. We'll call upon the Liberal government to partner with the province and the U.S. to ensure that in the future, more timely advance notice of such events is given to affected communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, in closing, even though we BCers are grateful for the outpouring of support we've received from our Canadian family during this time of need, I know with absolute certainty that we can and probably should have done better. Do better in planning for such disasters, better in adapting, better in making long-term investments for public safety, and better in supporting each other through timely communications and information sharing. The devastation of this rainstorm did not have to happen, but it did. So let's learn from it. Future generations are counting on us. I look forward to my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
I'd like to thank the member for his comments, and my prayers and my thoughts are with the people of his riding, just as they are with my riding of Sydney, Victoria, that's seeing unprecedented rain in some places, 200 millimeters of rain, that have seen bridges come out and flooding that's unprecedented. And I'm glad that we're talking about lessons learned in this House. And I'm reminded of a lesson that Chief Seattle once said in that area in 1854 when he said, "Man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself." And I'm wondering, what are we learning? And I understand that the member mentioned some of the learning things about preparedness and what the money that we have to invest moving forward. But I wonder if the member could comment a bit about what lessons we are learning forward that we need to take forward as the House of Commons on how better we should be treating our environment or the web of life that we are a part of, not in charge of, but the web of life that we belong to.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would respond that the web of life he refers to is part of a changing environment. Adaptation is absolutely critical. We're finding that out more and more. The other lesson I draw from this terrible event is the fact that we as a senior level of government, we actually have the power and the resources to address these issues by investing in advance, up front. For example, in my community of Abbotsford, there have been no major diking investments since early in the Harper years when I think $6 million was given to the local community to upgrade dikes. But this is not a $1 million problem. It is a $1 billion problem because it affects the Fraser River from Chilliwack all the way down to Richmond. And if those dikes breach, it is a calamity of a scale we can't even begin to imagine. So investing now, I implore you as members on the government side, impress upon your Minister of Finance, incorporate into the next budget a significant component to address improving, upgrading our existing infrastructure and expanding it so that we'll never have this kind of a calamity again.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the chair and not directly across. It's just I know it gets, we get impassioned. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take 3 seconds to thank the fantastic constituents of Jonquière who gave me confidence, put their faith in me once again, as well as my spouse. And I want to thank her. I would say to my colleague from Abbotsford that in 1996, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean had the same thing happen. And I can reiterate to him my support. I remember that after 96, there's something that hasn't been mentioned yet, is that there were many people who had traumatic problems, and there was a chair of research at the University of Quebec in Chicoutimi that was established to deal with these kinds of traumas and mental health issues, and I would be pleased, if he wishes it, to put him in contact with these people. And it would be my pleasure as well to provide the information. He talked about a Abbotsford Fund. Perhaps it would be interesting for all parliamentarians today to be able to pass out this information. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for those very generous remarks, and I take him up on the offer. If he wants to send me that information, I would welcome it. I didn't sense there was a question there, but I do sense that around this House here, there's a clear understanding that these kinds of crises can be averted. Now, we can't stop the weather from happening. We can certainly do our part to address the challenge of climate change. But these events are going to continue to happen on an even more regular basis. We do have tools available to us to reduce or completely eliminate the harm to human beings and to property. Let's use those tools together. And I think we'll be serving our constituents and Canadians very well by doing so.
Well said.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is British Columbia's third state of emergency just this year. The climate crisis is here, and it is hurting communities. It is displacing people. It is costing lives. And we need to spend what it takes on disaster management, on adaptation, on supporting the communities who have been impacted. We also need to spend what it takes on tackling the climate crisis and reducing emissions. But when it comes to reducing emissions, Canada has the worst record of any G7 country. So does the member agree that this government needs to take immediate, bold action to tackle the climate crisis and help prevent disasters like the ones that my home province is experiencing right now?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Our home province. Thank you. And I thank her for that question. I would agree with her that over the years, this government has set targets, never been on a trajectory to meet those targets, then set higher targets. Of course, not on trajectory to meet those targets, then setting a net zero by 2050 target, which the Prime Minister knows he will never be around to ever have to defend that target or to justify his failure. So it's easy to virtue signal and set targets that you know you're never going to meet. I would think that we as Canadians now are prepared to be firm and to put in place a plan that sets out realistic targets and that has a firm plan to meet those targets. Now, I know the Prime Minister will claim that his plan is going to meet those targets. There is nothing in his past performance to show that his future performance will live up to those promises. That's the standard I look at. What has he done in the past? And what will he do in the future? And his past performance doesn't give us much hope. So I hope he's going to be better going forward. But right now, we're looking at a failed climate policy from this government.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Not having had the chance to say so earlier this week, I wanted to start by offering you my heartfelt congratulations on your election on behalf of the Green Caucus. Your role in this 44th Parliament is a critical one, and I know already you're doing it with grace and integrity. Au moment où je prends la parole,
As I rise to speak, it's the first time that I do so, and I am struck by the sacred space here called the Chamber of Commons.
House, I hope this sense of awe is never extinguished, because with it comes a sense of responsibility to discuss constructively, to disagree without being disagreeable, and most of all, to be respectful in this place. I'd also like to publicly thank my neighbors in Kitchener Centre for placing their trust in me. My question this evening picks up on one asked by the Honourable Member for Victoria yesterday. Fossil fuels are the primary contributor to the climate crisis, accounting for almost or over 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions. As such, we must stop burning oil, gas, and coal at the pace that scientists like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change have called for. In Canada, this means at least a 60% reduction by 2030. And we must be honest with ourselves. It's the combustion of fossil fuels that in turn fuel the climate emergency and the extreme weather that has led to this emergency debate and to lives lost and infrastructure crumbled in BC. Yet, in the midst of this state of emergency, our federal government continues to subsidize the domestic oil and gas sector, estimated at $17 billion in 2020. My question for the Honourable Member is, does he not agree it's time to reinvest these funds in people working in the oil and gas industry, in their future, and in the communities hardest hit, needing the funds not only to recover, but as the member has mentioned, to also adapt? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford in 45 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit disappointed with that member's question. Here we are debating perhaps the disaster of our lifetime, an historic disaster across southern British Columbia. This is not about a fight over oil and gas. This is about the people of Abbotsford, of the Fraser Valley, of the Fraser Canyon, the interior of British Columbia, who are suffering immensely right now. They don't want to have a fight right now about oil and gas. What they want is an assurance from this government that this government will be there for them, and that in the future this government will deliver the kinds of infrastructure investments that will ensure that this never ever happens again to them.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time rising in the House during this 44th Parliament, and I'd like to take this occasion to thank the voters in Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia for placing their trust in me once again. I thank them so much. I would also wish to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, for your re-election as Speaker. And I also thank the Green Party for having led to this debate tonight, such an important debate. I also appreciate the presence tonight of the Environment Minister as well as the Emergency Preparedness Minister. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to express my solidarity toward all those affected by the current disaster. And I want them all to know that we are ready to work with all parliamentarians to ensure that the people of British Columbia receive the assistance that they need. As you know, Mr. Speaker, heavy rainfall has led to flooding in the Fraser Valley region. 4 people have already lost their lives, and there have been massive damages to infrastructure. An atmospheric river has caused 300 millimeters of rainfall in a 2-day span on November 14th and 15th, and the region continues to experience bad weather. Water is not being absorbed in the ground, so it is sliding downwards and destroying everything in its path. This is the effects of the forest fires that occurred in British Columbia a few months ago. According to Environment Canada, the region might have another storm tonight with 40 to 80 additional millimeters of rainfall. The flooding in British Columbia may be the most expensive natural disaster in the history of Canada. And I wish to say once again that our hearts go out to the people of British Columbia. We are far from British Columbia, but we have been watching. We have seen the extensiveness of the damage and just how hard it is. I've seen videos of farmers on the water in watercraft on what remains of their fields trying to save their animals. Thousands of animals are still there, and there have been major impacts on agriculture. And in fact, roadways linking southern British Columbia to the rest of Canada have been cut off. The Greater Vancouver area is cut off from the rest of the country. It is truly surreal. 100 or so Indigenous communities have been affected and are waiting for resupply by helicopter. I wish to thank, with all my heart, the teams and crews on the ground day and night bringing humanitarian relief to impacted communities. And the Vice Prime Minister announced that the federal government would provide financial support for rebuilding efforts, and we welcome that decision. When we have disasters like this, we understand just how important it is to really, truly work together. But we also understand how important it is to focus on prevention and rebuilding, as well as on resilience. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, we are not debating or determining whether the current flooding is the direct or indirect result of climate change, because we do know that climate change events, extreme ones, they impact our way of life and our societies, and they are increasing, and it will increase due to climate change. And what we're seeing right now is a preview of what the future has in store for us. These events are on the rise, and so we need to act. We need to take stronger action and faster action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to control global temperature rise. This is mitigation, and we also need to focus on adaptation to climate change, for example, upgrading infrastructure. That's what I mean when I refer to adaptation. We need to take action right now. In fact, we should have taken action yesterday, a long time ago. We need to take more action. We need to deploy more efforts and more investments in mitigation and adaptation. Today, in British Columbia, it is time to repair the damages and to offer support. But we must also look to the future and be better prepared for similar situations. We cannot afford to not be better prepared. As I was saying earlier, it is not the time to determine right now whether these events and these floods are directly linked to climate change, but we do notice that the droughts, which caused forest fires, occurred in British Columbia a few months ago, and now the flooding, well, it's probably not a coincidence. So all this said, what should we do? What can we do for prevention? The government needs to be asking itself these questions. I just returned from COP26 in Glasgow. Everyone had great intentions. Everyone was there working in good faith. We even had an entire day dedicated to the theme of adaptation and mitigation. What came out of that meeting? Some good, of course, some ambitious promises, but nothing to prepare us in the short term for dealing with situations like what we have in British Columbia. That's why we in the Bloc want to insist on the importance of the energy transition. We know it will be expensive, but not doing so will be even more expensive in financial and human costs. We must take advantage of restarting the economy, of economic recovery, in order to do this more than necessary energy transition and build a more resilient society when it comes to dealing with the consequences of climate changes, and especially the increased frequency of extreme climate events. In summer 2020, we developed a green recovery plan, and during the last campaign, we proposed a fund, creating a fund dedicated to protecting shorelines and fighting against erosion. We can't help but lament that the government calls itself a leader in the fight against climate change, but then doesn't actually walk the talk when it comes to energy transition and getting out of fossil fuels. Yesterday, the speech from the throne was delivered. We had some elections recently. We wonder whether they were really necessary. Why was it so important to have elections? Now the parliament is quite similar, but we're dealing with exactly the same problems that we had before the election. In fact, we just wasted time. And with climate change and climate crisis, we are running out of time as well. Island countries, developing countries, less wealthy countries, those who emit the least greenhouse gases but are the most affected by climate change, they fear running out of time. And in fact, Even scientists know that we are running out of time. We're going to run out of time if we don't change course. We have to change course. It's crazy to think that we're going to be able to limit greenhouse gas emissions or reduce them, all while the Canadian oil industry announces that it will increase its production in the next few years. We are going straight into a wall. We are not taking the right action. And there is so much to do, Mr. Speaker. There was a lot of vagueness in the speech from the throne yesterday, some vague promises about climate action, and that was not reassuring, not at all. I'd like to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that Quebec is a real leader in the fight against climate change. Quebec has everything it needs for the energy transition and to build a truly resilient and green economy. And Canada should follow in Quebec's lead. In the long term, it won't be good for the Canadian economy to continue to invest in fossil fuels. We need to change how we do things. And when it comes to adaptation and mitigation, that won't be possible without infrastructure changes. Quebec's regions and other regions, like in British Columbia these past few months, have shown us that we have major needs when it comes to climate change adaptation. Our shorelines are retreating, and there is erosion of our shores. That is an example. Our regions are not safe from the devastating effects of natural disasters. Our fight against climate change must be based on mitigation and, of course, adaptation. The Bloc Québécois policy has been focused on protecting shores against retreat and erosion for many years now. During the last election, we proposed a fund for protecting shorelines from erosion with annual funding of $250 million. This funding must be ongoing and predictable. In Gaspésie, in Saint-Maxime du Mont-Louis, Route 132 collapsed and was taken by water, and this is the type of event that's going to continue to occur and reoccur. And don't try to buy a house near the river in Saint-Louis-sur-Mer in my riding, because not a single insurance company is going to give you any insurance, because they know that these houses are at risk, that they will be eventually flooded. This also happened in 2010 in the same municipality in Sainte-Flavie. Dozens of houses flooded, dozens of families displaced, and this is what's happening right now in British Columbia. Thousands of people are being affected by this. That's why it's not enough to just put a Band-Aid on it by repairing damage after climate events. No, we need to do prevention. And the investments through the Mitigation and Adaptation to Climate Disasters Fund, $3 billion over 10 years, that is not enough. It is not enough to build infrastructure that can really stand up against the effects of climate change. During the speech from the throne, yes, there was talk of investments to prevent some negative impacts of climate change, and there was talk of a national adaptation strategy, but the government must work with provinces and Quebec, work with them, not against them. We must all work together. This brings me to talk about mitigation. For a long time, we have been criticizing the fact that Canada has never reached its greenhouse gas reduction goals and continues to heavily subsidize the Canadian oil and gas industry rather than investing in renewable energy and in the green economy. And unfortunately, this government's real strength when it comes to the climate is its real strength at making promises, really, really nice promises, to distract attention from the fact that they are actually funding fossil fuels and other oil and gas and carbon-producing industries with taxpayer money. What we really need are measures, actions. We need a credible, believable, and transparent plan. We want more than promises. We're still waiting for such a plan. So here's my question to the government. Is the government ready to promise that it will not give the green light to new hydrocarbon development projects in Canada? Does the government agree that we should gradually reduce production of hydrocarbons? Does the government feel that Canada should follow in Quebec's footsteps? Quebec has truly committed to ending their hydrocarbon sector. Liberal MPs will repeat their promise. They'll answer me in repeating their promise that they're going to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector, limit them, reduce them. But their promise does not offer us a way out of carbon, oil and gas. And they say that these industries can be viable, that they can be green. This makes me think about what happened at the Glasgow Pact. After 10 days of negotiations, we had a text that did not even mention fossil fuels. Not a word, not a sentence acknowledging that the fossil fuel industry is one of the main culprits in the climate crisis. And we ended up protesting. Civil society protested. And then finally was included in the text one sentence which it doesn't really mean much, and I quote, it's countries commit to speed up efforts to eventually have less inefficient subsidies for fossil fuels. But speed up our action, that's not a strong commitment. Where was the backbone of Canada's representation to stand up and oppose this sort of watered-down declaration? This final text, gives the governments of 200 countries basically the green light to continue to fund the climate crisis. This is the text that came out of a global conference on the climate. A conference whose goal was to do everything possible to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. If we continue to subsidize oil and gas, we will not reach our goals, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberals have finally committed to end subsidies to fossil fuels after investing and granting $10.7 billion a year to the fossil fuel industry, not to mention how expensive Trans Mountain was. But there's a catch because, in fact, the Office of the Auditor General asked the government in 2019 to define what they meant by inefficient subsidies, and the finance minister refused to provide a definition. This new Liberal promise thus leads us to believe that new subsidies to fossil fuels will just be hidden subsidies. And what's worse is that this is all being done in the name of climate change and with taxpayer money, which will go to oil and gas in Canada. How much more money will Canada sink into helping polluters pollute less rather than helping innovative industries build the economy of tomorrow? The grey hydrogen strategy in Canada and other programs will be very, very expensive. Liberal inaction is expensive. We are already paying millions to develop unproven technology which could be used at some point, which will be too late for Canada to reach its GHG reduction goals for 2030. All this to produce so-called less polluting oil and gas rather than having a real energy transition. And if all of this is how the Liberal government is fighting climate change, well, we need to really take things with a grain of salt when the Liberals talk to us about their spending and about their programs to fight climate change. These investments, they are really just hidden subsidies for the Canadian oil and gas industry. Is the government ready to commit once and for all to putting an end to the Canadian oil and gas industry and carbon-producing industries? Can they admit that green oil and gas doesn't really exist? That's the type of talk we'd like from the Liberals. Today, as I said, we must be standing in solidarity with British Columbia more than ever, but we also need to help in the short term and in the long term. We need an ambitious plan for the future to prevent extreme climate events like this one, which will be increasingly frequent. I would like to state once again that the Bloc Québécois is willing to work with all parliamentarians and work with them to support British Columbia and help them find solutions for today and tomorrow. Question.
Hey, there you go. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly a pleasure to rise. I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for her sympathy with British Columbians that are going through a very difficult time. And while the focus of this debate should be on that, she did bring in a bit of a wider scope, and I'd like to ask her the following. So before I ask the question, just to say I agree with her. The government, in the throne speech, talked about adaptation strategy that would be due in 2023. This is the same government that promised in 2019 to plant 2 billion trees. My family has planted more trees than the government from that initiative. So Mr. Speaker, the question is, she mentioned that the Bloc does not support the use of subsidies to oil and gas developed here in Canada. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to her, does she believe that carbon capture, utilization, and storage would, to the Bloc, count as a subsidy? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question, and I thank him for bringing that up. I know that he and I agree on many things, surprisingly. 2 billion trees, that was announced by the Liberal government, and it was written down somewhere, but in the speech from the throne, there wasn't much concretely speaking, so it was hard to read in between the lines to really understand what the government's adaptation strategy will be. For example, subsidies to help polluters pollute less. Will that be effective? Unfortunately, I think not. I think that today and now we need to invest in green energy, renewable energy. We need to invest in industries that will help us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We should not be using taxpayer money to invest in that sort of technology because we don't even know if it works or if it's going to actually lead to lower emissions. Quebec is really a leader. We use wind energy and water energy. These are the types of solutions that we should really be leveraging while supporting those industries. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. I have a few questions for her. She spoke about carbon. There is now an act in Canada which will prevent the production of carbon electricity as of sometime between now and 2030. And we are also putting a price on pollution. In fact, it's the highest in the world. It's higher than Quebec's, higher than British Columbia's, higher than California's, and as of next year, it'll be higher even than the price in the European Union, which started its system about 15 years ago. I wonder whether my colleague is aware of the historic investments that we are making in public transit, $25 billion. And there are 300 public transit projects that we are supporting, which are currently being built. We are supporting these projects everywhere in Canada. And as for fossil fuels and subsidies, we have committed to ending these 2 years earlier than all other G20 countries, because other countries committed to doing so by 2025, and we've committed to doing so by 2023. No other countries in the G20 have committed to doing so by 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. And yes, I'm aware of all these investments made over the last few months and years. I'm glad that these investments have been made, and I think that Canada has a good international reputation. It even stated that it would stop investing taxpayers' money in oil and gas projects abroad. We would like it to stop doing the same thing domestically. We want to avoid these camouflaged investments in polluting industries. We want to ensure that polluters pay instead of being paid. We want to stop helping polluters to pollute. We need to aim for net zero. We need to cap production. We need to rethink the way we do things. We need to concentrate on that. Despite everything that's been announced, what's been announced is simply not enough because we're in the middle of a climate crisis. Thank you. Questions and comments?
I'll do this one correctly, and I apologize. I would get that one wrong. Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your position, and I promise, thank you. And I promise I will give you many more opportunities to say my riding name in the days ahead.
We know you will.
As a member from Alberta, I want to share the strong sense of solidarity the people in Alberta feel with British Columbians. We obviously have a close and special relationship with BC. Many families cross that provincial boundary. There's a lot of people who travel back and forth on a regular basis. Since many members have spoken about the issue of climate change, I know this is a tense time in Canada for many reasons. And I think it's very important that all members of Parliament be committed to having these debates in a way that respect the rule of law and that oppose any form of violence. Unfortunately, we have an environment minister who's shown in his past track record that he does not have a respect for the rule of law when it comes to engaging in these conversations around the environment. And I wonder if the member from the Bloc will take this opportunity to condemn in particular the horrific comments made by David Suzuki saying that pipelines will be bombed. Can we have a clear consensus in this House that the way forward on these issues is through peaceful dialogue and discussion rather than through law-breaking or violence?
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Regarding climate change, well, the Bloc Québécois is always going to want the Liberal government to do more. But when it comes to who we're siding with, between the Conservatives and the Liberals, well, I think we need to be optimistic about the fact that the current Environment Minister was appointed. Because given his track record, he's exactly the kind of minister that we need in order to be able to limit greenhouse gas emissions. I do not agree with what my colleague said, therefore. I think there is a lot that remains to be done. David Suzuki said a great many things at COP26 about what Canada has done. The Prime Minister, in 2015, after the election, said that Canada was back on the international stage to fight climate change. And yet a few years later, he bought a pipeline. Therefore, Canada's action on climate change is dubious. But I think we should still let bygones be bygones and be optimistic for the future. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is spending as much every 3 months on subsidies to oil and gas companies as it plans to spend on its mitigation fund for the next 10 years. So when this government talks about its transition, it's actually transition to more fossil fuels. And it's no good to say that these subsidies will be effective. These subsidies could have been eliminated ever since the Liberals' first mandate, but it wasn't done. I would like my colleague to tell us what else we could do with the $10 or $11 billion that are spent annually on oil and gas companies to help us with our green transition. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel. I think this is the second time he's risen in the House. He's doing a great job and he's very familiar with this topic. I'd like to thank him for all of his expertise. When I saw that after Glasgow, there was this discussion of the difference between efficient and inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. I will repeat what I said earlier. We don't want to help polluters keep polluting. We want to take taxpayer money and invest it in green energy, in solutions that will help us for the future, in the transition. Instead of talking about efficient fossil fuel subsidies, we need to cap emissions, cap production rather, and we need to reduce it gradually. And we need to collaborate with people in the industry because the Bloc Québécois supports these workers and wants to help them in the transition.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you for being in the chair. It's good to see you there. And I thank the member for her very impassioned speech. And I know that for the NDP, one of our biggest concerns is the fact that we're seeing a Liberal government that says a lot of great things that people believe in, but they don't take the next step into action. And when we look at what's happening in British Columbia, where we're seeing communities being completely isolated, Indigenous communities isolated completely now because of this terrible weather incident, we know that that's just going to continue to grow because of climate change. I'm just wondering if the member could speak a little bit about what we need to see in this country in terms of action.
Une courte réponse du membre.
A quick answer from the member for Avignon, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And it's a similar question to what we were asking ourselves during COP26. There were various announcements made by different countries, including several announcements made by Canada. And during the election campaign, during the previous parliament, the Liberal Party made many promises and commitments. But today, we really have to ask ourselves, where is the concrete implementation of all these promises? Where is the action plan? We want to limit greenhouse gas emissions. We want to reach net zero. Well, we need to start somewhere. And where are we going to start? We need to know. Industry wants to know too. Unions want to know. Because they may need to support workers in this much hoped for transition. We need a concrete, transparent plan, which will help us become more resilient.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start by saying I'm going to share my time with the member for Burnaby South. And I'd like to open by saying that my heart goes out to all those British Columbians that have suffered hardships over the past days and weeks. Some have lost their loved ones in landslides. Others have lost homes and farms and their livelihoods. Some were stuck in vehicles for hours or days, wading through the dark and the rain, fearing that at any time another landslide might come down and engulf them. And I thank the first responders and the volunteers who have helped those on the highways, the brave members of 442 Transport and Rescue Squadron who flew Cormorant helicopters in very dangerous conditions from Comox to pluck maroon motorists off the Highway 7 between Agassiz and Hope. And the workers and volunteers who have struggled to save homeowners, rescue livestock, maintain and rebuild the dikes and pumps that were essential to keeping the losses to a minimum. I want to give a special shout out to the Gurdwaras, the Sikh temples around southern British Columbia, who got together and organized free food and aid to communities across the region. Mr. Speaker, on November 14th and through November 15th, an atmospheric river poured rain into the mountains of the BC coast. This is normally a wet time of year in coastal British Columbia, but 20 rainfall records were set that day, and several sites received an entire month of rain in 24 hours. The rain fell on mountain snowpacks, on soils saturated by previous storms, and in some cases soils and forests damaged by widespread fires the previous summer. Mudslides and debris flows roared down the steep mountain slopes to the roads and rail lines below. Rivers swelled to overwhelm bridges and other infrastructure. In a short period of time, all the highways and rail lines connecting Vancouver to the rest of Canada were damaged or destroyed. The Coldwater River flooded the town of Merritt. The Tulameen River took out homes along its path and then met the Similkameen River to flood the town of Princeton. Over 100 First Nations communities were impacted throughout the region. The Nooksack River in northern Washington state overtopped its banks and its waters finding the low ground of Sumas Prairie in Abbotsford, flooding some of the best farmland in the country. A series of mudslides on Highway 99 west of Lillooet buried cars and trucks, killing at least 4 people. A 5th is still missing. 2 landslides along Highway 7 between Hope and Agassiz trapped hundreds of motorists in the darkness. Some of the highways were simply buried in mud and rocks and trees, but the Coquihalla Highway, the major freeway connecting the coast to the interior of British Columbia, was simply destroyed in several places. The Nicola River, fed by the swollen Coldwater, took out large sections of Highway 8. Both the CN and CP rail lines through the Fraser Canyon were badly damaged. The Trans Mountain Pipeline had to be shut down. All the critical supply chains between the south coast of British Columbia and the rest of the country were severed. Prairie grain shipments to the port of Vancouver stopped. 3/4 of our grain is exported through that port. And almost all the goods imported into Canada from Asia come through Vancouver as well. That came to a shuddering halt. Perishable goods, including vegetables and milk, that are usually trucked to the interior British Columbia on a daily basis, disappeared quickly from store shelves throughout my riding and the rest of the region. This one-day rain event has laid bare many of the weaknesses in our supply chains and our transportation strategies. So what does the future hold? Well, in the immediate future, British Columbia is bracing for 2 more atmospheric rivers. One is beginning to hit the coast as we speak here tonight, and another one is scheduled to arrive on Friday. These storms will likely be not quite as wet as last week's devastating storm, but with soil saturated and floodwaters still present, they could easily bring more landslides and rise the floodwaters again. And we've heard about the flooding that's happening right now in Atlantic Canada. So what does this government need to do? Well, we've heard so much about climate action, and rightly so. We have to rapidly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to limit the impact of climate change. But the global temperature increase we have seen to date is locked in. If we dropped our emissions to 0 tomorrow, we would still be facing a future with increased flooding, catastrophic fires, heat domes, and rising sea levels. The unfortunate truth is that we will continue emitting greenhouse gases for the next 3 decades at least, and these climate change impacts will only get worse. So we must also greatly increase our ambition in funding climate adaptation, getting ready for the changes that are locked in. Most climate adaptation funding from the federal government flows through the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, which disperses a few $100 million every year. It's chronically oversubscribed and therefore greatly underfunded. This disaster we're speaking of this evening will cost billions of dollars in rebuilding costs alone. The Abbotsford dikes may cost $1 billion just by themselves. And it's almost by definition a fund to rebuild after disasters rather than prepare communities to avoid disasters. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Insurance Bureau of Canada have reported that the annual infrastructure costs of climate change in Canada right now are $5.7 billion every year. The Canadian Institute for Climate Choices estimate that the present annual cost of flooding impacts alone in Canada are about $1.3 billion, and that will rise by 10 times over the rest of this century. So we need to have meaningful investments for adaptation, and we need to provide adequate supports for individuals and communities that have been devastated. Federal and provincial governments have downloaded a lot onto municipal governments when it comes to infrastructure, construction, and maintenance. These local governments need real help to rebuild dikes, roads, and other infrastructure. And they need a dedicated fund to help pay for forward-looking plans to strengthen infrastructure so it is ready for the climate of 2050 and 2100. The Coquihalla Highway is only 35 years old and was basically destroyed in one rainfall event. You know, we've heard of Build Back Better, but we have to, when it comes to this infrastructure, we have to build back stronger with bigger culverts, higher bridges, better designed dikes. And we need to look for nature-based solutions, planning for future flood events by allowing rivers to spill their banks in places where damage will be minimal, ensuring that mountain forests above communities and critical infrastructure are healthy and enough to intercept rain and hold moisture in their soils. We have to redesign our buildings. Over 500 people died in last summer's heat dome in British Columbia. 500. They were almost all low-income people living in apartments without air conditioning. We'll have more heat domes, and we cannot see a repeat of this carnage. We need to act now to make sure low-income people across this country can live in housing with affordable and effective heating and cooling. We could provide those buildings with heat pumps that could effectively heat and cool the homes with clean electricity. We need to fire-smart neighborhoods that are at the forest interface to reduce the chance that they will be destroyed by catastrophic wildfires. The way forward will be difficult, and I know from experience that these climate disasters are absolutely devastating to the people who've lost their homes and livelihoods. In my riding, the city of Grand Forks flooded in 2018. The aftermath of that flood and the rebuilding process has been very painful for that community. The citizens of Lytton are experiencing the same pain and frustration. and I know the towns of Merritt and Princeton face a similar prospect. So we must plan for this uncertain future and make sure that communities have funds necessary not only to rebuild after natural disasters, but to adapt to climate change before being impacted by future weather events. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and answers. Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my neighboring Member of Parliament for his words tonight, and obviously we as British Columbians stand together and appreciate the fact that we have an emergency debate to be able to discuss these issues. At the tail end of his speech, Mr. Speaker, the member did talk about the experience of Grand Forks. I was just wondering if the member could please just give us a little bit more background exactly what happened, and also how the community is doing and what things perhaps we can use lessons learned to apply to this situation that are striking.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, to allow me to expand on that, because it is something that I think we should be doing, is learning from these disasters. Are very painful, and the least we can do is learn lessons from them. In this case of Grand Forks, much of the downtown area and a low-lying neighborhood on the other side of the Kettle River were flooded, and the city and the surrounding regional district applied for funding. They got funding from $20 million from the federal government, another $40 million or so from the provincial government to help rebuild the city. And what they decided to do was make sure this didn't happen again. And so they redesigned the dikes along the river to flow so that if the river flooded, the really low areas that were going to flood almost certainly again, there would be no homes there. They had to buy out the people who lived there. That's what divided and was very painful for this community. People had to give up their homes, and often because the funding wasn't as adequate as a lot of people thought it should be, didn't have enough money to buy another home in the city. It was very difficult for the city council. It was very difficult for the people involved. So this is the kind of lessons that we have to look to make sure people don't have to go through that again. So designing our cities so that neighborhoods won't flood in the first place, and using innovative ways to make sure that we can make our communities safer in the future.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. I offer my full support to the people of Abbotsford. My stepson lives in British Columbia, and I have visited this region, which is an agriculture hub in Canada. I come from an agriculture region, so I understand the suffering, losses, and damages that they are experiencing. Now, when it comes for preparing for future climate events and storms, what would be the best way? Is the best type of prevention to invest directly in the fight on climate change? Because, yes, transferring funding for infrastructure to provinces like Quebec, provinces are the best place to know how to go about this. So is the best way to invest directly in fighting climate change?
In the West Kootenay.
Well, I thank you. I'd like to thank the member for that question. And I think the question was, should we develop, or should we spend federal monies directly, or should we flow them through the provinces? And in fact, the way it's done now is that they go through the provinces. The money I just talked about, rebuilding Grand Forks, that was a partnership between the federal government and the province, but the money went to the province, and the province then cooperated with the city as to how to spend that. That's how a lot of infrastructure funding in Canada works. The money from the federal government goes to the province, and the province decides how to spend that.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, mon chef adjoint. I want to thank everybody for being here for this emergency debate. I want to thank a previous member and colleague of mine from the New Democrats who brought this motion forward, as well as others who brought it forward. What's happening right now in BC has laid bare the reality that the climate crisis is not a problem for the future. It's another example of how the climate crisis is a reality we face today. And I'm certain we've seen enough examples that we no longer believe that this is just a question about making sure our children inherit a future and an environment that's safe. We have seen extreme weather in BC with forest fires. We've seen hotter and drier summers across the country, which have left many communities ravaged by forest fires. And now the floods in BC are devastating communities. And we've heard some of the examples of what's going on. We're seeing communities that are entirely washed out. There are parts of the Lower Mainland which were completely disconnected from other communities. We are seeing infrastructure completely destroyed. Homes have been destroyed. People are being displaced. Farms have been destroyed. This is the devastation of the climate crisis. And sadly, the reality is this isn't an exception. This is becoming the norm. And while right now our thoughts are with the communities that are impacted, and we are pushing for as much help as possible to be delivered, and communities are working to get back to a place where they can continue to be connected and they can get their roads fixed, we need to start looking at what we can do if this is going to be normal, if this is going to be what we expect, as my colleague brought out, that even if we tackle the climate crisis and we limit our emissions and we reduce our emissions, there is some climate crisis or there is some climate change that has already been baked in. We are going to see a rise in temperature. We are already seeing it, and that means extreme weather will become more common. So what do we do about it? Well, first, let's look at the impacts. It's not just actually in BC. Right now, we're talking about the incredibly horrible impacts in BC, but as we speak, there are extreme weather patterns happening in Newfoundland and Labrador. There's a community of Channel Porto Basque in Newfoundland, which is completely cut off as well. Their roads have been washed out. Trans-Canada highways have been washed out in Newfoundland. In Nova Scotia, Cape Breton has just right now, in the past couple hours, been hit with an incredible weather pattern where they're saying it'll take days or weeks for their communities to return back to normal. The entire country, the entire world is being gripped with extreme weather, which means more and more rainstorms and flooding, drier and drier summers, hotter and hotter summers. So what we need to do is acknowledge that we've got to take on this climate crisis with the urgency that it demands. And we've not seen that urgency from the part of this government. The urgency to respond to dire climate crisis means we need to start acting immediately. We need dramatic and bold steps to reduce our emissions. We need to invest in renewable energy. And we need to invest in these communities. And my colleague laid this out, but I want to be very clear on this. We need three things to be enhanced: our emergency preparedness, and we need the federal government to play a stronger role in this. We need to respond more quickly to these extreme weather circumstances and these disasters. We need disaster mitigation. We need to make investments ahead of time so that we're not just responding to a crisis, but instead we are investing in communities to make sure they're more resilient, that they're built in a way that they can withstand what is becoming more and more common. If extreme weather is more common, if extreme rainfall and flooding is going to be more common, then we need to build the infrastructure so these communities are more resilient. We know there is aging infrastructure, and that aging infrastructure is directly being impacted by the extreme weather. I was just in Nunavut, and Nunavut has a water crisis. And that water crisis right now, the early indications are again a direct result of the climate crisis, Warming temperatures, permafrost that's no longer frozen, that's warming, have resulted in shifts in the water supply infrastructure, which has created a contamination of hydrocarbon in Nunavut. So the water is poisoned in the largest community in Nunavut. And this is, again, a direct result of the climate crisis. We are being impacted across the country, we are being impacted across the world, and we need to start acting. And so one of our biggest pushes is that we need to see the federal government take a more active role to make those investments, to build more resilient communities. BC needs help. We need to be there in solidarity, and I appreciate some of the comments in the chamber of solidarity with the people of BC. That's greatly appreciated. We need to take care of our fellow Canadians, and we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible to prevent this from happening in the future. I want to take a moment to just talk about some of the incredible stories of support and solidarity. My colleague mentioned some folks in the Sikh community that stepped up and provided food and relief. We see, as Canadians, in difficult times, incredible stories of courage, incredible stories of support from folks that helped out those in need. And I want to acknowledge everyone that provided those supports. I want to acknowledge neighbors who looked out for their vulnerable community members, for vulnerable seniors. I want to acknowledge and thank people in their community who provided food and shelter to those in need. I want to acknowledge the frontline workers, the workers that provided supports to those that needed to be evacuated, the workers that provided support to those who needed healthcare supports. And I want to acknowledge all the communities that are right now housing evacuees from communities that can't go back to their homes. There are countless people across the province who've been evacuated and are being housed in neighboring communities, and the generosity and the open arms and warmth of those communities has to be acknowledged. And I want to thank everyone across the country, everyone across the province who's provided that support and provided that help. And while our response to this crisis is important, and so I'm going to encourage the Liberal government to do everything possible to provide the support to rebuild the highways, the bridges, the infrastructure that's been damaged. Again, I want to make a strong push. What we're seeing from this government when it comes to the climate crisis has been often a lot of pretty words. And I hope that this horrible disaster makes it clear the price of nice words and the cost of inaction. It's not good enough to talk about the climate crisis. It's not good enough to say that you care. It's not good enough to stand up in the House and say that you had the best plan in the last election. Put it to action. Let's see some concrete action. Canadians are demanding it. People across this country are demanding action. They are witnessing the impact of the climate crisis in their lives right now. And they're saying, do something about it. Canadians are fed up. They're frustrated. They want to see more empty promises. They want to see concrete actions. We want to see the investments and a real plan so that we can tackle the climate crisis. We want to see an opportunity to use this recovery as we move forward past the pandemic as an opportunity to create jobs in communities that need this infrastructure to be rebuilt, to create local jobs, to improve the infrastructure, and to build jobs of today and of tomorrow. While we are up against a horrible disaster, and in times of disaster we're focused on the tremendous loss, there is an opportunity here for us to do something that will build a brighter future. There's an opportunity for us to make investments in clean energy, to make investments in better infrastructure. There is an opportunity for us to take this horrible time and this disaster as motivation to do the right thing, to fight for the today and the tomorrow for our children, to take every step possible to protect our communities, to protect people, and to make sure we protect our future. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see you in the chair. I guess no more fisheries committee for you, eh? We've heard an impassioned plea from the honourable member for government to step in and do things, and government can indeed do that. One of the things that we have to be mindful of is the continuity of effort. This reminds us that governments are there through the pleasure of the people. If the people decide that a government isn't doing the right thing or they disagree with it, they change governments, and anything that had been done to that point might be thrown away. Now, I guess the question to the honourable member is what is his assessment of the working through process that the public, the Canadians, are doing? Are they now, after witnessing everything, on the same page as many people here that, yes, of course, we need to adapt. Nobody will disagree. But are we also ready to do those things that in the future won't keep us adapting, to actually address the root causes, the things that are causing the difficulties that we're facing right now? Where does he see the government or the public, the Canadians, on that issue?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. I think what we need to do now is a two-pronged approach. We need to immediately invest in the infrastructure needed to make sure communities are resilient, and we also need to make sure we are doing everything possible to fight the climate crisis. We know that this is also a global problem, but if we don't do our part in Canada, if we don't end fossil fuel subsidies, if we don't invest in renewable energy, if we don't have a plan for workers, then we're not in a position to then encourage countries around the world to provide support and leadership for other countries around the world to do their part. So what we need to do right now is immediately invest in resilient communities, infrastructure that can help these communities deal with extreme weather that's becoming more and more common, more and more often. And we also need to make sure we're investing in every solution possible to fight this climate crisis.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I add my congratulations to seeing you in the chair as Deputy Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Burnaby South, if we're prepared to do everything possible, and this is a politically difficult question to my honourable friend, but that will require that the federal NDP leader be prepared to disappoint the Alberta NDP leader and cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and to disappoint the provincial premier, Mr. Horgan, and cancel LNG pipelines and subsidies and ban fracking. Is the honourable member prepared to commit to doing that?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is everything possible while we're in this chamber to do our part as a country. And what we know right now is there are billions and billions of dollars of federal subsidies that continue to flow into the oil and gas sector. That's money that should be going towards renewable energy. That's money that should be going towards creating a plan for workers. That's money that should be going towards fighting the climate crisis. And we're going to do everything we can in this House, in this chamber, to ensure that we are using all of our resources towards solving the problem and towards building a brighter future and towards protecting communities right now.
Question commentaire, a short round. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Speaker. And there's been a lot of debate tonight and discussion, and it has overwhelmingly been dominated by the theme of climate change. And I agree that climate change was a significant factor at play in this disaster. But we've seen evidence and proof brought before us that this was, in many ways, also a man-made disaster. Because of negligence and lack of investment, the most shocking thing that I heard is that the Sumas Prairie Dike System was created 100 years ago. When did we stop as a country building the critical infrastructure needed to go forward as an economy and as a safe communities? When are we going to bring back that sense of building this nation again so that we can get this country moving? Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby South with a quick answer.
Without a doubt, this is a human-made problem. Its climate crisis is created by human activity.
That's right.
And the infrastructure that we need to improve is something that it's going to take people coming together and the government investing in the solution. So absolutely, we need to build more resilient communities. That's something that we need to be aware of, and the federal government has to play a role in building those communities that are more resilient. And the climate crisis is absolutely caused by us, and we have to do our part to stop it.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations on your role in the Speaker's chair. And I'd like to note that I'll be sharing my time this evening with my neighbour and friend, the member from Surrey Centre. Mr. Speaker, this is my first speech in the House of Commons since 2019, and it's good to be back. I'm proud to say that I'm visiting the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation from the traditional and unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. I'd like to begin by thanking the voters of Cloverdale, Langley City for returning me to Parliament. I must thank all the volunteers who helped me over many months. I would not be sitting here if it were not for you. I'd also like to thank my wife, Elaine, and children Kai, Hattie, and Kehlani for always supporting me. I'm pleased that you, Mr. Speaker, granted this emergency debate. Thank you to so many of the BC members of Parliament for being here and being part of this important discussion, but also from colleagues from around the country. I want to also offer my support to the members who are most affected by this most recent tragedy in British Columbia, the areas of Abbotsford, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, and Central Okanagan, Nicola, and Similkameen. I know that it's been particularly devastating to communities, and anything I can do from this side of the aisle, I'm here to offer that support to you. The devastating flooding in BC last week was heartbreaking to watch and continues to weigh on my mind as this Parliament begins. This is especially true for the 4 individuals who lost their lives, 2 of whom were parents of a toddler who were on their way home to sea, and those still missing. Considering how to avoid loss of life in the future should be the first priority as we rebuild. Henry Braun, Mayor of Abbotsford, one of the worst hit areas, estimated the damage caused to his city is at least $1 billion. $1 billion is the cost to just one city in this region. The most recent estimate for the total damage in BC is over $8 billion. The economic impact on our infrastructure, to farmers, including half of BC's dairy farmers, businesses, and to personal property is distressing. The scale alone should be cause for concern regarding our economic future. We need systems to mitigate economic disruptions during extreme weather. The loss of animal life must be considered as well. Thousands of animals and tens of thousands of poultry drowned from the flooding and died from being stuck in transports with no access to farms or feed. For farmers, this is costly and to our domestic food security disruptive, but also a sad state of animal welfare. Farmers and farm animals need emergency procedures for protecting animal welfare during these events. The losses to our critical infrastructure, particularly bridges and segments of railroad, are causing shortages in key household goods. Gasoline is being rationed. Some of the infrastructure will take months, if not years, to repair, posing challenges for our communities, provinces, and country. Many of these routes move goods to and from Canada's biggest port, the Port of Vancouver, and the rest between there and the rest of the country. For our food security and supply chains, how to withstand another event such as this needs to be central to the reconstruction of this infrastructure. I must acknowledge how my constituency managed during the flooding. While Cloverdale Langley City is close to Abbotsford and many of the hardest hit areas, it avoided the devastating flooding this time. However, residents did face property damage that, as we emerge from COVID-19, is another economic hurdle to overcome. Fortunately, our government is already investing in climate adaptation. In 2019, our government invested over $76 million in Surrey, Delta, and the Semiahmoo First Nation to implement a comprehensive flood adaptation strategy to increase resilience for over 125,000 residents in our region. Some parts of my riding are playing an important role in food security, including Heppel Farms. Working sandy loam soil, their crops withstood the rains and will be able to provide for the greater region as we experience losses in BC's interior. The effects of the flooding go far beyond the lower mainland, though. Much of BC's coast was impacted by flooding last week and is again, as I speak, experiencing further downpours of rain. With the next 3 storm events in the coming week expected to also be atmospheric rivers, we don't know what the next round of rainstorms could bring. Communities in the interior, including Merritt and Princeton, were also negatively affected. Extreme weather events are not restricted to BC either. Atlantic Canada is simultaneously being subjected to unprecedented rainfall, and the prairies have suffered terrible droughts this year. Recovering from this event will take commitments from all levels of government. Inaction will continue to cost society. Insurance claims will drive up insurance costs, and in some areas, insurance isn't available if property is in a floodplain. This puts pressure on governments to help homeowners rebuild following these types of catastrophic weather events. No human life should ever be lost. Farm animals need to be protected, as does personal property. With loss of life, economic impacts, animal welfare, and supply chains in mind, The catastrophic flooding last week is the most recent illustration, and perhaps the most significant, of how necessary climate adaptation, mitigation, and resiliency are to Canada. Our country is warming at twice the rate of the global average. In the Arctic, it is 3 times the rate. Preventing warming past 1.5 degrees Celsius will mean for us 3 degrees, and the Arctic 4.5 degrees. These effects are why our government is ready to move faster on climate initiatives than we have before. We demonstrated that this year with our ambitious targets of 40 to 50% reduction in our emissions. At COP26, by committing to ending thermal coal exports by 2030, capping and reducing the oil sector's emissions to net zero by 2050, and aiming to cut our methane emissions by 30% no later than 2030. Without these actions, the $8 billion cost of a single extreme weather event will be more frequent and more costly. $8 billion is about 3% of my province's economy. It is simply not sustainable to be unprepared for extreme weather and climate change. Our government is addressing this directly by including Canada's first ever national adaptation strategy in the speech from the throne. Reconstruction of infrastructure will need to include funding to ensure that future infrastructure can withstand extreme weather events like the one we've recently experienced in British Columbia, and likely stronger. Our national strategy will need to include processes for protecting businesses and farms, including their animals. It will need to support stronger implementation of warning systems to avoid loss of life. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we don't fully understand the devastating impacts that this and similar weather events will also have on things like the wild Pacific salmon population. Mr. Speaker, the floods last week were devastating, indeed catastrophic. There is no other way to describe them, but they serve as a terrible reminder of the urgency and fortitude that our government and every MP here must act with to implement strong climate action to avoid such events in the future. Our government has committed to assisting British Columbians with recovering and with preparing for extreme future weather events. But the work is not yet done. Let's work together to ensure all Canadians are protected from future weather events like the one we are seeing right now in British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and want to congratulate my colleague from British Columbia on his fine speech. I did want to address the issue of the cost, the billions of dollars of infrastructure that it'll require to address the very real flooding dangers in the area where we both live and represent our constituents. Billions of dollars worth of diking upgrades, new dikes that will have to be built. I'm going to ask this member to take this question directly to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, to the Finance Minister, to the Infrastructure Minister, and to the Prime Minister himself. And that is are they prepared to commit in the next budget to include a very significant envelope to address specifically the issue of dike protection, not only in British Columbia, but across the country? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Cloverdale-Langley City.
I'd like to thank the member from Abbotsford for that question. And absolutely, I believe that as we've talked, the member and I were able to sit together on the way out here and talk about this devastating effect. And I think that our government needs to invest. The impacts we've seen, this $8 billion from one event, could be the magnitude could be so much greater as we experience this across the country and other regions, and again perhaps in British Columbia. We're in a low-lying area next to the Fraser River, through the Fraser Valley, and things like dike protection, dike reinforcement is absolutely critical. And I will be discussing this with the members of our government, that it is absolutely critical that we get ahead of this. The cost now of the investment of dollars will save us that much more down the road.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on the new role as chair. I'd like to again thank the constituents of Nanaimo Ladysmith for putting their trust in me as their newly elected member of Parliament. The devastating flooding in BC has been a painful reminder that we are living with the consequences of the human-caused climate crisis. Indigenous communities across Canada continue to be at the forefront of the climate crisis. Shamefully, First Nations feel the impacts all too frequently, being at the back of the line for federal funding for cleanups and infrastructure. Chief Roxanne Harris and the Staminas First Nation in my riding have felt these impacts from the flooding firsthand, and the delays in funding have only made matters worse. Mr. Speaker, is my colleague ready to listen to the Indigenous leaders like Chief Harris and to work alongside Indigenous communities to get them urgent support that they need to combat the worsening climate crisis? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia for that question. And absolutely, we need to work with all populations, all communities. The Indigenous community is often at so many disadvantages, and so it's important that we're there for them. Now, in the latest flooding event, there was money immediately made available to a number of First Nations that were affected, and it was to help get supplies and other goods into the communities and to provide any assistance that was needed. But yes, we can never forget that these populations that are often at risk need support, and I think we all need to work together to make sure that our Indigenous communities are supported through these types of events.
Questions and commentaire, and this is the short one, so I'm going to go to the member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is my first time rising in this House in this term. I want to thank the constituents of Parkdale High Park for returning me for a third time to this august chamber. And welcome back the member from Cloverdale Langley City. So why am I participating in this debate about BC environmental events? Because there's a pattern that we're seeing here. These mudslides, the fires. What we are seeing is something that my constituents are very concerned about, which is the impact of climate change. I know the member is a learned man who's spent a lot of time working in parks and in conservation. I want to ask him, what has this taught him about the urgency of climate change and about where the priority must be in terms of investments by our government?
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think that this type of event really points out the need for action on climate change, urgent action, and that's why I'm so proud of having run with this government on our platform, a very strong platform, in fact the strongest of the parties, on having a very aggressive program to deal with climate change and the effects. So we're dealing with it, and we'll continue to push forward. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful that this emergency debate is taking place tonight to discuss the devastating flooding in my home province of British Columbia. As we anticipate more heavy rain coming this week, the actions that we take and the preparations that are made in the coming days will be very important to support those who will be impacted by future storms. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to all those affected by the destruction, particularly those in Merritt, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, or Hope, including constituents of my colleagues from Smilkameen, the Member of Parliament from Smilkameen, Nicola, from Abbotsford, and from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. The loss and devastation that we have seen over the past week is heartbreaking. There has been a loss of life, evacuations, and people left stranded. Within just a few days, 18,000 were forced to leave their homes, and critical infrastructure like highways and railroads in and out of the province were severely damaged. I'd also like to thank all of those who have been working around the clock to support the residents impacted, and to those who have stepped up to help their neighbours in the face of these challenging times. British Columbians have faced a great deal of devastation caused by extreme weather and natural disasters. In their look back at the 2021 BC wildfire season, the CBC reported 1,600 fires across 8,700 square kilometres in the province this year alone. This has been the third largest area impacted in recorded history in a summer filled with drought and record-breaking heat waves. Just last month, as we moved into autumn, a time when forest fire season would usually come to an end, we still had 140 fires burning in the province. The consequences of this year's wildfires could be a contributing factor to the flooding experienced in my region. The BC Ministry of Forests and Range described how, after intense fire, soil can become repellent to water, causing water to run off and pool rather than be absorbed by the soil. This can lead to landslides and floods after heavy rains or quick melting snow. This shows the ripple effects that climate change can have. The more extreme heat and natural disasters we experience, the more disasters they may trigger in the future. If this is not a sign to climate change deniers that climate change is real and here, I do not know what else it will take. On this side of the chamber, We know that the science is clear. Human activities are causing unprecedented changes to the Earth's climate. Climate change poses significant risks to human health and safety of the environment. It impacts biodiversity and safety, and it impacts biodiversity and economic growth. Across the country each year, flooding alone leads to more than $1 billion in direct damages to homes, businesses, and infrastructure. We know that we cannot afford to not address climate change. We must continue to take swift and decisive action to address the consequences of climate change, work to lower emissions levels, reduce our consumption, and find innovative solutions to reach net zero. And our government is doing just that, Mr. Speaker. In just the last year, our government has invested $60 billion towards climate action and clean growth, and an additional $53.6 billion into Canada's green recovery. Since we formed government, we have invested $100 billion to address climate change. By moving forward to cap and cut oil and gas sector emissions, we're making investments in public transit and mandating the sale of zero-emission vehicles. We're increasing our price on pollution, and we're protecting our lands and rivers. To address climate change adaptation, we invested an additional $1.4 billion towards the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund to further support projects such as wildfire mitigation activities, rehabilitation of stormwater systems, and restoration of wetlands and shorelines. In fact, in 2019, the federal Liberal government funded $76 million through the $2 billion Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund for Surrey, in partnership with the Semiahmoo First Nations, to upgrade 7.5 kilometers of the Nicomeckle and Serpentine dams, the Colebrook Dike, and upgrade 2 pump stations and two dikes, but we must do more. We've been working with provinces and territories to complete flood maps for higher risk areas, supported First Nations and Inuit as they manage the health impacts of climate change, such as access to food, impacts of extreme weather events, and mental health impacts of climate change on youth. Our government will continue to invest in our workers and our industry to help bring Canada into the economy of the future, while we take action to clean our air and protect Canadians from extreme weather events like the ones we're currently experiencing in BC. As Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary May Simon said in the speech from the throne yesterday, in a time of crisis, we know how Canadians respond. We step up and we are there for each other, and the government will continue to be there for the people of British Columbia. And Canadians are stepping up. I had the opportunity to see firsthand last week when I joined a team of volunteers delivering food and supplies to Hope and Yale, BC. This was made possible by the generosity of the Gurdwara Dukh Nawadan Sahib in Surrey, Richberry Farms, Peter Dillon, and the Guru Nanak Food Bank. Thank you for those who stepped up for your communities and neighbours during the challenging times. I saw firsthand how people felt scared, isolated, and anxious, whether it was from sleeping in their cars for days or whether they could have bread or milk as the shelves on the stores were bare. When disaster first struck in BC, search and rescue teams from Comox helped rescue motorists who had been stranded in dangerous conditions. The Canadian Armed Forces on the ground supported relief and mitigation efforts. Air Task Force members helped deliver essential food and supplies. When remote communities were cut off by landslides and road closures, the Air Task Force members helped deliver essential food and supplies. They've delivered over 6,000 pounds of supplies to the Nuiatek and Nikomek First Nations communities so far, including critical staples like fresh milk, eggs, and potatoes. Thousands of Canadian Armed Forces members are on standby and will be on their way to assist those most impacted by the tragedy if needed. Thank you to the members of the Canadian military for your work, which includes everything from evacuations, rescuing livestock, sandbagging areas at risk of flooding, and assisting with infrastructure repairs. We are so grateful for your commitment to keeping British Columbians safe on the ground during this difficult time. Our government is working closely with provincial counterparts in British Columbia. We recently approved a request for federal assistance from the province for help with their emergency response to the extreme widespread flooding. Indigenous services
Canada also approved a funding request of $4.4 million in additional funding to the British Columbia First Nations Emergency Services Society to support them as they assist First Nations in their response to the widespread flooding caused by the recent atmospheric river event. Our government has also been helping residents return home who've been left stranded in the flooded areas where roads have been inaccessible. A local team for my constituency of Surrey Centre, the Surrey Thunder U11 boys hockey team, were on our way to a tournament nearly 400 kilometers away from home and were left stranded with no accessible route home through Canada due to the road damage caused by the flooding. Thanks to the coordination on both sides of the border, including our government officials, CBSA officers, U.S. Immigration, and many, many more who were involved, were able to get them home safely. As British Columbians brace for the expected heavy rains coming at the end of this week, our government is watching closely and will stand with the people of British Columbia and continue to work with our provincial counterparts to ensure the safety and well-being of British Columbians. I'd like to close today by acknowledging that there are colleagues from British Columbia represented across party lines in this House, and I hope that we begin the 44th Parliament. We can come together and do what we must do to support all those impacted by these devastating events and the many other challenging situations Canadians are facing across this country. To everyone in BC impacted by the floods, please take care and stay safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations for your appointment. And I want to thank the member for Surrey for his comments, and particularly for highlighting the work being done about enhancing the diking system around the Nipkomackle River and the Serpentine River running through Surrey and also through my riding of Langley. But we heard earlier in debate today that a significant cause of the flooding on the Canadian side of Sumas Prairie was the breaching of the dikes and the banks of the Nooksack River on the American side. And I wonder if the member would have any comments about how our government has to work together with the American and the Washington governments to make sure that that does not happen again. That needs to be solved.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Question from my colleague and a member from Langley Aldergrove. It's absolutely essential. As we notice, the environment doesn't pick borders, it doesn't see boundaries, and we have to work with our American counterparts and global counterparts for many things, but in this particular case, our partners to the south, and make sure that they do the same mitigation efforts, they do the same diking and the same restoration efforts so that this doesn't happen again. And I think deep collaborations between the provincial and state government and the two federal governments would have to take place, and I will encourage and definitely speak to our ministers of global affairs so that they can talk to their counterparts on the U.S. side. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable membre.
Questions and comments, the honourable member.
The honourable member for Avignon, Matapédia.
Et il y a un élément qu'a bien expliqué ma collègue de Saanich Gulf Islands tout à l'heure, qui expliquait qu'est-ce qui s'était produit en Colombie-Britannique.
There was a comment from my colleague earlier for Saanich Gulf Islands. She talked about the fact that because of the fire several months ago, there was damage to the soil, which means that it no longer absorbs the water as well, and that may lead to greater flooding. So it's an example of the vicious cycle that can occur when nature is not in balance. It's a good example of the kind of surprises that we may be faced with. If we reach these infamous tipping points that we've been hearing about. Does my colleague think this government is doing enough to limit temperature rise?
Surrey Centre.
Thank you to my colleague across the aisle, and I think there's a lot of work to be done. Absolutely, it is essential to control the growth of the temperature rising, and as my colleague from Langley City, Cloverdale Langley City had alluded earlier, we must do more. Canada is warming faster than many other countries around the globe. We have a huge watershed in our Arctic that we have to preserve that is kind of the coolant of the globe, and therefore we must do more, and otherwise these disastrous events will happen. So I think we need support from across the aisles on this issue, and it should be bipartisan or tripartisan or all parties in this matter.
Commentaire, l'honorable membre de Edmonton Griesbach.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As this is my first time rising in this House, I want to thank the fine people of Edmonton-Griesba for the tremendous honor to represent them in this place. I want to extend my condolences first and foremost to the people of British Columbia, who have and continue to suffer from this catastrophic flooding caused by human-made climate change. My heart and the heart of the people of Edmonton-Griesba are with all of you. I also want to make clear that the impact of this crisis is being felt far outside the province of British Columbia. Alberta's supply chain has been hit hard by the devastating floods in BC. Local business owners in my district of Edmonton-Griesba are working around the clock to keep their shelves stocked, but they are finding it impossible to keep food and essential goods on the shelf. Can the member expand on what plans the government has to ensure we build a more robust supply chain that can withstand this and future climate-caused crises, especially those who have been hit hard by long-standing supply chain issues like Indigenous communities and those communities in the north?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre for about 30 seconds.
Thank you, and congratulations on your election and on representing the members of constituents of Edmonton Greensboro. I thank him for his maiden speech. I think the government will do whatever it takes, and I think this is a very essential time as we've seen supply chains even without natural climate disasters, but due to the COVID situation globally, supply chains have been even more imperative, and they have to be examined and have to be ensured, and particularly for Indigenous communities and remote communities and communities in the interior. So we'll do whatever it takes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's very good to see you in the chair, Mr. Speaker. I think the first Acadien, le premier Acadien comme président félicité.
First Acadian Deputy Speaker, congratulations.
First speech in the 44th Parliament wasn't on this topic, but I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and I want to thank him and our colleagues from British Columbia for bringing this emergency debate. Over the last week and a half, Canadians have watched our family, our friends, our relatives in some cases, fighting devastating floods across British Columbia. Floods and landslides that brought unspeakable devastation to communities, and a province that was still recovering from forest fires over the course of the last year. I've been hearing some of the accounts firsthand from British Columbia members in our caucus and, of course, from media reports. Mr. Speaker, families used kayaks, motorboats, and canoes to reach safety. They watched their homes, farms, and businesses literally be submerged by the flooding. Others spent nights in their cars on highways, which were washed away or covered by trees and mud. Les chaînes d'approvisionnement reliées.
Supply chains linked to the Port of Vancouver are blocked off, and residents are wondering how they are going to acquire essential products. The devastation is heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're here tonight.
To British Columbians. I can only imagine the hardship that you and your families have been facing and will be continuing to face in rebuilding efforts. Although roads and railways may have felt that you were cut off from Canada, please know that you will never be cut off from your friends and family in this great country. Our country as a whole is here to support you because that is what it means to be Canadian. In times of trouble, we all come together. When people need help, we are there to serve. From the lower mainland to the interior, when the highways turned to rivers, that's when we saw British Columbians step up with heroic action for their neighbours. People like Henry Chilahitsia, who used a motorboat to lead 29 horses to safety near freezing and fast-moving floodwaters in Merritt. A helicopter pilot from Vancouver Island, Mr. Speaker, sprung into action, delivering badly needed supplies in the mainland before rescuing 6 people who were stuck in Hope. Cities like Kamloops and Kelowna have opened their doors to welcome hundreds, if not thousands, stranded in British Columbia. Communities have stepped up with heroic resilience that Canadians have been known for at home and around the world. But it's time that those families know that the rest of Canada is stepping up too. The work of our Canadian Armed Forces, of our first responders on the ground, civic workers, have saved lives and protected property. But the rebuilding effort will require significant federal support and a long-term plan and commitment. British Columbians need to know that Canada will be with you for the long term as you rebuild. We're here. You need a united country behind you to help you get back on your feet, and my commitment to you is the Conservatives here in Ottawa will be a voice for you now and in every day forward as we rebuild. We will ensure that no one is left behind and you will get the support you need. Mr. Speaker, we know that one aspect of climate change is more frequent extreme weather. While we must work to lower emissions, we must also work to protect our communities and protect our economy by building resilient communities and dedicating specific infrastructure funding to adaptation efforts. We campaigned on a plan to better prepare communities for the impacts of a changing climate. I spoke to Mayor Henry Braun in Abbotsford a few days ago. I want to thank Mayor Braun and civic leaders like him across BC for their leadership in this time of crisis. Mayor Braun has told me, as other mayors have told my colleagues, about dikes that need rebuilding in Abbotsford, Agassiz, and Hope in Kent. These communities need to know that there is a long-term commitment to resilient infrastructure. Conservatives promised to develop and implement a national action plan on floods, including a residential high-risk flood insurance program so that Canadians can rebuild. Our plan also included developing a national climate adaptation strategy incorporating directly mitigation and adaptation lenses to all infrastructure projects. And we ran and committed on appointing a National Disaster Resilience Advisor to the Privy Council office so that expertise is just down the hall from the Prime Minister whenever emergencies happen. And for a government that is known for lots of talk and little action, I welcome them to steal any of our ideas as we need to rebuild British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. We will advocate for these important measures. Conservatives will be watching to make sure the government takes concrete action to protect the lives and livelihoods of Canadians. Let's work together to protect our country. Grâce aux investissements du gouvernement.
Thanks to the precedent Conservative government's investment in the military, our men and women in uniform are able to deploy many troops, supplies, and equipment.
Minister of Public Safety for working with Conservative MPs and all MPs in our federal response. I respect that, Mr. Speaker. But the Liberal government also needs to be crystal clear when it comes to promises they make to Canadians who are in crisis and are worried. This past weekend, the Liberal minister was telling BC residents that they could cross the U.S. border to buy essential supplies without needing a COVID-19 test. But now we're hearing reports that flood-affected Canadians were fined over $5,000 for not taking the test before they returned home. British Columbians cannot afford this type of confusion, and I sincerely hope that the minister moves to correct this situation. Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud of my colleagues in this House from British Columbia who've been actively supporting their constituents and partner levels of government. The member for Abbotsford, Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon, and all of our MPs, including the MP for Chilliwack Hope, who's remained on the ground helping coordinate efforts with our members here in Ottawa. Our entire BC team is here tonight and is working day and night to help those displaced and impacted. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I know that this is not just our side of the House. Indeed, all Canadians and all British Columbians need to know that we will be working for them. So everyone here in this emergency debate this evening, I thank you for standing up for your fellow Canadians. You're here, Mr. Speaker. Let us be united in helping those who need it most. Let us make sure we protect people now and have long-term commitments to rebuild for the economic rebuilding that will be required. Let's combat and get emissions down while also making sure we have adaptation efforts that are underway with dikes, with flood mitigation, and with emergency preparedness, Mr. Speaker. Issues such as this should not be political. We need to make sure that the Prime Minister and Privy Council office has the ability to rapidly address the needs of the nation, addressing the use of the Canadian Armed Forces, including with more direct Army engineering capacity on the ground in British Columbia, something that's really been deprived for the province since a Liberal government in the past closed CFB Chilliwack, Mr. Speaker. So let's make sure we build that capacity, we work together, and we send a clear message to British Columbians tonight. We're here with you today, tomorrow, and to the last day of the rebuilding, because we need a strong British Columbia for a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? And we'll go to mon ami du Bloc, Jonquière.
My friend from the Bloc, the member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition's speech. I really appreciated it. He concluded by saying that we should all stand united. I fully agree with him. Earlier, I said to the Prime Minister that we can't just put out fires. Now, we are trying to put out a fire here, but we are going to need to prevent fires. And in order to do so, we must listen to what science has to say. Science is saying that what we are doing with hydrocarbons is no longer possible given climate change. Here's my question to the Leader of the Official Opposition. Would he agree with me in saying that the best possible solution in the short term would be to stop subsidizing fossil fuels?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Jonquière, for his question. Unfortunately, he has made a political gesture during an emergency debate. We are here tonight to discuss the well-being of Canadians. When it comes to climate change, yes, we must have more readiness in the future. We must invest massively to protect against the effects of climate change and against flooding. This was in our platform during the recent campaign. In the future, we must be more ready for natural disasters, floods, fires. In the Privy Council office, Mr. Speaker, there must be leadership, a leader in the Privy Council office, and that was also in our platform. Mr. Speaker, it is time to take action and to help British Columbians. Questions and comments?
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Leader of Opposition for his speech, and I'm glad to hear that he's on side with the idea that we have to have a lot more ambition in funding climate adaptation for communities and for responding to disasters such as this. And when small communities like Princeton and Merritt are faced with tens of millions of dollars, if not much more, in rebuild efforts, would he also be in favor of eliminating the necessity of that 20% municipality investment in that? Because that's something that small communities simply can't manage. and they're the ones that know what to do and how to do it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from West Kootenay for the question. And really, the way he phrased it, that we need more ambition, reminds me of one of my major critiques of the Prime Minister and the Liberal government. They don't lack in ambition and nice tweets and trips abroad. What they lack in is achievement. They never deliver on anything. Yeah, they've long fired their person in charge of deliverology, Mr. Speaker. So what we need is actually what Conservatives ran on the election, adaptation and resiliency infrastructure investments. And I agree with the member, for some smaller municipalities, that's a very huge expense. So as municipalities are a creation of the province, this is an area where I really do think the federal government and the provinces need to make sure that infrastructure funding specific to the impacts of climate change need to see federal and provincial leadership, Mr. Speaker. Priorities, as I learned from my great discussion with Mayor Braun, the local governments can help set the priorities, but we have to be there not just to talk a good game, but to deliver. And the rebuilding efforts, Mr. Speaker, in BC will be some of the largest in our history. We have to show tonight that we will start and we will get the job done.
Question et commentaire. Very, very short one. And I'll see the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his speech. I have a few questions for him. First, is he aware that we have already started implementing an adaptation strategy, which is already concrete? There is actual funding throughout the country, funding for real projects. Here's an example. In Montreal, with the city and the province, there is a solution with parks, and there are tens of thousands of dollars which have been invested. It will help limit spring flooding in the west of the city.
Sure.
Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question par le ministre. Peut-être il va.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. Perhaps he will be visiting BC to see the results of the floods. He will have to take the train right away to be able to have such a visit. But unfortunately, this government has made many announcements about climate change and infrastructure investment, but there is absolutely no concrete action. The difference between our team and the government is that we would deliver the goods, Mr. Speaker.
Debates. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And congratulations to your appointment. You look good there. So,
Hey, give him an extra minute.
yeah, no. I want to just express my appreciation to all members of the House and all parties for taking this time and agreeing to having this emergency debate. I was struck this afternoon when we heard different members speaking about the crises and the flood in British Columbia, that we gave each other standing ovations. And so I think that we all of us here really do care for the people of British Columbia and for this province. So British Columbia is in a really tough spot right now. It is an emergency. I think of communities like Princeton, Merritt, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, that are submerged or partially submerged, and smaller communities like Lytton, which have been stranded. Many thousands of people have been evacuated. I think of my brother David, who lives in Yarrow, and people's livelihoods have been lost. The main transportation links were or are cut off. Most of us have seen the pictures of devastation on the media or in pictures of the Coquihalla Highway, for example, and other rail and road arteries. I don't know if you've traveled, members have traveled, or those who are watching have traveled the Coquihalla, but it is a marvel of engineering. And to see the overpasses collapse, and in other places and other roads, how the rivers have just changed and just wiped out the roads, it is quite stunning. My wife asked me this morning, she's hoping to see our granddaughter Harper in Kelowna around Christmas time, as well as the parents too, who we love. But and I told her, I don't know if we'll be able to see them. Depends on the roads. I mean, these roads could be months. It will be months, many months before they're restored. Gas is being rationed in my riding of Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge and throughout much of British Columbia. Right now, I think of the entire city of Merritt that was forced to evacuate. I think of the towns and villages of First Nations, many of whom are reeling still from the forest fire damage this summer. Forced out at a moment's notice and living in emergency shelters once again. I think of the many people who lost their homes, their businesses, their livelihoods. I think of Mirsad and Anita Hadzik. Tragically, they lost their lives as well as two others in a mudslide on the Duffy Lake Road. And tragically, their 2-year-old daughter was left behind without parents. But even in these most tragic and sad situations, some rays are shining through. The people of British Columbia have rallied for this now orphaned child, an example of the old adage, it takes a community to raise a child. And money has poured from everywhere, over $131,000 so far on GoFundMe. I think it's important to acknowledge some of the more positive stories from the past 10 days. We saw people reaching out to strangers with vulnerable health, offering to run errands for them so they didn't have to put themselves at risk. There were stories that brought out the best in humanity, stories of love, generosity, and hope, from a place aptly called Hope, a small town whose businesses and people stepped up in ways that we haven't seen since Gander in the 9/11. One of my staff, Jay Denny, told me of his friends, Maya Warren and Chris Lang. They were on their way to from Kelowna to Vancouver and became trapped in Hope, along with many others when the roads leading out were closed or destroyed. They stayed positive through days living in a car. Actually, the member for Langley Aldergrove, behind me, I believe. Yes, there he is. Okay. His own daughter, his son and daughter-in-law and 5 children, they lived in their vehicle in an underpass for several days until they were able to escape. Maya and Chris talked about the amazing volunteers at the high school in Hope and who provided blankets when they mentioned how cold it was. They shared stories on social media how Panago Pizza had a generator and the staff fed the people for free until they ran out of supplies. They were connected with Barb, who took them into a safe passage until a safe passage to Vancouver became available. Many others in Hope welcomed complete strangers. It's a testament to the fact that despite our differences, when things get tough in Canada, our strong community fabric comes through to help one another. I want to say kudos to the people of Hope and to the people everywhere who have lent a hand or donated to help out. This fabric includes our first responders, Canadian military, highway and utility crews, search and rescue units, and emergency services volunteers. Thanks to all of them, and to the people of British Columbia for their resiliency, and for all their generous offers of assistance, actually from all across Canada. And now to the challenges, current and future. One challenge is the clarity and timeliness of information. Those same people in Hope, with all their positive stories, also raised valid complaints about accessing information. The information they got was from word of mouth. They wonder, as I do, why they received no information via emergency alerts on their cell phones. Seems pretty simple. A simple message with the details of which radio station or website to get information would have gone a long way to help to locate emergency supports. If we can inform people province-wide about a missing person or a potential tsunami, then certainly we can inform them how they can get help in a natural disaster. This needs to be discussed further so it doesn't happen again. We also have, as others have mentioned, British Columbians who've been issued severe fines passing through Washington State without getting a COVID PCR test. These aren't people on holidays, Speaker. They are people traveling essentially to get goods to survive, doing what the minister said that they could. The minister said that the matter is all clarified, but what about those fines? The minister said the Public Health Agency, that's their responsibility. That's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. These people have had enough to worry about. They shouldn't be devastated financially. The minister needs to, with his statutory powers, do everything he can with respect to these fines to see them overturned. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing challenges to infrastructure, transportation, supply chain, food supply, natural resources, human displacement, and employment will be significant, and they all could have a net negative economic impacts for months, if not years, to come. Infrastructure concerns me greatly across BC, but particularly in my riding. We're relatively fortunate in Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, which is only half an hour away from Abbotsford. The Pitt and Alouette River watersheds were not as hard hit, but we didn't go totally unscathed. There was some localized flooding, but it could have been much, much worse. The dike system along the Pitt River has held, but there has been calls for years to upgrade this, but no money has been committed. Mr. Speaker, we need to do something about this because we could have a much more serious situation in the next freshet. The government has had 6 years to make significant improvements, and they haven't, putting the people in Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and KT First Nations at severe risk. We need to take action which is to deal with the issue right now. There is time to discuss climate change and mitigation. This is important. But right now, we need to get the people out of the burning fire to provide safety and to move forward. That's immediate concern. And then lastly, I will say that it's important to keep the focus on keeping BC safe, people informed, and building back BC as quick as possible. And we need to remember the commitments that are being made here when this crisis is no longer front page news. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for, you're over here, right? I'll get it right in here a second. Sturgeon River Parkland.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his statement. It's clear that he has a real heart for his constituents in the region. And I wanted to ask the member, we have had a lot of talk about climate change tonight. We know that climate change is a large factor in why this flooding happened, but we also know that we haven't been putting in the effort to ensure that people are kept safe, whether it be through building infrastructure or through better emergency preparedness. And I know the member was previously a member of the provincial legislature, and I wanted to ask him, with the Alert Ready system, we have seen that the British Columbia government has not used the Alert Ready system. What more do you think the federal government needs to do to work with the provinces to have a better standardized system for alert readiness in this country? Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I want to thank the member for his question. It is a responsibility for each province, and I do think that there should be some basic foundations and precautions. And it's hard to understand why the people were not alerted. I know a few hours earlier, it could have made the difference of many, many people not being stranded. I think that certainly is a discussion that the minister can have with the provincial counterparts in order to make sure that this is established and effective for all Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable membre de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations. You know that we've worked together and that I appreciate your hard work. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He's passionate about this issue. And the Bloc Québécois will absolutely support our BC friends. We are not here to play political games, but I must say that I did not appreciate his leader's answer to my honourable colleague's question earlier, the member for Jonquière, who was asking the Conservative leader to speak out about fossil fuels. And the leader of the Conservatives said that he was playing political partisan games. That is not at all the case. No, it is not mere partisanship to ask for stronger action on climate change. I'm sure my Conservative colleagues are aware of what's happening in the world right now. Climate change is happening. BC is an excellent example of what's happening throughout the globe. Therefore, I would ask my Conservative colleague whether we can count on all MPs in this House to ensure that we take action, concrete action, to tackle climate change and eliminate subsidies to the oil and gas industry. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I'd like to thank my colleague for the block for his question. This is an extremely important question for everyone. And I know that we will be discussing this issue when it comes to legislation that the Liberals will be tabling. I am a BC MP, and what's the most important right now is to help and rescue people who are currently experiencing an immediate serious situation. So I'm not trying to say that this isn't an important question, but I would say that it's not what is immediately facing us right now.
Any comments? The Honourable Member, may I get this right, for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my question, I wanted to recognize Port Moody firefighters, Coquitlam firefighters, Port Moody Police, Coquitlam RCMP, and the volunteer organization of Coquitlam Search and Rescue for their work to bring stranded people to safety in Abbotsford. As we face more and more of these extreme weather catastrophes, can I ask the member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, if they agree there should be more federal support for these organizations that always come together to help?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, I want to thank the member for the question and congratulate her on her election. She is a neighboring member of parliament, and I hope to be able to work together with you on issues of importance, such as what we're dealing with right now. So, and she commended her emergency services people, volunteers, and I would do the same with my own in my community, being able to help out. So certainly, does more need to be done? Yes, and I think there's a lot of room for discussions for this as we move forward. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sharing my time with the member for Surrey Newton. Colleagues, spare a thought, or even a tiny tear, for my poor, beleaguered province of British Columbia. First, there were heat waves in the summer. Then there came fires, and it was only up to 2 months ago that we were able to deal with putting out those fires and dealing with repairing of what was going on. Now we face floods. Not only have we had the floods, but we hear that in a week there's going to be over 80 to 100 millimeters of rainfall and storms hitting the same province in the same area. And that 2 weeks from thence, there's going to be another set of storms. So just spare a thought for my province. It is not only about the cost of human life and misery and the displacement of families and people, but there is also the cost to dairy farmers. This part of the world in British Columbia is the capital of dairy farming in our province. And, so you think about what's been happening. We've heard that 500 cows died. We have heard that Fraser Valley is facing a problem where neighboring communities are taking and adopting cattle to bring them into their own farms to take care of them temporarily until things can change. We're hearing this happen even from nearby Alberta and from Washington, D.C., who are trying to help out with this problem. We've heard about the economic cost. We've heard about it all about the cost of rebuilding, the cost to businesses, the cost to the dairy industry, the cost to the farming industry. We've seen supply chains cut off. We've seen gas being rationed in the province of British Columbia. We've seen fuel and medicines unable to get to people who need them. The Port of Vancouver, which my colleague from Abbotsford mentioned, is probably the largest port in Canada, taking about over $1 billion a day in economic services. Indigenous communities have been cut off from water, from food, from medicines. So the health here is at stake as well. And I think we've seen what our federal government's done. The Prime Minister immediately called, Premier Horgan immediately called the 4 mayors of the most affected areas and said, we're here for you, anything you need. We, as a federal government, have been responding to what we've been asked for by the municipalities, by the communities, and of course by the province of British Columbia. My colleague, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, has been speaking every single day with Minister Farnworth in British Columbia and with Minister of Transport, Minister Fleming in British Columbia. So there is talks going on. There is movement happening. You know, we've seen actually the Defense Minister sending 500 troops into British Columbia to help with rebuilding, helping with dikes, helping with moving goods and services, helping with supply chains, airlifting people, airlifting services and foods, etc., to the communities. And this is about damage repair, people. This is about damage control. This is about taking care of the problems that are happening. And so we want to talk also about how we're going to rebuild. The cost of rebuilding alone is going to be phenomenal. And we want to make sure that when we build back, I'm going to use that hackneyed term, let us build back better. Let us make sure that the materials that we use are materials that are going to be resilient, that are not going to be damaged by water and floods, that are not going to be damaged by fire, that will be able to survive some of these disasters that we see coming and hitting the province so quickly, so that we can be resilient and not always have such an enormous damage done to us. But, you know, so we need to talk about the cost of rebuilding, the cost of preventing, the cost of mitigating, the cost of protecting communities from climate change. But I just want to mention, before I talk about how the provinces have come together, the province, the federal government, the neighboring provinces, the municipalities, every one of the governments are pulling in the same direction. We're all working together to make something, to make change, to protect, and to move forward. But I want to talk a little bit about the unsung heroes here, the frontline workers, the firefighters, the police, the RCMP, all of the community organizations that have formed volunteer groups to go out there and to help their communities. Let us talk about the community people who have just come forward. I mean, we hear a story about a Sikh community suddenly bringing in food and medicines and whatever is needed to communities. We've seen about people renting, helping, adopting farm animals, helping with milking of animals and cows. We've seen families feeding each other, taking each other into their homes. That is what, as everyone has said, we do as Canadians. But it says that everyone is pulling together, not just governments, but communities, industry, organizations, anyone who could are coming out to help each other. And of course, not to mention the individuals across the country who have been donating money to the Red Cross. But I think I want to talk about the fact that we talk a lot about climate change. We don't have to talk about it anymore, guys. The debate is over. It is here. We've seen the enemy. It is climate change. And it is fossil fuels. And we need to talk about it, and we need to do something about it. I think the time for partisan debate is over. Let us no longer stand in the House and say we don't want to be partisan, and yet we debate any action on climate change. Let's come together and take this action together, for the sake of our communities, as British Columbians will know, and for the sake of communities that are yet to come. We see what's happening in the Atlantic provinces right now. Let us not have to talk about this anymore. Let's do what we need to do to prevent it. Let us act in this House as one voice on taking the steps we need to take with climate change, because I'll tell you why it shouldn't be partisan and why we should care. It is because, you know, we all inhabit this planet together. Let us work together to protect it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since it's the first time that I'm rising in this House during this Parliament, I would like to thank my husband and son for their unwavering support, and also the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country for entrusting me to continue to be their Member of Parliament. It is truly an honour. And I'm really happy to see that so many members of this House came together to have this emergency debate this evening. My riding of Kelowna Lake Country is right next to some of the most affected areas. We have taken on thousands of people that are out of their homes, and I've really seen the spirit of Kelowna Lake Country open up with volunteers and people in the community helping. And I'd like to ask the member opposite with respect to the most immediate needs that we have for repair and helping people, and specifically for adaptation, because I didn't hear her speak about adaptation, because the immediate needs are that we need to make sure that something like this at this scale doesn't happen again. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I want to thank my colleague for a very interesting question. I think I did speak about adaptation. Actually, I talked about protecting and preventing and pulling back climate change to the 1.5 degrees Celsius that we need to talk about, that to get there. We need to therefore stop arguing about it, stop debating, stop blocking it, and let us move forward to help it. But I also wanted to say that it is the little acts of kindness that are going on in her community in Kelowna. It is these little acts of kindness where people come together and move forward and help each other in time of need. And this is wonderful. But we don't always want to depend on people coming together to help each other out. We need to do something. We are the legislators. We can do something about climate change. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia for her speech, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the people first in my riding where 100 people were displaced, many of them living in a trailer park. And I want to thank the first responders, the community residents that stepped forward, the Mount Arrowsmith Search and Rescue, people who took risks when the Englishman River breached its bank. And Madam Speaker, there's a lot of fear for the people in our community right now. There's a forecast of atmospheric river coming for this weekend as well. We haven't remediated the impact of the storm that hit us. And Madam Speaker, we haven't talked enough about wild salmon and the impact of wild salmon. Madam Speaker, we know that wild salmon have seen drought, forest fires, a warming ocean, the Big Bar slide. We had a 3% return in the lowest salmon-bearing river in the world, Madam Speaker, last year. Will the members speak about the importance of the government urgently ensuring that there's monitors, that there's support for Indigenous communities to see what we can do for habitat restoration for wild salmon so we can preserve that iconic species that is critical to our economy, our culture, our food.
Sorry. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for a question by a true British Columbian. Understanding the problems that we face in British Columbia, understanding our culture and the iconic salmon. And I think also talking about Indigenous communities, this government has stepped up and are working very closely with Minister Ranking in BC in terms of getting water and food and medicines and protecting the Indigenous communities in the region. So this is all happening, but I also wanted to say that it is not only the human cost of these tragedies that are concerning us. It is a cost of our wildlife. It's a cost of the salmon. It's a cost of our fisheries. It's a cost of the fact that our oceans are actually undergoing a set of changes through climate change. So we need to talk once again. It all comes down to the bottom line. Let's deal with climate change, and let's deal with it now.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for your position once again in the chair. To my honourable colleague for Vancouver Centre, knowing her medical background, one of the areas of infrastructure that we haven't talked about, which will need massive overhauls for adaptation to the climate crisis, is our hospitals and our medical infrastructure. We had a recent study done on Vancouver Island looking at Nanaimo Hospital and realizing that in wildfires, surgeries were cancelled because the air quality inside the hospitals wasn't adequate, that the air conditioning didn't meet the needs of heat dome situations. Does the honourable member have any comments on that aspect of adaptation?
A brief answer from the member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really important to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I think One of the most important things in our hospitals, our intensive care units, the resources that we have to work in those areas are completely beleaguered. COVID, heat waves, and now we see what's happening with the floods. And I think the important thing is to look, as Teresa Tam has said, our Chief Public Health Officer, looking at this issue is about looking at the ventilation in these ancient buildings. We need to look at how we ensure that we have ventilation that's going to be preventing the spread of disease. And we also need to look at how we fast forward what our government promised in this last election, that we will bring about primary care physicians and nurses to be the human resources that we need to work in these hospitals and in these communities. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as a proud member of Parliament from British Columbia to relay the impact that the recent extreme weather events have had on the lives of British Columbians. As this is my first speech in this 44th parliamentary session, I want to begin by thanking my constituents in Surrey Newton for placing their trust in me as their representative. I also want to acknowledge all my supporters and volunteers for their dedication and unwavering support. Last but not least, I want to thank my family for all their support, including my 82-year-old mother, Amarjeet Kaur Taliwal, for all her efforts and tireless campaigning throughout the many years I have been involved in public service. I'm fortunate to be returning as the Member of Parliament for a fifth term, and as always, it is a role that I consider a true privilege and one that I will not ever take for granted. Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by extending my deepest sympathies to those that have lost their homes and livelihoods, and by sharing my heartfelt condolences to families who have lost loved ones. Before I delve into some of the Surrey Newton stories and accounts I have witnessed with community members stepping up for others, let me address a few things on behalf of our government. I'm pleased to relay that last night, Canadian Armed Forces started to hit the ground in BC communities. There are many points along our supply chain affected, with highways broken, communities cut off, and people still stranded. The immediate response units that have arrived will be critical in restoring these important supply chain routes and making sure that people and animals are safe and have access to basic necessities. Madam Speaker, this is particularly important as we wait for the atmospheric rivers to return over the coming days. Tonight will begin a new wave of storms which are expected over the next week. By Friday night, anywhere between 40 to 80 millimeters of rain is expected. And while these storms will be less intense than those we experienced 10 days ago, it is good to know that we have armed forces on the ground to add extra capacity to our rescue and recovery efforts. I also want to address the recent issues with the Canada Border Service Agency, where we saw several Canadians fined and improperly given quarantine instructions that were contrary to our government's changes announced over this past weekend. Madam Speaker, I have heard from several Surrey residents directly, as our city is one of those border communities where the exemptions were directed. And there were constituents of mine that were impacted with financial penalties and improper instruction. So I'm pleased to report that the Minister has made immediate correction to this unfortunate set of circumstances, and I'm confident that no other issues will occur. Finally, I'm also very pleased that our government is working alongside the province of British Columbia to create the Supply Chain Recovery Working Group to bring together all key transportation and supply chain stakeholders. This approach will allow our province to find collaborative solutions which will work as effectively as possible to get food, medicines, and other critical supplies back in the hands of British Columbians who have been cut off or been impacted by shortages. What I want to share in this House today is what has happened with our local residents in Surrey Newton, who, while not nearly affected by the floods like other communities, have shown extraordinary spirit in lending support to those in distress. Madam Speaker, we have seen Gurdwaras and organizations across Surrey Newton and Sikh Canadians throughout British Columbia prepare food around the clock and collect donations, and most impressively help to organize helicopters and planes paid by various individuals and congregations to airlift food and supplies to affected areas. Over the past few days, I have spoken to many of the executive members and volunteers within those efforts and organizations, and the response from the community has been nothing short of incredible. I have received hundreds of calls from people wishing to donate non-perishable food items, warm blankets, and clothes. Others have reached out to express their desire to lend their time and manual labor, while some have pooled money amongst family and friends to contribute to these efforts. But of course, these efforts are not only within the Sikh community. People of all backgrounds and means have stepped up in British Columbia and from coast to coast to coast. Take, for example, the flights that are now operating 24/7, flying back and forth between Metro Vancouver and interior of BC at the cost of volunteer pilots who are transporting the overwhelming amount of supplies. It is estimated that each flight costs roughly $300 in fuel alone, and what started out as few planes has now expanded into dozens of planes running day in and day out to get essential goods to the hundreds of people stranded across the province. This is the kind of spirit that defines British Columbia. We are all connected, no matter where you live in the province, and we care about each other and offering outreach, help, support, and compassion to those in distress. It makes me so proud of my province and fellow British Columbians. Madam Speaker, there is one takeaway that I have gained in watching and interacting with those who are in line of fire, either as victims of flooding or as part of mission to help, and I want to communicate that message to this House. I hope British Columbia serves as final wake-up call for every Canadian about the direct impact of climate change on our daily lives. Whereas once upon a time, it was easy to say that natural disasters were something that happened in other parts of the country or the globe, British Columbia is now firmly entrenched in this club. The heat dome, the wildfires, and now these floods teach us that no one, no matter geography or political belief system, is entirely immune from the consequences of our carbon-heavy way of life. It is why, Madam Speaker, our government has made tangible and swift climate action top priority, as evidenced in yesterday's speech from the throne. And sincerely, I hope that every member of the House, no matter what political affiliation or reason, can offer sincerity in pledging to work together to tackle the greatest crisis we have seen in our lifetimes. Our time is now Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity and for your reappointment to this chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Costa Base, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here for the first time in this House as a gesture of support from the people. Madam Speaker. Oh. Okay. As a gesture of support from the people of Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, to the distressed people of ravaged British Columbia. Newfoundland and Labrador is suffering its own devastation with 7 washouts on the Trans-Canada near Port aux Basques. This is a very dangerous situation as the island has food reserves for only 3 days. On behalf of the people of my province tonight, I ask, will this government commit to sending aid to my province to get this highway fixed?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the member on his election to this House. And I want to assure, through you, Madam Speaker, that our government is committed to do everything and everywhere from coast to coast to coast in Canada if any emergency happens, and I'm certain that the forces are already on the way.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. He is a very rational man, so I'd like to ask him a simple question. Tonight I asked both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition whether they agree that we can't simply put out fires, that we must also, in fact, prevent them. Does my colleague agree with the fact that one of the best solutions is to stop funding hydrocarbons? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly would like to assure the member that dealing with the climate issues is the top priority of our government, and we have done so in the past many years. And we are on the track to get to zero net emissions by 2050. And when we talk about avoiding these fires that member has talked about, we have dedicated $500 million to train 1,000 new community-based firefighters to ensure that we are ready for future fire seasons, and work with the provinces and territories to provide firefighters with the equipment that they need to fight fires and stay safe, like Canadians-made planes to increase provincial aerial firefighting capacity.
Thomas, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to you. And I thank the member for his comments. But he just said that the government's on track to meeting the net zero targets. The reality is this, and I'll remind him, that this government has missed every single target to date. We're in fact not on track. The reason why we have the climate emergency that we're faced with in British Columbia today is exactly because successive governments has failed to take the climate emergency seriously. So to that end, I ask if the member will support the NDP in pursuing this goal of getting the government to bring an end to the subsidies to the oil and gas sector, and as well to put forward a real plan for just transitions for the workers.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can tell you the track record that we have and the projections we do have. And when we come to emissions under control, the projected Canadian emissions are 36% lower in 2030 compared to 2005 levels, and that shows that our government is on the right track, and by 2050 it will be zero net emissions.
Resuming debate. Reprise the débat. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
That's very kind, Madam Speaker. And it is indeed a pleasure to rise today
And first of all, as this is the first opportunity, Madam Speaker, I've had to thank the good people of Central Okanagan Similkameen and Nicola for their continued support. I would just say to them all, thank you. It is a big honor. And Madam Speaker, let me begin also by congratulating all members on their election to this new Parliament. While there will undeniably be things we disagree upon, let us be mindful that Canadians sent us here to Parliament to find agreement and consensus. I am deeply saddened that my first words in this new Parliament are in this debate, while many of my constituents in communities such as Merritt and Princeton are facing unique and serious hardship as a result of flooding and the serious repercussions in the aftermath of that flooding. Indeed, as you shall hear also from my colleagues, this devastating situation has and is impacting other regions of British Columbia. Now, first, let me begin by stating an old but important fact. Excrement runs downhill. Now, I mention this because in many small rural communities, the most critical and important infrastructure works as follows. The community drinking water, be it sourced from well or dammed lakes or rivers, is treated in whatever manner the community can afford and pumped to a community reservoir. From there, it typically feeds via gravity system down through the community to the wastewater treatment facility. Now, the wastewater treatment facility is often located near a lake or river where treated effluent can be discharged safely. The challenge of this basic design is whenever there is flooding, it immediately runs downhill and overwhelms the river or lake. Yes, there is also some type of flood control and typically some infrastructure, be it dams, dikes, or whatever. And once that infrastructure is compromised, there's rarely any secondary line of defense. As the water levels rise with the flooding, this creates a situation where one of the very first pieces of community infrastructure that is compromised is the wastewater treatment plant. This is exactly what occurred in Merritt. Once the wastewater treatment plant is compromised, the ability of a community to function is compromised. And it does not end there, because once floodwaters have breached a wastewater treatment plant, those waters are now contaminated and considered toxic, and by extension, unsafe, creating essentially a toxic cesspool. The higher the waters rise, the more the contamination is spread. Now, once residents have been submersed and compromised, the community's water system is now also compromised and unsafe. This, of course, means the community they live in is essentially unlivable and unsafe. The reality is next to nothing in your home or in our civic infrastructure is designed to be submerged in toxic, contaminated, unsafe floodwaters. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, this leads to evacuation orders. Now, in British Columbia, our emergency notification system is not as capable and as ready as it could be. Evacuating thousands of citizens in very short notice is a serious logistical challenge. Where do they go? How do they get there? Seniors in care homes need to be evacuated, transported, and a new care home found. Others with mobility issues and those who lack their own transport are in serious trouble. Worse, when you have serious flooding that brings mud and other debris, suddenly once navigable streets become unnavigable to emergency vehicle and first responders. And if the storm has also taken out some power lines or some transmission lines and other communications infrastructure, such as what has occurred in British Columbia recently, suddenly your wireless communications are compromised. How do you get help? How do those emergency responders get notification about those who need help? These are all situations that people in Merritt, Princeton, and elsewhere have faced. In one local Indigenous community, the bridge was washed out. It was the only way in or out of that community. No bridge, no power, no ability to evacuate, and a compromised ability to communicate. Frankly, we are all extremely fortunate that there were not more deaths as a result of this disaster. Because in this case, there was only one variable that with all these serious challenges made the critical difference. And that variable is
the people. The people who live in Princeton and Merritt. They were the difference. They saved their neighbors, the vulnerable, their own family, their friends, their pets. These are the people who are the unsung heroes. And now, they need our help. Many went to communities such as Kelowna or Kamloops, where in many cases they found evacuation centers that were overwhelmed. They found that there was no place to go, no immediate assistance available. In reality, the evacuation centers and the provincial response could not keep up with this sudden, intense demand. This left many people on their own, many living in their vehicles. Some did find a motel, but they didn't have the funds to pay for it. And as others have shared, their line of credit on their credit card is now full, and they have no idea how they will pay that bill at the end of the month. Some, we shall not forget, got trapped because the roads became unpassable for them. Indeed, the challenges from our compromised transportation infrastructure was immediately felt. Within 48 hours, many grocery stores were largely empty. Now imagine, you've left your hometown of Merritt, literally nothing except the clothes on your back, and when you arrive in Kamloops or Kelowna, the grocery stores are empty. Now, that was the reality for many, and it is still a reality for some. Now, in the past days, you may have heard of residents are now allowed to come home. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a positive bit of progress, and for some, it certainly is. Now, let me explain what coming home really means. We all know in many cases there will be a serious mess. Anything immersed in water must be removed and destroyed. Now, that is a huge job in itself. And all of that contaminated material ends up on the street where it must be moved and properly disposed of. Now, this also creates serious challenges. That's where Princeton is right now. The mayor begged for Canadian Armed Forces personnel to help. Now, we know that there are boots in the ground now for Canadian Armed Forces in BC to help. And fortunately, earlier today, those personnel arrived in Princeton to provide this much-needed assistance. I'm thankful for their service. I'm thankful that they are here, or there. Now, these are just some of the challenges facing these citizens as they return home. Well, let me explain another. Aside from removing your belongings and the serious mess left behind your home, when you arrive, you are likely to find either a red tag or a pink tag attached to your home. What's that mean? Well, if you have a pink tag means there's a possibility that your gas meter was submerged in floodwater or that your gas appliances may have been impacted by water. Now, if this is the case, your gas is now shut off, and you need to contract a licensed natural gas contractor to assess your natural gas system and then relight the appliances. Now, if you have a red tag, it means your gas meter was submerged in floodwater and your gas meter is now shut off and locked. This requires a licensed gas contractor and serious work to rectify. Now, as I'm sure all members can appreciate, even in a large city, it can be a serious challenge to obtain the services of a gas contractor. Now, just imagine the challenges in a small community where the demand is huge given these situations. And who pays for these gas contractors and the expensive work that's required? What if your last dollar or line of credit was used up staying at a hotel? What do you do? Now, these are very real questions that people in Merritt and Princeton are asking themselves right now. While local residents are facing these challenges, let us not also forget that many who call these communities home are facing these challenges are also community leaders, those who work in the civic yards. Right? For example, the mayor and council, civic staff, first responders, highway maintenance, police, paramedics, etc. All of these people are under tremendous pressure right now. They not only have their own problems to deal with at home, they must get their own community up and running. Now, I mentioned earlier the need to get sewer wastewater plants up and running, to flush out city lines, in many cases repair those lines because they are broken. Princeton has already had to authorize drilling another well. This could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars not afforded for in the city budget. And here's one of the biggest problems. Currently, the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements Program only covers 80% of the cost. Now, at a time when a local government is facing a disaster and virtually all civic infrastructure is compromised, an 80% contribution from senior levels of government is not enough. Now, normal times, 80% seems great. But I spoke to Mayor Spencer Coyne today, and he says it's way above their ability to pay. Tens of millions of dollars, just that 20%. So this creates enormous stress on civic leaders who are these decision makers. But what choice? What choice do they have? If you cannot fully pressurize a water reservoir, you don't have fire protection at a time where you're most likely to have gas leaks in your community. While local government staff tries to restart all of these basic infrastructure, things that we all take for granted, let's keep in mind that in many of these communities, the rental stocks were already very low. In places like Merritt and Princeton, they were near zero before this occurred. For example, in Collettville, a section of Merritt, it was hit the hardest by the flooding, and it will be the last part to be able for citizens to return. Now, can you imagine seeing what looks like your modular home as a senior floating away on the television, floating away with all you had in it? How can you find shelter in a community you've called home for decades if there is no alternatives? Now, I've been told by Mayor Linda Brown that without some form of rapid housing from seniors levels of government, some people will never return to Merritt because there's nothing for them to return to. She's expressed willingness to discuss potential municipal sites for some rapid housing, and I hope, Madam Speaker, tonight's discussion will result in something concrete for these residents. Mayor Coyne in Princeton has voiced similar willingness to connect. Now, I would like at this point to take a moment and sincerely thank all of those locally elected officials, the support staff they have, municipal staff, and most especially our first responders. Now, they are doing tremendously remarkable and amazing work in the most challenging and demanding of circumstances. And keep in mind, while all of this is going on, they're in a race against time, because every night the temperature gauge drops further below zero, and each day less and less back above zero. Now, the heavy winter freeze is setting in, and there is likely a 2 to 3 week window of opportunity before some of the activities will need to be put off until the spring. And let us be mindful, the forecast is suggesting that tomorrow there could be, in some parts of British Columbia, another 80 millimeters of rainfall and storm-like conditions. Now, I could spend, Madam Speaker, the rest of my allotted time talking tonight about the serious challenge that people in my riding, the good people of Merritt, Princeton, are facing, and the Indigenous communities that are in both the Similkameen and the Nicola Valley. However, I'm going to stop. I have shared some of these challenges with you because I believe it's critically important that we as democratically elected members of this place have an understanding of what these communities are going through. Because in this place, we can, and I submit, need to be part of the solution. Communities such as Merritt and Princeton are just two examples. We know in the Fraser Valley there's another situation in Hope, Spencer's Bridge, and elsewhere. All of these communities need to do more than just rebuild. They need to rebuild and reinforce. Now, let there be no doubt our climate is changing. In my riding since 2017, we've witnessed the once in 200-year flood of Okanagan Lake, not just once, but twice. We have had the worst wildfire activity and smoke that has compromised air quality to levels never previously experienced. Now, this past summer, we also, as has been said by other members, had the heat dome, record heat levels that resulted in people dying. Now, this flooding with more severe weather in the forecast. So, what can we do? What can we do? I don't profess to have all the answers, and the need to consult in partnership with local and provincial as well as First Nation communities to consult with all of them is paramount. Now, I can pass just a few observations. In 2016, a rock slide damaged the Oliver Irrigation Canal. Now, this is a critical piece of infrastructure that serves the entire South Okanagan farming community. Now, I should say, this is not in my writing, but Madam Speaker, that doesn't change the importance of the example, especially considering this infrastructure. The community was prepared to invest their fair share for the repairs. The province stepped up to cover their share, but when it came to Ottawa to pay their share, the answer was no. Now, the reason? The bureaucrats said that the project did not fit into any established grant programs. That was the end of it. This is a serious problem. When critical agricultural infrastructure does not fit the criteria of Ottawa, it's not the fault of the residents of the South Okanagan. That is the fault of the bureaucracy and the thinking here in Ottawa. Now, going forward, we need grant funding programs that meet the needs of small communities as opposed to the political needs of a government in Ottawa. Now, another observation, in many small rural BC communities, the water services are provided by irrigation districts. Now, currently, these irrigation districts are not eligible for any senior government grant funding. Now, just think about that. This is a serious problem. These small communities need funds to protect their water system from the threats of our changing climate, yet by design, they're excluded from senior government grant funds, despite the fact that the users of these systems all pay taxes to provincial and federal government. Now, this situation has gone on for years, but I submit we can no longer continue to ignore it. I spoke with a regional director. Speaking of things we have to contend with, I spoke with a regional director from the areas around the village of Karameas who sent pictures of the dikes that are failing in his area, water that is leaking and flooding into largely older modular homes, largely seniors, and tells me if they fail, the RCMP, the ambulance, and fire station within the village of Karameas would be at risk, complicating an already difficult situation. So while we are here contending with the challenges of flooded communities today, we need to acknowledge that there are other small communities that teeter without sustainable arrangements for the fixing and maintenance of the water infrastructures. Now, I'm winding down, Madam Speaker, but just a few more observations. Many rural and Indigenous communities still don't have high-speed broadband or wireless service. The Infrastructure Bank, despite the fact that Canadians living in rural communities pay their taxes to fund infrastructure, an infrastructure bank that has been structured by this government in such a way that it won't be able to provide any benefit for any small community in Canada. Now, no matter how we try to cut all of these observations I've shared, Ottawa is part of the problem and not the solution. That needs to change. I don't really want to point fingers of blame. If anything, that is part of the problem itself. We continuously debate what is ultimately an Ottawa knows best policy that continues to adversely impact small rural communities. As our climate changes, we must ensure that Ottawa provides the resources that meets the demand of these small rural communities just as much as it does for our bigger centers. And I am hopeful, Madam Speaker, in the days, weeks, months going forward, that as communities like Princeton, like Merritt, as they try to rebuild, that we will have a federal government in Ottawa who will find ways to be there and support these communities and not tell them that they don't fit the criteria. Now, that's a challenge, Madam Speaker, we need to be up for. Failure is not an option for every citizen facing a loss in tough times in British Columbia. Right now, let's be our moment to stand with them and be there to support them. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for hearing my comments today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for all of a sudden, Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question on a different part of the community infrastructure, but I want to congratulate the member for his very obvious grasp of, the elements, the essential elements in his communities. I think they're being well served. But I wanted to ask, based on experience I had a long time ago when I was on the radio in Kamloops, and we broadcast into Merritt and we broadcast into Princeton. And if anything happened, people could turn on the radio and find out what was going on. How did the broadcasters perform in your communities during this emergency?
Well, I won't be able to answer that, but I do want to remind the member to address the questions and comments directly to the chair, through the chair. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I certainly appreciate the question from my fellow British Columbian, and I will tell you this. I asked the question of Michael Reeve from Q101, stationed in Merritt, because he was continuing to do his job as a journalist to make sure that the public was informed of the policies and the guidelines that were being taken, and he was evacuated. So, Madam Speaker, the difficulty with dealing with these kinds of cases is we put journalists, we put first responders, we put local officials in such difficult situations where they're trying to support their communities as much as they can, and yet they have to deal with all the challenges that I've made out in my speech. And Madam Speaker, I got to tell you, during the summer, I had an elected official who was actually evacuated because of fires, and I was receiving calls from citizens that were complaining about his lack of attention. And I said, wait, this person is trying to evacuate his home just like you are. Let's try to work with them. So, Madam Speaker, it is a tremendous challenge, and we need to support one another so that we can help the people in our communities.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
The honourable member for Avignon, La Matane, Métis, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He always gives us very detailed, well thought out information and remarks. He spoke about his conversation with the mayor and how the cost would be very high, even if the federal government covers 10%. It might not be enough for small communities. So is it the federal government's job to cover 100% of the costs? That's something we should ask ourselves. And earlier I recognize that, yes, the energy transition will cost us a lot of money, but that it would cost us more to not have an energy transition. So is my colleague in agreement with me that we should change the way we invest and change the way that we spend taxpayer money? Would he agree that we should invest taxpayer money in solutions that are promising for our future? Would he agree? Thank you.
Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I certainly appreciate the member raising the issue. Again, the mayors that had requested that this be looked at really don't care if, the 40% is coming from the province and the remainder is coming from Ottawa or vice versa. They just are saying, we cannot afford this, but we have to proceed with these repairs. We have to protect our communities. We have to get these things done. And so, quite honestly, they don't care who's doing what. And really, at the end of the day, we should be looking at and using some good judgment, sound judgment. If a province is strong and has a tax base and is in a position to fund these things, then we should let them take the lead. But I will also say that's why we're part of a united country, because sometimes some provinces are not going to be in a position where they can write that check. And we need to use our best judgment. And that's where, again, a national government would come into play.
Any comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for his speech, and especially I was happy he brought up the example of Oliver, and the irrigation canal is one of the most frustrating issues of my career, trying to get that project funded. The government actually fixed that problem after 4 years of lobbying and 3 infrastructure ministers. Unfortunately, it came too late for Oliver. But I just would like to give him the time to maybe talk more about what's happening in Princeton and Merritt and what the future looks like. He painted a vivid picture of what the past weeks have been, but what does the future look like? What do they have to do?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my fellow British Columbian and for his participation here tonight and for sharing some of his knowledge or expertise, because the community of Grand Forks, as he said, went through quite a process, and we are going to see the same things happen here. We're going to be running into it where, what do you do with people that, like right now, I hear from people that are saying, well, if I'm insured, I'm being told I don't get any support, and when they go to their insurance, they're not going to cover everything. And so there's going to be some tremendous challenge on an individual or household basis. And as I kind of elaborated here, as from a community perspective, this is not easy. The Coldwater River has shifted at least a block over, and it is right now along a course, Madam Speaker, where it's over a gas line and it's over utilities that were never designed to be underneath a river. So these are big scale challenges. And when I say how difficult it is for the municipal staff, just imagine what it is for you as when you're a senior or a person with a disability to come home and then find out, you have to restart from scratch and there's not the assistance. So small communities need the help.
Questions and comments? I remember for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I can get this. Don't wear these earrings again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to stand for the first time on behalf of Peterborough, Kawartha.
Here, here.
I want to give a big shout out to my friend Arnold Taylor from Curve Lake for this beautiful piece of Indigenous children for those who didn't make it home from residential schools that he sent here to the House of Commons.
Very on.
I also want to say hello to my children who've waited up for this moment. Hi, Mom is actually working. My question actually to my colleague, thank you so much for your work and for everything that's been done. We've heard a lot about the financial restrictions that have happened and the economic impact of trying to find hotels and all of these things. And then hearing about being, charged $5,700 for PCR tests to get necessities over the border. And now we're hearing that it's being passed over to public health. What can we do and your suggestions on ensuring that these people are not held accountable to that?
I want to remind the member she should address the questions directly through the chair and not to the individual member. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, I will say, Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm delighted and congratulate this member for her election. I'm also delighted that her children get to see her in action, and I feel badly that they had to see me, 20 minutes of me to get to that. But, Madam Speaker, most importantly, there are so many challenges at an individual, household, and community level that's where we really need to come together. And I think the member from Abbotsford said it more than anyone else, that there really does need to be a continued partnership and information sharing and action. Because we can talk all we want, but there's people that are really suffering. At the end of the day, during a public disaster, that's what government is supposed to do. It's supposed to act. So, there will be some mistakes made, Madam Speaker, but it can be dealt with through better communication and a willingness to work together and to get it done.
Questions and comments? I have time for about a 45-second question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the honourable member for South Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Thank you to the honourable member for his speech. I want to focus on one aspect, which is in disaster after disaster, so many of us assume that our devices are going to work. And whether it's wildfires in the interior or wild storms on the coast, community after community discovers no landline, no cell phone, no way to hear what's going on. I spoke at length with a deputy fire chief in Ashcroft once and said, what do you do when you are on evacuation alert? How does your community know the evacuation is now on? And this fire chief said, we've considered what to do for technology, and we've decided to get a really big bell for the fire station that we can ring. What does the honourable member think we can do to better network people in disasters, better preparedness to get the information they desperately need?
Answer from the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, there's no such thing as a brief answer from me, but I will try. So I would simply say to the member that the leader of the official opposition was very wise in appointing as his critic or as shadow minister for emergency preparedness
our member from Alberta, simply because that member, if you hearken back to the tornado that hit Ottawa, and there was concerns around the lack of cell phone coverage, part of it is because the infrastructure that runs these things, often they have a battery life of 8 to 12 hours, and it depends on each operator. He did a motion, said that we should be studying this at committee, and I think that we need to spend a lot more time asking about these things. This is something under the federal jurisdiction, because we need to know exactly what we can expect from our devices, because we are so glued to them. Imagine not being able to reach your child. You got them a cell phone during a disaster. So these are the things we need to have an ongoing conversation, and I appreciate the member and her contribution here tonight.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to be able to rise in the House of Commons. I'm grateful to be able to rise in the House of Commons for the first time as the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Granville, which is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Coast Salish First Peoples, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. Grateful to be able to represent the residents of this incredible riding and to work hard on their behalf every single day. I also want to thank my parents, my partner, my sister, my family, my community, and my volunteers who worked so hard every day to make this possible. But, Madam Speaker, like many British Columbians, my heart is heavy tonight, as it has been for the last several days, as we've seen the devastation, the loss and hardship caused by extreme weather events, loss of property, of life, and indeed, a loss of a sense of security. Je tiens ce soir à exprimer ma gratitude à tous ceux qui se font...
I wish to express my gratitude to all those who are working hard to support the people of British Columbia as we experience the effects of these floods, which have wreaked a lot of havoc and damage in British Columbia.
And our thoughts are with those who have lost loved ones and those who are still missing. It's a great comfort to know that in times like these, to echo what Minister Anand said last week, that Canadians will always come together to support one another. We've seen volunteers, first responders, everyday citizens, and indeed our armed forces all step up to serve and support their fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, you've already heard my colleagues speak about the extraordinary efforts of our armed forces to help BC residents through this nightmare, evacuating people and pets to safety, delivering food and supplies, sustaining critical supply chains, supporting provincial planning and relief efforts, protecting and rebuilding critical infrastructure, roads and properties, and so much more. And we know that they will keep working to stabilize the situation for as long as they are needed. It's gratifying to know that we can count on our incredible men and women of our armed forces to come to the aid of Canadians, as they are doing right now in British Columbia, and indeed as they have done across the country throughout the pandemic. And it's heartwarming to hear of the stories of communities across our province rallying together, across difference, in support of their fellow citizens. I think of the Jewish Federation, which has raised almost $250,000. Islamic Relief, loading up vehicles with urgent supplies and providing emergency relief. And the many gurdwaras across the province helping to feed thousands. And many, many more stories like this. This is the British Columbia of which we are so proud, and it's so good to know that at times like this we can count on one another. Madam Speaker, it's almost 8 o'clock in British Columbia tonight, and there are people we all know that aren't sitting down for dinner in their homes, who won't be settling in for a night in front of the television, who won't be picking up their kids from hockey, or doing the normal everyday things that they might have been doing. Instead, they're figuring out what comes next for them and their families and their communities. And I'm so grateful that our government has stepped up in partnership with the province of British Columbia to put in place the resources needed to support our fellow British Columbians. Today, we all stand united, regardless of our political affiliation, in our desire to help British Columbians, to help get our province get back on its feet and to rebuild. We are all united in our desire to build back quickly and to help those affected. Mais Madame la Présidente, la réalité à laquelle...
Madam Speaker, the reality for British Columbians and for Canadians is that the forest fires we've seen increasingly over the past few years and floods like these, they will become the norm. We cannot just rebuild and pretend that this won't happen again in a year or two. Because it will reoccur, and it will continue if we don't take energy action to prevent further warming of our planet.
Average. And this is why acting now, as our government has pledged to do, is so important. If recent history, whether forest fires or these floods, have taught us anything, it is that climate change is no longer an abstract phenomenon and no longer something that we can pretend won't affect us in our lifetimes. It is, and it will continue to, and it requires us all to work together so that we build more resilient infrastructure, but that we also make the tough decisions needed to fight climate change. Madam Speaker, we must build back, and we will. But we must build back in a way that allows us to withstand the onslaught of climate change, even as we work to stop it. We must continue to invest in innovation and technology here in Canada that allows us to be at the forefront of the battle against climate change, and that allows us to lead on building a green, sustainable economy for the decades ahead. And as we plan for the future, it is gratifying that this House stands united in its desire to work together to ensure that we build resilient communities, build sustainable infrastructure, and that we make long-term investments in ensuring the safety and security of British Columbians, and indeed all Canadians. And our government has been seized with this task. In 2018, the Government of Canada launched the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, committing $2 billion over 10 years to invest in structural and natural infrastructure projects to increase the resilience of communities that are impacted by natural disasters triggered by climate change. In Budget 2021, an additional $1.375 billion over 12 years was announced to renew this fund. This government has been there for British Columbians and all Canadians, and we will continue to be there for British Columbians as we rebuild from this crisis, and as we do all we need to ensure that we are ready for the next one, even as we continue the fight against climate change. Madam Speaker, after every disaster, particularly as horrific as the one we are living in British Columbia right now, it is best practice to learn and to ensure that we are better equipped for the next one and better able to respond to serve those affected. Equally, we must look to the root cause of this crisis, climate change. And in this case, working together, working in partnership to address climate change, acting boldly without making it a partisan issue, is our easiest path to success. Madam Speaker, tonight, as we sit thousands of miles away from British Columbia, I want to express my gratitude to all members of this House for focusing their thoughts and attention on British Columbia, and for your commitment to working together to ensure we are able to recover quickly from this tragedy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Mission Matski, Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the member from Granville for his first speech in the House of Commons. Indeed, many of the disasters we've seen since the summer and into the fall, in my riding especially, are caused by climate change. But we can't also forget that early in the 20th century, the Government of Canada drained the Sumas Lake and created a system of dikes that have artificially kept that lake from existing in the Fraser Valley. And a lot of that infrastructure needs to be updated immediately so we don't have another flood. I'd like to get a commitment from the other member whether he supports the efforts that we've heard tonight to fund that critical infrastructure to prevent Sumas Prairie in my hometown from flooding once again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank the member for his question, Madam Speaker. When we talk about the Sumas Lake, I think of the guidance that was provided at that time by First Nations communities around what might happen in a situation like this. Now, that said, we are where we are today, and of course this government has pledged to make sure that we are able to rebuild British Columbia and to do our part, do everything that is required to ensure that the province returns, and the regions that are affected return to be able to do the things and to live the lives that people need to be able to live. And so I think we will all work together to make sure that British Columbia and the regions that are affected are able to build back to make sure those communities are able to survive.
Then comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Granville for his speech. And Madam Speaker, I just want to make note in this House that between 2006 and 2011, floods cost Canada about $120 million. Between 2010 and 2015, it was $360 million. Between 2016 and 2018, it grew to $430 million a year. Madam Speaker, now we're over $1 billion. The PBO projected back in 2014 that if we kept going the way we're going, that floods and fires were going to cost us $43 to $50 billion a year, Madam Speaker. What a deficit to leave to future generations. Now, the member talked about investing heavily and taking bold and courageous action. They're investing $2 billion over 10 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, bold and courageous is canceling the Trans Mountain Pipeline, $17 billion, ending oil and gas subsidies, $18 billion. Let's start spending the money, the $43 to $50 billion a year that we're leaving on my kids and most of your children and grandchildren now, instead of shouldering them with the deficits. The Conservatives talk about inflation. Just wait, insurance rates are going to go through the roof. Let's protect future generations by investing now in the right thing.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bold and decisive action, Madam Speaker, means implementing a plan that was supported by Canadians in the last election, which is what we are here to do. Madam Speaker, bold and responsible action is making sure that we are able to beat our targets, as we've committed to doing. And bold and decisive action, Madam Speaker, means ensuring that we are working with all stakeholders, provinces, Indigenous communities to make sure that we are able to take on the fight against climate change and deliver results for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The member for Halifax. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Vancouver Granville for his first intervention in the House and congratulate him on his election. I'm sure that the constituents of Vancouver Granville are very happy to have as accomplished and a caring representative in this place as they do at this time. The member, like me, would have campaigned on what came to be known as the strongest environmental plan on offer in the most recent election. And I wonder if he would like to talk about some of the things that he heard most about from his constituents in our plan that they liked the most. He may wish to address the member from Courtenay Alberni's remarks regarding $18 million in fuel subsidies, which of course, the majority of which were subsidies to workers and families who had lost their wages. But I'll leave it to him to make the choice.
Vancouver Granville, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And indeed, he is right. In my riding in Vancouver Granville, voters chose a plan, my constituents chose a plan that they knew made sense because they knew that capping orphan wells was important and not cutting funding to capping orphan wells was an irresponsible decision. They knew that making sure that a transition away from fossil fuels was important and that investing in that appropriately was the right answer. And they knew that investing in the right decisions to help our economy adapt and evolve into the greenest economy was the right answer without compromising jobs, without compromising the economic safety and security of this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to congratulate you for your reappointment to this role. And it's a privilege to rise once more in this chamber to join the debate for the first time in the 44th Parliament. I first want to start by thanking all the volunteers, dedicated staff, friends, and family who worked tirelessly to get me here. I'm also deeply indebted to my partner, Nicole, for standing by my side and giving me the strength to be the best representative and the best person that I can be. I'm truly honored that the people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country have placed their trust in me to serve as their representative in this House. I'm here to make your voice heard and to be your advocate. And that's why I'm here today to speak about the crisis that British Columbians are currently facing. Last Parliament, while speaking about the landmark Net Zero Accountability Act, I rose in this House to share about the increasing toll that climate change was having on British Columbia and the people of my community. That law now binds the Government of Canada to set ambitious targets and to report regularly on our progress to ensure that we're accountable to meeting them. Even as we, and increasingly the world, works to reduce emissions, we will be grappling with ever-worsening impacts of climate change over the coming decades at best. We cannot solely focus on mitigation, and the events of the past 2 weeks underline that we're long overdue with actions to adapt to an already and rapidly changing climate. And 2021 has been a watershed moment for the climate crisis in British Columbia. This summer, we've suffered an unprecedented heat wave or heat dome and saw the town of Lytton become one of the hottest places in the world one day before being razed to the ground the next day. Almost the entire province set record high temperatures, some places by 5 degrees Celsius or more, and 595 British Columbians lost their lives due to extreme heat. The incredible heat wave sparked wildfires across the province that burned nearly 8,700 square kilometers of land and forced thousands of people out of their homes. And people across BC had to breathe in some of the most polluted air on the entire planet as the sun was blotted out due to wildfire smoke. High heat levels caused rapid melting of mountain snowcaps that sent torrents of rushing water into the rivers below. When the nighttime temperatures on the top of snow-capped Mount Currie hovered in the mid-30s, the nearby village of Pemberton was put on evacuation alert as meltwaters came centimeters away from flooding the village. It was fortunate that the water was able to infiltrate the soil at that time. And the entirety of the coastal areas of my riding were affected as billions of marine organisms died, leaving an unmistakable stench throughout coastal BC. And less than 6 months later, we find ourselves in yet another unprecedented climate disaster. An atmospheric river brought more than a month's worth of rain in just 2 days, breaking more than 20 rainfall records. Places that just this summer were burning uncontrollably are now underwater. This time it's the extreme flooding that's caused thousands of British Columbians to flee their homes. It's destroyed homes and infrastructure and businesses, including in my own riding, where flooding on the Sunshine Coast has left roads closed, shut residents off from water, and put others under a boil water advisory. And this is happening in the same year where these same homes were under Stage 4 water restrictions. And while we don't have estimates on what the final cost of this disaster will be, we know that it will become the most expensive natural disaster in Canadian history. And it's easy to see why. Roughly $240 billion worth of goods travel through the Port of Vancouver every year, and the Lower Mainland has been cut off from the rest of the country. Every road and rail line was severed by floods and landslides or badly damaged. The Coquihalla Highway, which facilitates the transportation of billions of dollars worth of goods, and many thousands of people have suffered multiple extensive washouts and bridge collapses, and it will likely be out of commission for months to come. And some of Canada's most fertile farmland has been flooded, and thousands of livestock have drowned or have been euthanized. At this point, all orders of government are working together to respond to this crisis, and we have seen heroic efforts of individuals to support those who have been impacted by donating and transporting essential food, housing stranded people, and donating generously to response efforts. The Government of Canada has revamped its EI rules to rapidly get support to impacted British Columbians, negotiated with our American friends to ease border measures, and deployed the military to build up damaged infrastructure to protect us from further incidents that is looming, with projected rainfall tomorrow being up to 80 millimeters. But these are just some of the examples. These are the real economic costs of climate change, and they're happening today. Despite being the most environmentally disastrous year in BC's history, this is a harbinger of what we can expect to see in the future. This past summer, Oxfam conducted an analysis by the Swiss Re Institute that concluded that Canada's economy could shrink by 6.9% by 2050 without ambitious climate action. And these events will both increase in frequency and severity, and unless we are better prepared to be resilient to them, they will enact a heavy toll. The Government of Canada has been taking action in this space, but we need to do more, and we need to do it faster. Programs like the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund provide support for large-scale infrastructure projects to help communities better manage the risks of natural disasters. Earlier this year, I was proud to announce funding to the resort municipality of Whistler to build fire breaks to mitigate forest fire risk for the area. We also launched a natural infrastructure fund earlier this year that will allow us to focus on natural infrastructure solutions that are inherently more resilient to climate change for the reason that Pemberton was spared from what I mentioned before. Budget 2021 also provided billions in new money to the provinces and territories to do disaster mitigation. And earlier today, the Prime Minister committed to move forward with a low-cost national flood insurance program, and we're going to work with the provinces and territories to update flood risk mapping. And this is incredibly important because we know that towns like Merritt were relying on flood risk mapping that was almost 40 years old. Going forward, our government has also committed to work with First Nations to mitigate wildfire risk, utilizing practices that they've employed to great effect since time immemorial. It's also committed to introducing a national adaptation strategy within the next year and implementing a climate lens, including both adaptation and mitigation, into all future government decision-making. The saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure is certainly true in this case, and these and other actions are urgent. But I want to end with mentioning a story of my friend Noah. Noah was driving home to Vancouver from near Merritt, where he encountered a mudslide when going down the Coquihalla, and so he had to turn back and take an alternate route going down the Duffy Lake Road. There were no warnings and no advisories on this road. But midway through his drive, he was stopped on the highway, and before long, he was unsuspectingly caught in a mudslide. His car flipped, rolled over multiple times, and was totaled, but he and his passenger were miraculously able to make it out alive, if not bruised and very muddy. And this is in no small measure to fellow trapped drivers, including first responders, that work swiftly to pull them out and pull others out of their cars, taking them in, keeping them warm until they could get a ride out of there. And they were lucky to get out safely, but at least 4 people tragically were not. And we know events like these are going to be ever more commonplace, and we need to work with all orders of government to keep people safe. We need to ensure that our infrastructure will be resilient to extreme weather events like these, that individuals understand the risk to themselves and to their property, and we need to be adaptive to rapidly changing conditions that we'll see. And I hope that all members of this House will capture and nurture the urgency and drive that we all feel today, so that we can work together to lower emissions and reduce the risks that our communities face from a rapidly changing climate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and just wanted to thank and a shout out to everybody tonight that really has made the debate about the people of Abbotsford and the Lower Mainland up to the Fraser Valley and in the interior. It's really about the people and getting people the help that they need. That's what we're talking about tonight. As my colleague from Abbotsford and Mission Matsqui have mentioned so many times, it's about the people. We used to live in Abbotsford for 4 years when I went to university, and it became part of our family. That's where they grew up as little children. And again, we need to focus on what the needs are, the emergency that's there that's now, the storm that's going to come tonight, the storm that's possibly going to come next week. We're calling on the federal government to help now in any way we can to do that. And that's why, again, we're here tonight. It's late in Ottawa. It's about 11:15. But I just wanted to speak to that member and call on the government to do all that we can to help the people of Abbotsford. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Cedar Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague and fellow British Columbian for the question. And indeed, all orders of government are working closely together, and all cabinet ministers of different portfolios are working and seized with this issue. The Army's been deployed, and by my understanding, there's currently about 500 members of the Canadian Armed Forces that have been deployed and are already working to repair things like the levee and other areas that need to be repaired so that the coming rain is not going to be impacting and putting those people that are already out of their homes further at risk. And so I would like to also express my support for the government doing everything that it can to help people in their time of need, just the way that our government has been there to support people through the COVID pandemic.
Comments? The honourable member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And since it's my first time rising in the 44th Parliament, I want to take this opportunity to thank the wonderful people of Cowichan Malahat Langford for sending me here for a third term. It truly is an honor. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. You know, in my time in this House, when we have talked of climate change, we have often heard excuses and about the costs of transitioning off a fossil fuel dependent economy. Which kind of ignores what the costs will be going on into the future, how they will absolutely dwarf the investments that need to be made now. I'm just wondering if my colleague can answer two questions. Number one, we've seen what the projections will be, and does he think that the current Liberal government's budget allocations are in any way going to be adequate to meet this challenge? And my second question, Madam Speaker, is does he have any regret that the Liberal government invested all of those billions of dollars in fossil fuel infrastructure like the Trans Mountain Pipeline? Thank you.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my honourable member for his questions. I believe we need to continue to do more, and we need to do it faster. We need to make sure that we're mitigating our emissions as best we can right now. And that's why we've committed to setting a cap on emissions from the oil and gas sector and having those be steadily declining in 5-year increments to make sure that we can meet our greenhouse gas mitigation targets that we've set and we're now held accountable to with legislation passed just a few months ago. As we're doing this, and we need to be investing in the type of technologies that are going to allow us to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel energy, as well as reduce emissions in other parts of our society. So over the last 5 years, we've invested about $100 billion in that space, but we're going to need to do more. We're also going to need to continue to invest in adaptation. And I believe that we need to do even more in this space, and some of the events of the last couple of weeks really highlight that, and indeed of this entire year. Some of the things I mentioned.
I want to allow for a brief question. We're running out of time. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, a brief question, please.
My brief question is this, and it's one with a great deal of grief attached to it. The so-called Net Zero Climate Act commits us to the wrong target. It was increasingly clear at COP26 in Glasgow that the world is not looking for net zero by 2050. That's dangerous. They're looking for significant cuts this decade, and I wonder if the honourable member has any comments.
Brief response by the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. We need to make emissions cuts right now. It's not just about 2050. That's too far down the road. The emissions that we're able to cut now are that much more important. And we've committed to an updated target for 2030, 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. 45% below is what the Paris Agreement committed to, and we need to make sure that we're doing our part to do that and more.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been a very reassuring evening here in the House of Commons. My communities, the people of Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon, are in the midst of a very difficult year, which is bringing home the impacts of climate change in ways none of us thought about even a short time ago. On June 29th, Canada's heat record was shattered as temperatures soared to 49.6 degrees Celsius, marking the hottest day in our nation's history, a record that was broken on 3 consecutive days. The following day, a fire was sparked and spread so rapidly, residents had a mere 15 minutes to vacate their property as the town was consumed. With over 83,000 hectares destroyed, 90% of the village was leveled. At COP26, Prime Minister Trudeau referred to the village in past tense, and I quote, "There was a town called Lytton."
Sorry.
The Prime Minister
okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Referred to the village in past tense. There was a town called Lytton. Residents who heard the speech, including Chief Patrick Michel of Kanaka Bar, were quick to point out that Lytton is far from gone. While structures were ruined, the spirit was not, and respectfully, the Prime Minister did acknowledge that people are still living in Lytton this evening. Thank you. The community is eager to return home and restore the neighborhoods they know and love. Over 4 months later, residents remain displaced throughout the province, and they need to see some action. Compounded by the recent floods and landslides, Lytton's evacuation order has been in place since June, and there's no end in sight. Critical infrastructure, including Highway Number 1 near Jackass Summit, Tank Hill, and Highway Number 8, water and wastewater systems need to be restored to accommodate the return of residents and contractors. Vitally, the volunteer Lytton Fire Department needs a new fire hall and equipment to ensure they are fully operational during the building process. Local businesses were already suffering from the adverse impacts of COVID-19, when the fire hit. Uninsured and underinsured business owners are grappling with the loss of their storefronts and inventory, and many who required pandemic supports such as CEBA will be unable to pay it back by year end. The business community is calling for low and zero interest loans through Pacific Economic Development Canada to help services become operational as soon as possible. Lytton First Nation and the Village of Lytton have expressed a desire to work together and may submit joint funding proposals. Surrounding First Nations such as Siska, Nickelman, Kanakabar, and others are also dependent on the critical infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt, including the only surgical hospital in the region. Being a small and remote community, Lytton does not have access to the administrative and financial resources available to larger communities able to complete onerous application processes. Furthermore, the village lost all crucial documentation and backup servers in the fire, making it near impossible to complete some of these applications. As the destruction of this wildfire is so extensive and necessary recovery efforts exceed the usual scope, I have requested special funding through the Treasury Board Secretariat Management Reserve to be delivered expeditiously. BC Wildfire Service said that this was one of the worst fires they've ever seen as it tore through critical infrastructure, downing telecommunications, BC Hydro, the RCMP detachment, the fire hall, the hospital, and the village amenities. Thankfully, the school was saved. Residents had minutes to flee, as I mentioned, with not much more than the clothes on their backs and without any warning of which direction was safe to travel out of the rural community. Many ended up in Merritt, which has now been evacuated for a second time. Imagine that, being evacuated from your home for one natural disaster and then being evacuated from another for another disaster. Madam Speaker, you can imagine the toll that would take on anyone's mental health. So I call upon the Minister of Health and Mental Addictions to make mental health supports available to my constituents. Heartbreakingly, as we all know, those grappling with loss of property and livelihood does not stop with Lytton. On Sunday, November 14th, a never-before-seen storm swept through British Columbia. And while it took some in the Ottawa Press Gallery a little longer than it should have to catch on, the devastating impacts on BC and to my constituents are now widely known. While we've seen the shocking pictures, it can be hard to grasp the impacts on regular people without a direct connection. That brings me to my cousin Christine. She's about the same age as me. She's pregnant, and her husband Richard were flooded out of their home. They're chicken farmers, and they also own a small business doing welding work on dairy farms. They lost 20,000 birds. They lost their home. But sometimes it's the little things that really impact people. And my cousin put on our family Facebook group, I believe, that they had just received a bonus from one of their feed suppliers, and they'd stocked up their freezer for the Christmas season. Sometimes the little things, like losing a freezer full of food, put people over the edge. Now, there will be a time for a full analysis on what could have been done faster or better, and I know that work is already underway. But more rain is on the way, and additional help will be needed to rebuild the critical infrastructure connecting the Lower Mainland to the rest of Canada. As it stands, our highways have been severely impacted and in some places completely destroyed. Most of these roads and their damaged sections are either within or connect through Mission Matsqui-Fraser Canyon. The Trans-Canada Highway between Hope and Spence's Bridge has been washed out. Highway 3 is open between Hope and Princeton, but as of late Tuesday, a single lane is open in each direction only for essential travel. The Coquihalla, which my riding borders, is closed with severe washouts, including where a mudslide took out a large section 11 kilometers south of the Great Bear snowshed. There are no detours, and experts say it could be weeks before crews can even begin some of these repairs. And we all know, us British Columbians, that doing road construction on the Coquihalla in the winter is next to near impossible. Highway 99 between Lillooet and Pemberton was previously closed due to a landslide and is now open for essential travel. And as some of my colleagues have mentioned tonight, sadly, this is where 4 people lost their lives, and the search is ongoing for a 5th individual who is also presumed deceased. My prayers are with their families and friends, and especially the young little girl who lost her parents. Highway 8, which connects Merritt to Spence's Bridge, is closed. The provincial transportation minister reports that 18 segments of the highway were damaged, including 4 bridges. Stephen Rice, the local TNRD area director, is doing yeoman's work attempting to get the word out, highlighting just how little attention rural areas like his get. In Mr. Rice's estimation, it will be years before residents can return home, if ever. In the Lower Mainland, only essential travel is permitted on Highway number 1 between Popcom and Hope, and the highway is closed altogether through a large section in Abbotsford. Highway 7 from Mission to Hope is restricted to essential travel only, and a large section of Highway 11 between Mission and Abbotsford remains closed for the foreseeable future. Needless to say, highway repair is going to take a significant amount of time and effort. On rail transportation, when we review the state of the affected railways, I've been so encouraged, on one positive note, the speed at which CN and CP have moved to repair their damaged lines and their efforts to restart the supply chain and get goods moving. They've also played a critical role in supplying otherwise cut off remote communities, including many Indigenous communities, with the supplies necessary to weather this disaster. Railways have always been critical to our economy, and with the devastating washout on BC's major highways, their services only increase in necessity, especially when it comes to animal feed and the food security issues we're facing in the Fraser Valley. Now, I've received, like many of people in the House tonight, a significant amount of feedback from constituents on the ground about what needs to be addressed right now, and especially before our next extreme weather event. One email from Harm Bars, a local dairy farmer, who was instrumental in moving a lot of the cattle out from Sumas Prairie, has called for less pushback from regional authorities governed by liability concerns. Farmers are going to do everything they can to save their livelihoods, and officials need to give them the space to do so. Ideally, authorities will work with the affected locals. Landowners are more than willing to help emergency crews get into areas they often don't have the equipment for or know, but which farmers do. And this is a shortcoming of federal emergency preparedness, which should be reviewed. Canadian Forces equipment and personnel can't be effective when they're stuck on the other side of the Rockies coming from Edmonton, or having to fly in from Quebec to service British Columbia. The absence of CFB Chilliwack is being felt, and these events have highlighted that the federal and provincial governments must invest more in preparations for future disasters, because there will be more climate change related disasters in British Columbia, and we need more federal investments on this front. There should also be an improved warning system. It would have been possible for our farmers to move such a large number of livestock in the time frame of this last event. It would have been possible for farmers to move more cattle, but they weren't able to because they didn't get enough warning, which led to the forced euthanization of many farms, many dairy cattle on many farms on the eastern part of Sumas Prairie. BC's Alert Ready system has not been utilized at all this year, despite a record number of natural disasters. Madam Speaker, this is a critical wide platform, and the federal government needs to work with the province of BC to make sure that BC has the tools it needs. Additionally, as we saw during the wildfire season, our Indigenous communities are once again being left out of the emergency communications loop. It's been reported that First Nations Emergency Services Society wasn't contacted by Emergency BC until Tuesday, November 16th. Cooks Ferry Indian Band, among many others, never received a call to evacuate. The disconnect between Emergency Management BC and BC's First Nations continues to put lives at risk and must be addressed. This afternoon, I spoke with Lytton First Nation Councillor Jason Robertson, who's also a firefighter and all-around amazing guy and leader. And he says that the responsibility is tossed from one table to another without resolution. They don't know where to go. I raised this issue with the previous Minister of Indigenous Services Canada and I now call on his successor to please correct this and work with Emergency Services BC, First Nations in BC to improve emergency management and give more authority to our local First Nations. They often understand the land much better than we do. They know the wind patterns, they know the river flows, they live right by it, we don't. So let's let them do the work that we know they're capable of doing. Just turning to infrastructure. Immediately building improved and climate resilient infrastructure is vital. The upcoming federal budget must contain significant funds to address these urgent needs in British Columbia for the sake of our economy, national security, and public safety. As we saw through the rapid work of Abbotsford City staff and volunteers who sandbagged the Barrowtown pump stations, seconds count when it comes to the repairs in the face of extreme weather. So much of our dike and pump station infrastructure was built before and during the 1950s. Embarrassingly, this was before Indigenous people could even vote in our country. The unacceptable outcome is that their safety and needs were and continue to be overlooked. And it's a common fact discussed at the Lettsmont Forum, which I'm a part of, that many of the First Nations Reserve don't even have the dike protection that communities like Abbotsford, Mission, and Chilliwack have. That's not acceptable anymore. A 2015 BC government study assessed a sample of 75 lower mainland dikes, where they do exist, and found that 71% were vulnerable to failure. It rated the highest elevation of the key Sumas Lake Reclamation Dike in Abbotsford as, I quote, unacceptable, and stated that, and I quote, overtopping is expected during Nooksack River overflow, end quote, which is exactly what just happened. A 2020 report commissioned by the City of Abbotsford found that damage from a major flood could be as high as $960 million, with proposed dike solutions coming in between $29 to $339 million. Unfortunately, that damage estimate is likely lower than what we're now seeing in the real world. Local communities have been raising the alarm bells for years. It's been mentioned in this House tonight that just 3 weeks ago, I met with the Mayor of Abbotsford and my colleague from Langley Aldergrove and my colleague from Abbotsford, where the Mayor of Abbotsford pressed upon us to bring the issue of dike infrastructure to the Parliament of Canada. And then we faced what we just faced. Updated flood mapping is required so that we can better plan for future events and better prepare to rebound from catastrophes. We can't address climate change if we don't apply all the models and discussions tonight to real-world situations, to the topography of our land. The ridings most affected in the Fraser Valley, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, Hope, and Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, are, I might add, incredibly important agricultural areas and essential for Canada's food security. This disaster also brings up many points about insurance. A significant amount of the damage sustained will not be covered by insurance. Whether it falls under a, quote, act of God clause, is unaffordable, or it simply doesn't exist because flood insurance is in its infancy in Canada, the federal government must provide relief for those who now face unimaginable financial hurdles. And the findings of the federal task force examining a national residential flood insurance program for homeowners living in high-risk areas, expected next spring, cannot come soon enough. And again, the Prime Minister addressed this today, so I will be holding the Liberal government to account on making sure that it happens. Another unpopular reality that has been avoided by federal and provincial governments for far too long is the need to dredge our rivers, especially the Fraser and the Sumas, as these past weeks have highlighted. It's possible to do this work outside of spawning season to safeguard our salmon and our environment. During the Lettsmont Forum, which I mentioned earlier, many of my First Nation leaders in my constituency are supportive of this work and might even undertake it themselves as an economic opportunity to improve salmon habitat and reduce the risk of flood on their lands. The Fraser Valley is known globally for our high-quality berry production, but the industry has been hard hit on multiple fronts, such as the summer heat wave and heat dome and labor shortages. I had a meeting with the BC Blueberry Council this week, and they reported that 2,500 acres of blueberry fields were flooded and 1,000 acres remain underwater. These submerged plants will not survive and must be removed and replaced. The soil must also be remediated for toxicity. Farmers are no longer able to position themselves to secure loan in the aftermath of this flood devastation. It is my understanding that existing agricultural insurance programs, including the Agri-Stability Program, do not account for natural disasters like floods, where farms are destroyed beyond the possibility of recovering in a following season. For context, blueberry plants take 5 to 6 years to reach maturation and to be before crops are ready for commercial scale harvests. Insurance compensation for one season's worth of losses will not begin to match the actual loss. It is estimated that it will cost $32,000 to $37,000 per acre to restore these blueberry fields. We are facing a crisis like we never have seen before in BC. Our country cannot afford to have one of our most productive agricultural areas wiped out. And federal assistance, as I've written the Minister of Agriculture this week, must come forward to assist in these vital areas. As I come to a conclusion, I just want to say I can't thank enough the thousands of people all across my riding, all across British Columbia and Canada, who have come to aid and show their sympathy for my corner of this beautiful country. Thank you on behalf of everyone in Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. I'm thankful that the government has worked so collaboratively with the opposition to address these concerns, and that we were able to have this debate tonight. And I'm thankful and reassured by some of the things I've heard here tonight that we're going to work together to make sure, hopefully in the next budget, that British Columbia is going to receive some money for climate change adaptation and mitigation in an area of our country where it's needed probably the most. So it's been a tough year for BC. It's been a tough year for my riding. So to my constituents, it's my first time speaking tonight. I'm going to keep fighting for you. There's lots to be done, but if we do take that Team Canada approach, we can meet and exceed the tasks ahead. I'm very hopeful and I'm very encouraged by our discussions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments tonight. I think we were all listening very carefully on the details to which he offered around the situation that his constituents are faced with, and he can be assured that New Democrats will work with him and with the government to ensure that they get the help that they need, and me being from British Columbia, that British Columbians, that we all get the help that we need. On that note, Madam Speaker, the government, of course, have said that there would be emergency support for people who are faced with this situation. What I worried about, of course, is this, that if they apply for this emergency support, then later on down the road, it might come back to hit them, such as the seniors who's been hit on the GIS clawback, that somehow or another it would disqualify them for something or they'll be penalized for something. So I wonder whether or not in his discussion on the issue around supporting individuals and families and businesses who's been hit by this, that there is some assurance from the government that they would not come back and say that they would lose some sort of benefit or claw back on some other eligibility criteria. I wonder what his thoughts are.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East, and I guess I owe an apology because during my caucus meeting today, I missed our panel on CBC Radio in Vancouver. So my apologies for that. I hope you stood up for the opposition. Regarding her question, I did speak with the Minister of Employment and Social Development Canada about the supports that the Government of Canada is going to provide for those who've been impacted by the floods. But to her specific question about how those benefits relate to one's income taxes and the income one is claiming on their income taxes at the end of the year, I think it would be helpful to receive some clarification from the minister, and that's something we both can collectively endeavor to achieve in the coming days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon, thank you. Thank him. I want to thank him for an excellent speech and for making it personal. I received an email from friends, as the honourable member will know, we have deep family connections within his riding. And I read of a shout out to Mike and Brandy, who lost everything. They lost their home, they lost their farm. But when I started crying reading their email, it was the part about not being able to find their dog Posey right before the helicopter came. I mean, it was bad enough having to shoot the livestock that couldn't be rescued, but to realize the poor dog is terrified and in a flooded basement in the dark. And his rescue of the dog and getting the dog to the helicopters when I started losing it. Every single person in these communities has suffered deep trauma. The pain is not something we can really talk about in this place when we talk about euthanizing animals. It's much more deeply personal. I just want to pledge the support of Green Party members, supporters, and members of Parliament in this place for whatever it takes to help every single community, every single farmer, every single resident rebuild and get their life back.
For Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for keeping it real about the impacts that people are feeling right now. And I had a friend on Facebook that I went to high school with who said, my house is flooded, but I can't leave my dogs, because for many people and for those of us who've door knocked, like basically 1 in 3 Canadians, I presume, have a pet that they consider a part of their family. And those are very traumatic experiences. And that's why in my speech, I raised the issue of mental health, which wasn't really addressed tonight. There are a lot of people suffering severe anxiety and depression because of the losses we've seen throughout British Columbia. And it's incumbent upon all of us to honor those people of British Columbia and other parts of Canada that are impacted by similar devastation, to support them in the work we do here today and get the supports that they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon for his passionate speech tonight. His riding has seen devastation. Mine has. The member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, Abbotsford. The infrastructure that's been lost, the infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt, and the infrastructure that communities across our ridings have been asking for a number of years now. I've advocated for this annually when I make a submission to the finance minister. Communities looking to build infrastructure, and yet this government has promised all kinds of funding for infrastructure, but it hasn't reached the ground. So I hope the member from Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon will join me in asking this government, demanding that this government will finally see that infrastructure funding reach the ground, where communities need it, where they know it needs to be put in place so that they can build for the future. I hope the member from Mission-Matsqui from Fraser Canyon will support me in that ask.
The honourable member for Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member from the Okanagan, I agree with the Okanagan Shuswap. I agree with you. And I've been pushing upon the Minister of Infrastructure already in this House that we've been here together. I had the most productive hour of my month on Monday when everyone was in the House of Commons, and I could go from minister to minister to minister, impressing upon them the need to take action for British Columbia. And again, what I heard tonight is that there is a collective will across party lines to work together, and everyone wants to see those infrastructure dollars in the ground. We know the money's there. It's in the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I've had assurances from ministers that they want to be nimble and they want to work with us and maintain that Team Canada approach. And I look forward to seeing that done, and I look forward to working with everyone to see that those infrastructure dollars for climate change mitigation and adaptation, for roadways, for rail infrastructure, for the Port of Metro Vancouver on the ground as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Shuswap. Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's in British Columbia, so you're certainly close. So I would just like to thank the member for his passion and for his productivity, meeting with all the ministers and giving them the message that we need the help is incredible. In his speech tonight, he did talk about the challenges that many small Indigenous communities have had. And there are gaps that they're falling through. Madam Speaker, it's tremendously important that we try to help out those communities that need that support. Can the member maybe just give us a few more points, specifics on what would help those Indigenous communities to help them cope through this crisis?
For Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the member from Okanagan, Nicola Similkameen, for his comment tonight. And who can ever get his writing name right? The other day I had a meeting with, I mentioned him, Chief Patrick Michel. He's a very dynamic individual, and he's worked really, really hard to get the federal government out of the way so Kanakabar Indian Band can build housing. And right now, I think the federal government, as part of its infrastructure plan, needs to get housing built. It took 3 years for Chief Michel to get 24 units being built. Let's work with these small Indigenous communities that are fighting so hard to get those infrastructure dollars, to get clean water back on reserve, because it's all been destroyed recently too, to get housing and to get clean water back as soon as possible. We have the people on the ground who know how to do it. We got to empower them, and we have to eliminate some of the red tape that they're facing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member mentioned the need for housing, and he's absolutely correct. In the most recent throne speech, I was so dismayed that the Liberal government didn't even mention anything about the urgent need for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. I wonder if the member could comment on that and what his views are. Do we need one or don't we? Should that be in the budget or shouldn't it?
Brief answer from the member for Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is absolutely yes. I worked hard with the member from Vancouver East on a study, and it's very clear, especially in rural and northern communities, that Indigenous people are not getting a fair shake from the federal government in terms of equal access to government programs. So it's incumbent upon this new Parliament to address those rural deficiencies, especially in Indigenous communities, to give them the housing they need to live their best life. That's the least we can do for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Avant de reconnaître le prochain orateur, je veux juste aviser.
Before the next speaker, I would just like to note that we only have about 12 minutes left. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before beginning my remarks, I'd like to congratulate you on your recent re-election. It is a privilege to rise today to discuss something that is on the mind of all Canadians. Something that all Canadians recognize as a sadly historic event. We know that many people have lost their loved ones due to the situation in British Columbia. The government extends its thanks to the first responders, to search and rescue volunteers, and to emergency managers working hard to keep people safe.
British Columbia closely. We have offered to provide whatever assistance is needed to help respond to and recover from this extreme weather. Our government continues to work with provincial and local partners. The ongoing all-of-government response effort is coordinated to ensure that the province has the resources it needs to support the people of BC. In response to requests for federal assistance from the province of British Columbia on November 16, our government approved the use of Canadian Armed Forces, air assets, and land component to assist with the whole-of-government relief effort. Madam Speaker, the floods seen on Vancouver Island and in BC southern mainland have shocked and saddened people across this country. While the crisis has limited its devastation to one great province, the message it has carried has flowed from coast to coast to coast. There's no community in our country that has watched events unfold in British Columbia and not felt concern for the people there or dread for what such a catastrophe means for all of us. Whatever you live in Corner Brook or Cape Breton, Kamouraska or Kenora, Colville Lake or Canmore, the BC floods and the rains that brought them matter. If we look beyond the events of this month and the fact of this year, we cannot deny that they matter a lot. Over the course of several months, BC has felt the impacts of multiple climate disasters, devastating wildfires, life-threatening extreme heat. Et oui, les fortes pluies soudaines de la semaine dernière.
And yes, last week's sudden heavy rainfall was the result of a phenomenon Canadians now know much better than before, an atmospheric river. As Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, I am especially engaged in the events transpiring on the West Coast. I extend my personal sorrow to families of those who have lost their lives due to the severe flooding. I am struck by stories from BC residents of personal hardship and loss. I have been briefed about the challenges municipalities face from infrastructure damage and the challenges to repair infrastructure going forward. Providing relief and recovering from the aftermath of a flood is a long-term proposition. We are committed to providing the necessary assistance to get people through this difficult time. Sadly, Madam Speaker, we know that the extreme weather that BC has experienced of late is not over yet.
This event is occurring now, affecting the province's north coast. It is expected to slip southward, bringing more rain to southern BC within days. In fact, atmospheric rivers are expected to continue to affect the province beyond that. Madam Speaker, my department is not merely watching these developments. We are regularly updating our official weather forecast, weather watches, and warnings. I encourage people in BC to continue to follow Environment and Climate Change Canada's official channels for weather forecast, weather watches, and warnings. There, they will find more details on the latest weather information. Our immediate priority is support for activities on the ground. With world-class meteorological services, Environment and Climate Change Canada continues to provide assistance to BC's emergency management and response efforts. The department's meteorologists are providing frequent weather updates to Emergency Management British Columbia at the Primary Operations Center, as well as the regional command centers. Our National Hydrological Service technologists and engineers are monitoring water gauging stations and providing water level data to help guide the provincial flood forecasters. Our experts are briefing the Regional Coordination Group, providing up-to-the-moment site-specific weather forecast. And our National Environmental Emergency Center is monitoring for potential pollution incidents, ready to provide support. The severity of weather events in BC, as well as their potential impacts, is unquestionable, nor is it limited to one given place. Consider, Madam Speaker, the torrential rain and strong winds that began lashing Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador yesterday. Many Canadians are asking openly, is that what climate change looks like? Madam Speaker, it's not as simple as attributing a single weather event to human-caused climate change, but the evidence is conclusive. Canada is experiencing more frequent and more intense extreme weather events. And climate change is leading to those intense disasters, not only here at home, but around the world. Madame la Présidente, nous savons que les changements climatiques entraînent des...
Madam Speaker, we know that climate change brings the possibility of more frequent exceptional weather. Canadians are clearly seeing that. So it is not unreasonable for people to associate these occurrences with climate change. If the events in BC suggest strongly that climate change is happening, what do we do, Madam Speaker? Well, our government is doing a number of things. We are strengthening weather prediction and environmental services, as well as systems that provide early warning of potential impacts. And this will be critical going forward as Canada is to face unprecedented weather.
For robust emergency preparedness and responds to events like the ones we've seen in BC this year. They also complement the significant steps this government has taken already to adapt to a future climate that is in sharp contrast to today's. Climate adaptation was one of the key themes at COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference that the Prime Minister, several cabinet ministers, and myself attended at the beginning of this month in Glasgow, Scotland. There, on the world stage, Canada committed to doing its part. Never before has the need to adapt to climate change been stronger. Most countries went to Glasgow to announce that they would sustain and increase their commitments to adapt to climate change. Canada was among those countries. Going forward, as we have for many years, our government will continue to foster robust partnerships and help scale up worldwide efforts for a climate-resilient future. What does adapting to climate change involve at home? First, it's about informing people. Les services de prévision météorologique et environnementale, comme ceux du gouvernement du Canada,
Weather and environmental prediction services such as those of the Government of Canada are becoming more important than ever in the face of unprecedented weather. They support decision-making at all levels of society and increase climate resilience. Madam Speaker, we must confront climate change clearly and directly. For the next few decades, climate events are going to escalate in severity and frequency.
in transforming our infrastructure, economy, and our relationship with nature. Many government departments working together started developing a national adaptation strategy earlier this year. The strategy will unite actors at different levels of government, build on Canada's strong foundation into a common blueprint for action for all citizens, governments, and organizations. Madame la Présidente, n'oublions pas les dures leçons que les dernières semaines.
Madam Speaker, let us not forget the hard lessons that the recent weeks in BC have taught us. There are moments when immediate crises are over, when we become open to new ideas and ways of changing our lifestyle.
Experience of the BC flooding, and in fact of all the severe weather events in that province this year, we must show that by working together, government, organizations, Indigenous people, and citizens can build climate resilience. Together, we must do more. We must do it faster to fight climate change and to enhance our abilities to prepare and adapt. Our government will always be there to help Canadians in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for being here tonight and presenting. Obviously, it's been quite a debate where I would say all sides have been supportive of British Columbia, and I want to thank the Minister for being part of that. Madam Speaker, I think one of the things that we've also heard, whether it be in the election or whatnot since then, is this government, while, and this is something the Leader of the Opposition said earlier, is that this government seems to have large ambition, but not much achievement. So I just wanted to ask the Minister, because there are a lot of people in my home province of British Columbia that are looking for leadership from this government. What does he do with the skepticism that is towards his government, and it's always focusing on words rather than deeds?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Earlier on this evening, I pointed to very concrete things that are happening in this country because of our government. 300 transit projects under construction from one side of the country to the other, Madam Speaker. Record level investment in electrification of transportations. By the end of next year, 16,000 charging stations will be installed across the country for more and more people who are relying on electric vehicles. We are already investing in nature-based adaptation solutions in many parts of the country, but I'll be the first one to admit we need to do more and we need to do it faster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est minuit, je déclare la...
It being midnight, I declare the motion carried.
Stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.